We are back in downtown Austin, and we're back for more Blast TV major action. Day 3 of Stage 1 means that we already bid farewell to 2 teams yesterday, and 3 more of them will be joining that unfortunate list today. 3 people that aren't going anywhere, though. It's myself, Rose Spears, Pimp, and Dupree. Dupree, we actually got to experience some of Austin last night. Do you want to tell the viewers at home what we did?
We got to see we went to the Bat Bridge. I'm not sure what it's actually called, like in all honesty.
Bat Bridge,
but it's like we could call it the Bat Bridge. But we got to see bats living on a bridge, and then when the sun went down, we were looking at this, like, I think it was like 500,000 bats just flying out, and it was a very interesting experience.
500,000 bats. Can you imagine that?
500,000 bats.
500,000
No, I couldn't imagine that. I saw 500,000 runners yesterday, though, in Austin. It was great weather, you know, great running trails, and apparently it was a global running day yesterday. I didn't know, but people all over the world were running.
Happy birthday, I guess. You were kind of a born runner.
Yeah, I guess I participated without knowing.
We saw you run. You looked great.
You did?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, were you stalking me?
We were.
No, we were eating tacos, and you came out running. So it's like you were like burning calories, we were like inhaling calories.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, you should have joined us for the tacos, man. Mistakes were made. Anyway, speaking of the action that did go down yesterday, let's check in with the Swiss bracket, because we had some unfortunate situations going down, but also some positives, and maybe we should start on those. We've got the first 2 teams that will be heading through to Stage 2.
Heroic, I guess by many one of the favorites to make it 3-0. I know the context was that technically it's a dead team. The coach is leaving, Son Payas is leaving, but I think there's so much quality within Heroic that we all expected them to go 3-0. And Peter, they delivered.
I think Heroic has been looking solid. You know, they've come up and met the expectations. One thing is they meet the expectations of the team, but they also meet the expectations of the individuals. I think they've been looking solid. They've been playing some great Counter-Strike. Yeah, they had a little bit of a close series against Flyquest yesterday, but overall I think that Heroic are looking very sharp.
And honestly, they play with no pressure. They know that team. They know the coach is leaving. They know Son Payas is leaving. And I feel like also by looking at the body language and how much fun they're having, that they're coming in with just, you know, the one simple goal, obviously, to perform and do a good job, but they seem freed up. They don't seem, you know, honed down by the pressure or anything like that. It feels like they're just having a good time, and, you know, as you can see, they're winning.
That's exactly what Youngster said to me in the interview when I did with him day 1. He was like, you know, fun is the optimum word. We're coming in with this. We've qualified for a major. Like, why not make the most of it? Let's talk about Bait as well. They were the other team that would, of course, be moving on through to that second stage, Peter.
I think that Bait is a team that is being overlooked a little bit. I think it's a team coming into this stage was just sure they were probably expected to go through, but they themselves said that going 3-0 was actually not quite of a surprise for them. You know, they actually feel like they have the capability of doing so, and they proved everyone, and I think they've been playing solid Counter-Strike. I think what my greatest take from watching me is that they're not afraid of fighting. Like, they're playing without this pressure. They're playing because they know they're better than their opponents, and we've seen that multiple times that Bait just decides to go for the fights. They don't care too much about anything else. They just want to prove that they are the better team here.
They look solid so far. I think the only hiccup, so to speak, was against Imperial, where they came dangerously close. They probably should have lost that map. It was the best of 1 on Inferno, though. Made a great comeback. NPL, what a fantastic clutch. But they made up for that yesterday by beating Wildcard. And I know it looks close, you know, but let's be honest, 13-2 on the final deciding map, 13-6 on the second one as well. There's no doubt that Bait were the better team.
Dashing the hopes of North America. We'll get onto that in a moment, though. Let's talk about the teams that unfortunately did meet their end on day number 2 of day 1. Metasport, let's begin with them, because, I mean, just dire straits, right? Like, it was really gutting to see the fashion that they came in with. There was only a handful of maps that even came close. What was it, just after yesterday? 5 rounds that they'd won?
5 rounds and 2 maps.
That's so rough.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Peter, but to be completely honest, they came in and did absolutely nothing. And I think most of the players even reiterated that on Twitter afterwards, saying something along the lines, I can't remember who said it, but that was just embarrassing. On to the next one, you know, and that's all you can really say here. They did do nothing at this tournament.
And they've had players that's been playing majors before. It's not like a team that are super inexperienced. We've seen Hambus leading different squads back in NIP. We've seen Isaac. I recently got to play against him in the grand final of a major when he was in Gamer Legion, you know, so for them to like ball out like this is in some sense kind of unexpected. Also, them being from Europe. I think the interview from Hambus yesterday gave a lot of insight into the situation of the team. I think they lacked a lot of confidence, and he said that the way they've been coming into the tournament in terms of maybe their preparation, but also their mindset has just been like off. Maybe he bought into the whole idea, but he actually generally think that it was a wrong decision of doing so. So it was like they got off to the wrong foot, you know, and when you enter a major, it's very important that you are on the same page, that you want to be like looking at the same type of goal. And he even mentioned that the team probably had different offers, so I don't think we're going to see this lineup being the exact same.
He was pretty blunt in that exit interview, and I really respect that, right? Because you're in a crappy situation ultimately, and yeah, he was honest with saying, you know, he wants to bring Swedish CS back. This wasn't the time to do so.
No, and that's true, and that's fair enough. When you look at this tournament in isolation, it was embarrassing. It was not good enough from esports, but they did qualify. They did get to the major, and they were part of the major. And I guess that's something you can always hang your hat on, especially when you look at Swedish Counter-Strike, which has been abysmal for a long time. So, maybe a small step in the right direction by getting here, and then a small step back, by not doing anything while they were actually in here.
Fluxo, the other team who unfortunately met their end yesterday, they were obviously up against Stringless Warriors in that 0-3 matchup. We've got quite a lot to be diving into with this because we look at this team and there's a hell of a lot of major rookies on here, Jacob, but there's also somebody that should be leading the charge.
I think the pictures that you're going to see now is going to speak for itself. Look at the man in the middle right here. Art, as you said, the most experienced player probably there is in this stage one. He's been there for a long time with Furia. He's now moved into a second phase of his career where he wants to bring up young talents and see what he can do. I got to be completely honest, and I just want to clarify this and maybe say this to the viewers as well. I, for a long time, think that he should have been kicked from Furia way sooner than he got. I think he got to stay there for way too long. I then see him move into a project like Fluxo, where I think to myself, okay, maybe he can use some of the experience. Maybe he can, find enjoyment in working with young talents and give them some experience. What I saw yesterday, Peter, in terms of his body language, the way he conducted himself, I almost feel like he lost the game for them. If you're a rookie, if you're nervous, if you're in a situation like they were yesterday where you win map 1, you're almost winning map 2, you somehow throw it away. When you have your in-game leader, the most experienced player at this stage, whining, yelling, complaining, every time you were looking at him, he was just showing negative body vibes. I wouldn't feel comfortable in that environment, and I think that's disappointing for Matt.
I'm getting some vibes of the whole VP situation right now, with also Electronic being very bold in his body language when he's talking to his players. And in Virtus Pro, it's also teams or players that are quite young. And being a player like Art that has tried everything and has so much experience, if I got to think of myself back when I had my benching vitality, I had a small stint inside of Prezi with some young Danish players where I was trying, to teach them how to play Counter-Strike. And for the first couple of months in that team, I also found myself being a little bit of an ass, to be honest. I think it's Art's situation could be that he maybe believes and thinks that he believes or is to be in a better team, right? So he's actually better than where he is right now. He wants to actually try and get back to the T1 scene, and he feels like the ones around him is holding him back. And sometimes you've got to get to the realization that, sure, I'm the most experienced. I need to use that as a tool to make my players play better, not to add pressure to them. And I think that is what Art maybe didn't do this way. He's been the worst performing player from Flux to this stage, and I think it's rightfully that they are dropped out 0-3.
Just like to maybe go a little bit off the rails here. What did you have to do in that situation? Because firstly, I can't believe, we've spent a lot of time at the desk together. You seem like a really well-rounded individual. Was it a moment where you had to reflect upon yourself and go, okay, this isn't something that's all right? Was it a time for a team intervention? What happened in that situation?
I think it's first of all, it's about self-reflection, and you need to swallow some of your pride. I think, from my history in my career, and then to take a step back and play with lesser-known players or talents, it's a big task, and they think highly of you, and they have expectations for you, but if you don't meet them in the right way, I think it's something that can go very wrong. And I think for my situation in Prezi, it was more like a team intervention. The team actually got together and said, Peter, we know that you have been achieving so much and all these kind of things, but the way that you are acting right now, the way you get frustrated with how we do if we mess up, it literally just makes us play worse. And, it's something that it's so crucial, because if you take the confidence out of the young talents, they will just play worse, and they will not develop. They will only get worse.
Yeah, I really appreciate you sharing that insight with us. We also did get to hear a few words from Art after the exit yesterday, so let's recap that with James Banks.
You say about playing better, we saw a lot of frustration. I know you were trying to rally the troops together and get things going. Was there a lot of emotion in this game for you?
Yeah, definitely. I think Mirage came down to it. We had the control of the game, we had the economy. We were just letting it slip round by round. Economy-wise, we throw 2 rounds and it's just close game again. No, definitely no way of coming back after mental is broken.
Yeah. You said the mental was broken. Is that why Nuke went the way it did? Because there was not any fight from you guys on that.
Yeah, it has to come down to it. There has no explanation. We are playing City Nuke is always favorite side, so it's kind of just player. Each one has to play their own side and just defend and just sort what they're doing out, and we're just struggling to even do the default. So it just gets hard after they snowball. They're playing very well as well. So if they're playing the way they're playing, we need to play better.
Now, Art, you're a player who's been at the very top of CS. I can see the emotions in your eyes right now. How much does this sting for you? Is it as bad as it feels, as bad as it seems?
It's definitely fucking worse. It's just bad, we want to get better, do most big things, but it's just struggling. You cannot do anything about it. It just feels bad, man. As of for now, it's just, I don't know, anger, depressing, it's everything.
But you are a man who's been through this before. I'm sure you can pull them back out of this, right? Going into future events going on after the major. Do you know what's next for you guys after taking a bit of a break?
Yeah, it's now play break. Nothing we can do as of right now. It's the last tournament of the break. We cannot do anything right now. We just need to reset and then sort things out during the play break. And after play break, just come back ready with different mindset, something.
Thank you very much, Art.
Thanks, bro.
Words that we hear from Art there just completely reflect the emotions that we saw going down in the games, just frustration through and through.
Yeah, it was clear and it was visible to everyone watching that game yesterday that Fluxo lost it. You know, also in the game, for context, Mirage, they were leading, they were supposed to win. Chinggis Warrior were pretty much out of it, and then somehow, some way, they can't close Mirage. They go into Nuke where they lose 13-2. I also saw some of the younger players within Fluxo hugging each other, being very emotionally affected, and it just, I felt bad watching it. You know, it didn't feel good watching that game unfold the way it did. And
no.
Don't get me wrong, I get the big task Art has, you know, and as you described before, Peter, it's very tough to go from being, you know, always contending for playoff, being inferior, to now having to work with young talents. But then you got to ask yourself the question, is this the right thing for me to do? And based on yesterday, the answer is a clear no.
Yeah.
I think it's like you could see that it meant something to Art. You know, like he was almost crying in this interview, and we can only have a calculated guess of what went wrong inside the server. He touched on the whole thing that they could barely default. You know, that shows signs that there is probably a lot of nerves inside the team, and maybe the way that was handled was probably not the right thing.
And that's the thing, it's all about handling how you come in with the team that's around you. And for the side of Art, you know, we look at him as one of, as you said, probably one of the most experienced players in stage one, and the rest of his team not so. They're pretty much all major rookies, right? Speaking of which, should we put the shoe on the other foot? Should we look at the brighter side and maybe have a little temperature check on some of the best rookies that we've seen so far? Let's start with Zve and what you are so happy about seeing from him.
Yeah, I highlighted him coming into the tournament thinking, okay, we have a 17-year-old here. He's playing on a rather unknown team in Amiga, at least for the vast majority of people watching. It's not a team we see in Tier 1, Tier 2 tournaments on LAN, but so far he's been doing a great job. He's the reason why they're still alive. They were, you know, in contention to go 0-3, at least in my books as well, and in their 0-1 game, they got, I wouldn't say they got lucky against Imperial, but I've never seen a team lose that many rounds that they were supposed to win, thanks to this guy. Imperial had 3 or 4 rounds in that game where they were 5v3, 5v4, where they really had, you know, there's a 80-90% chance of winning the rounds, and in a lot of those rounds, this guy right here turned it around for Nemiga. He was a difference maker. He played with confidence. He played with a certain assertiveness, and I liked a lot what I saw from a 17-year-old rookie.
You know, the mechanical eye test is just there. You know, he's on point with his mechanical skill, and he's been a top performer in all the games they've been playing here. I think what stands out to me is that he's consistent. I think consistency is for me the biggest word when you actually talk a rookie, because sure, you can show having a good game. A guy that comes to my mind is Netic. Like, he had a really good game for FlyQuest, but then the other games he's been looking a little bit more flat. I think consistency in a major, but also as a rookie, is probably the key word here, and that's where Sway has really been pulling off.
We might sound like a broken record with the next one, but Tanir, we're always talking about this player, but why is it a name that we consistently bring up into the conversation?
Because he's shown that he can do it not only against Tier 3, Tier 2 opposition, Stage 1 of this major, he can do it against some of the best teams in the world as well.
Yes.
Obviously, we cannot hype him up to a point where we're saying he's like the next big thing. He's not a new bit coming out of the ranks. He's not like that caliber of talent just yet.
Why not, Jacob? Why?
Because we've seen that, you know, at some of the bigger tournaments. Heroic have played at your Katowice, and Heroic have played at some of the big tournaments, and he's shown glimpses, he's shown signs of what he can do. Now he's playing against opposition at a level where he's supposed to dominate, and he is, you know. So he's showing up and showing there's a clear difference between him and the next in line, and I love that from Tanir. A player that we spoke about, Peter, as well, that is most likely going to stay in Heroic if they can keep him on contract, because he's a good, bright talent, and I think there's a lot of teams right now looking at him thinking there's something for the future.
And I think the rifling trio in Heroic is something that we maybe haven't talked too much about, but I think that is what makes Heroic really great, and there's no doubt that Tanir is just the one that is the strongest point coming into this trio. I think his mechanical skill is really on point. I think we had the commentator say yesterday that like when he went for duels, like the way that he moves his crosshair reminds him a little bit how Saiwu does it. I'm not saying he's on the same level as Saiwu, because that barely anyone is that. But overall, looking at Tanir, again, consistency. He had a good event back in Dallas. One thing is being consistent map to map or game to game, but now he's also done it event to event. You know, it's like for him to come into this tournament and having the pressure from maybe himself, but also from us talking so much about him, to actually go out and prove that he can still keep up with the numbers that he's been producing. That takes character, and it shows that he has the right mindset.
Let's talk about one more rookie, one half of the Brotherhood. That is Susp, Swedish prospect. Unfortunately, we obviously saw full Swedish roster getting eliminated yesterday. Is he the next hope, Jacob?
Nah, I don't think so. He's good. He's a great player. I think for Wildcard, he's a perfect fit. I think he's been doing a great job so far at this tournament. I think overall his time in Wildcard has been positive. Again, is he the guy that's going to bring Swedish Counter-Strike back to his absolute best?
Yeah, maybe those are big words.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think anyone can do that right now, to be honest. Even Prime Get right or Prime Forest would need someone to play with them, a partner in crime, and it doesn't seem to be the case in Swedish Counter-Strike. However, I think he's a great talent for Wildcard. I think he's a great talent to import into North American Counter-Strike, and he's found his footing. He's found his home. I think he's doing well in Wildcard, and it's a team that matches his skill set.
And I think the story is obviously also a little bit funny in the sense that he was once part of Medesport, and now they've been eliminated, and he finds himself in being in a position where he can qualify for the next stage. So it's also must be dire to be. It must be fun for him to be in a position where he actually looks at his twin brother and then actually has.
He's boarding a plane home.
That's what I mean.
Oh,
that's what I mean.
Lord.
Want to go home together, bro?
And it brings to the conversation for Swedish Counter-Strike. Well, it's a Counter-Strike scene that we've been talking about. Maybe not producing talents and has had its very big highs back in the days, but now it seems to be struggling quite a lot. And it reminds me a little bit of how maybe also the Brazilian thing is that we have a lot of, maybe there is a lot of talent inside of the Swedish scene, but it's just spread out thin in so many different teams, where you have maybe Spook and OG, you have Susp here, and then also Fusi inside of Wildcard. So to have your talent base or the next things coming from Sweden being spread out is not always a great thing for the team.
Denmark is following the same trajectory right now, and I'm not a big fan of it.
That's
But it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
It's a conversation for another time.
Let's save that conversation for another time, because we speak about the rookies, so we might as well go on ahead and hear from them.
It's stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major, and that means we've got a whole lot of major rookies. So let's get to know them. We're going to do some introductions. It's time for Hello, My Name Is.
Hello, my name is Kamisu.
Hello, my name is Spook. How would you define yourself as a player?
Quite versatile, I'd say. High energy, but also calm.
Surprising. Just surprising player all around.
I'm young, a little bit talented, spend lots of time, more than normal people, I guess.
Now, when did you start playing Counter-Strike?
2017.
I started playing CSGO in 2015.
Oh, 2007. I didn't take it seriously until like 2018, but before that I was playing casually, when I was like 7 years old probably.
2016.
I first started playing when I was first time I played I was 7 years old.
And where does your nickname come from?
Sue, like SUE, is from like a museum in Chicago. It's like the biggest T-Rex fossil you can find on the planet. It's called Sue. Also, my last name is Sue, like SU, so I just went by call me Sue.
Oh, my nick is just my name.
Fair enough.
It's quite a long story. Back when I played Dota 2, there was a streamer called Admiral Bulldog, and then I made my name Admiral Kitten, and then somehow I just flipped the kitten backwards and just kept it. Thought Nidic was cool.
It was like my father's idea. It wasn't mine.
It came from Xbox when I was looking for a 4-letter gamer tag, and I just started searching up some, and that's when I found. It actually comes from a League of Legends skin, Spooky Gangplank, it's called.
What's the first thing you ever won?
I think I've only won one LAN. It was like Philadelphia, Kansas City, a couple months ago, or a few months ago.
I haven't really won anything, to be honest.
Philadelphia. The first tournament was probably King of Nordic, I think.
ESCA IM division. I won the final.
As a major rookie here, what's your experience? How are you feeling the event?
I was feeling pretty good before the match, but now after the first match, feeling even better. And we're stepping up a lot from how we played in Dallas, so happy about that. The path was very easy for me. I thought it would be a lot harder, but I've only been practicing with the team like 2 months, and then we made major.
I don't really care what I play. I just play Counter-Strike, which I want, so...
It's been pretty good so far. I just treat it as another event. I try not to overthink it or put extra pressure on myself.
So far so good. We're 2-1 now, 2-1 up, so yeah, I feel good. Is that it?
That's it.
All right, you're welcome.
Nice, thank you.
Yep, that was good.
Darth, you've actually made me think of something. Jacob, I've never asked where your nickname come from. Where did that come from? How?
Okay, long story short, back in 3rd grade, 4th grade, you went to the clubs after school, when you're done with school, you go down to the club where you hang out, you play football.
The club?
Not the club,
right?
youth club or whatever we call
Well,
it, right?
going with your nickname.
And there was a PC room inside that youth club. And for some reason, the older kids, like the 9th graders, had that, PC room before us 3rd graders would walk in there. And whenever we walked in, they would call us the Pimps because we came over to took over. And then I just called myself the Pimp. So I changed name from Harry Potter to the Pimp. to Pimp.
And you were all of like 8 years old, so you probably had no idea what it
I was
meant.
12 years of age and I had no clue at all.
Wow.
My teachers called me Pimp at my exams.
That's actually wild. And look at you now, up here with us. Let's talk about the games we have at hand, though. Of course, we do have 2 streams going down today. B stream will be beginning off with Imperial versus Legacy. This is kind of an exciting one because it's a regional matchup. Speaking to both sides of the equation before we came into this, very familiar with each other. What happens in a game like this where you have so much practice against each other, so many officials against each other, very familiar with each other's playstyles?
Like it's a mind game, you know. It's about thinking back on the practice games you've played, but also the official games. Like if you could have any kind of remembrance of what has happened or what kind of pisses around to be running, you know, all these things play in. But it's also could be like a double mind game because then you start thinking, okay, they know that we know and everything. So it can very easily spiral out of control. Whereas I think it's more important that you just focus on the thing that you know. And look in this game, I'm more impressed by Imperial than Legacy. I think Imperial found themselves down 0-2, and they themselves also said that they did not expect it. I think they're the better team coming out of the region, so I'm fairly confident that Imperial's going to take this one.
Well, maybe I've got something that could convince you, Dupree, as I did catch up with Chucky ahead of the series. Just beginning off with your game yesterday versus BetBoom, can you give us a little bit of a summary as to what went wrong for you guys in that series?
I think the other team played really well, and we underperformed a lot, so that's why we got beat so badly.
Is there any particular things that you can pick out from yesterday in terms of that underperformance? Any areas that maybe typically you're better at that you didn't expect to struggle so much with?
Yeah, I think the most important one was communication. We were kind of not hearing each other very well and not responding as we would like. So if today we do it better, I think we're probably going to win.
Obviously, today you're going to be in a little bit of a regional matchup versus Imperial. Tell me how well-versed you are, how well you know your opponent today.
I think we know each other pretty well. We also practice against each other some maps, but when we play tournaments, everyone tries to adapt and do new stuff. So even though we know them and they know us, I think that's not what's going to make the game harder or easier to win off the teams, yeah.
I posed the same question to Vinny just earlier, but given that, you know, you're from the same region, where would you say your styles differ? What is different about Legacy versus Imperial?
I would say like, I don't want to say too much because it's like, but I feel they react a little bit more, and I feel like we have more protocols and not so many reactions. I think that's the main difference, yeah.
And confidence level, considering, you know, if you lose this one, you are eliminated. Where's the confidence at for Legacy right now?
Since we had a pretty bad game yesterday, confidence is not that high, but we know that we have a good and strong team, and if we can play the best that we usually do in practice, we should be fine, yeah.
Okay, so Legacy, a little bit more structured, Imperial, a little bit more reactive. Let's talk about the game that's going down on the A stream, though, because that is, of course, going to be Complexity versus TYLOO. Of course, another elimination game as well. We're talking about one of the North American hopes and dreams here at the Austin Major going up versus TYLOO.
Complexity have been very disappointing so far. Stand-in or not, I've been disappointed in the level of gameplay they showed us, Peter. I think all of us expected them to still remain competitive, to still remain maybe not the same team, but close to it, and that hasn't been the case at all. I think TYLOO has also been, you know, not really been playing well so far. So for my money, the way I would label this game is this is a chance for Complexity to first and foremost get a much needed win in order to stay alive, but also show us that the first couple of days were below, you know, their level, below what they expect, below what we can expect for the future. But if they play like they did on day 1 and day 2, I think TYLOO have a pretty decent shot at making this game very competitive.
I think it's a very open game. I think we are looking at the Complexity that, sure, despite playing with a stand-in, they just don't have the confidence. I think coming into the tournament, a lot of people expected something from them. I think it was still unsure for a lot of people that Halsberg was not going to be here, but the fact that they actually got to get some practice with Juno, he's not just been taken in just off the street. They have actually been doing things together with him and playing with him. So it's like, sure, it's a difficult situation for them, but as you mentioned, like I'm still in a position where I feel like they should have done better with what they've actually done in the past. It's like Complexity seems to be, I feel like they're dwelling too much in the fact that they don't have their full lineup. when I got to talk with Metioso on back. You know, it was like they were just trying to stay afloat. Like they just wanted to try and get into a position where they didn't fall behind too fast inside of a game.
I'll rephrase it then. Complexity to me is the most annoying team right now to follow. Because whenever you think they're going to do well, they won't. Whenever you think they're out of a chance where they come into a big tournament with big tier 1 opposition where you think they have no chance whatsoever, all of a sudden they show up and they play good Counter-Strike. So it's that whole thing where you have certain expectations for a team and they never meet those expectations. It goes both ways, you know, and that can be a good thing and a bad thing, but it's hella annoying for a guy like me who's trying to predict what's going to happen because you never really know with Complexity.
When I caught up with Adren before this as well, and he was saying, you know, they feel more confident because finally they have Train in the pool.
True.
Is that going to make any difference though? Like having one map that you feel confident on in a best of 3? Like,
I mean, for sure.
I don't know.
Like, it's a map that we've seen they can play. It's a map that they've picked multiple times, so it's a comfort zone for them. But whether or not it's going to be the same without Helsik, we're just going to see.
Anything but a 2-0 for Complexity would be a warning sign for me, and that also probably means that even if they were to win here in a 2-2 game, they haven't shown me anything in the first 3 days that's going to make me believe they can make it to the next stage. So I want to see Complexity play well, and I want to see them make a statement right here against TYLOO.
How much belief do you have that TYLOO, you know, will rock the boat and will eliminate Complexity in this one?
I think there's a case to it. I think TYLOO is still a team that we had also some kind of expectation for. They've been looking better throughout the last couple of months, but still at this tournament they've been looking quite flat. And I think this matchup is about the team that can make like the less mistakes, but also try and get some kind of groove going from what they've shown in the past at this stage.
Well, either way, we do need to be heading things to a quick break, but not before we update you on exactly what options you have to be choosing from today. As we're prefacing on the A stream, that's going to be Complexity versus TYLOO. On the B stream, it's going to be a bit of a Brazilian derby with Imperial versus Legacy, both elimination games. So we'll see you after this break.
First started playing Counter-Strike in 2015, and it was just some friends that I played Minecraft with. They showed me the game, and then I started playing competitively in 2019, like ESEA Open, and then 2021 when I joined Triumph. The first time I saw like I could make money doing this. The early teams, no one had like a ton of experience on those teams, so it's kind of like you're just learning together. So you grind your way in the lower ranked teams, and then you make your way higher. It's a great environment and energy. You know, we have all the NA players, so like 4 of us, 3 of us being American, 3 of us live in a house together in Texas, and then Nick is also like in the same neighborhood, so we're all like around each other, go hang out and stuff. And then Alex being from Denmark adds nice like variety.
Has it been something that's been appealing to you is to stay local, to stay to your roots? Have you ever thought about going international?
I've definitely thought about it. It's not like it's an easy decision to make, and I definitely prefer to live in the US, but for the game, you know, it's almost like inevitable at this point that you have to be in Europe most of the time. Like if you're not qualifying to LANs, then you're really not like improving. You have to be in Europe, or at least, you know, now that teams are here, you can play them here, but you have to be playing the top level teams or it's just way too hard to improve. So it's definitely like a move in the future potentially, but right now it's not exactly necessary. Well, obviously qualifying for the major here is a big accomplishment. To be like, it's the first NA major since I like started playing competitively, so to make it really special.
Be honest, do you feel any pressure?
I mean, the pressure was qualifying. Maybe after making stage 2 and 3, there'd be pressure because you want to get to the arena in front of the home crowd, but right now there's no pressure the rest of the season for us. We made our goals. The first goal is just to get a couple of wins here, like hopefully make stage 2 or 3. It would set us up really nicely for the next season in terms of VRS points. If we could get any sort of like decent wins here, so just making, you know, taking a stage at a time. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice, like you're in your home country and everyone's coming here to experience it. Austin's like a great city as well, probably one of the best cities in the US, so it's nice there's a big event here for everyone to experience.
time to dash some major dreams, Hugo. Time to send some squads home. We have two teams going head-to-head here that felt a little bit underwhelming to open up their Austin run, finding themselves down 1-2 now, just a game away from elimination. How have you found, you know, this kind of weird start to the tournament you got from both Complexity and TYLOO?
Yeah, starting on TYLOO, and we'll loop back to Complexity because, you know, TYLOO underdogs in this game, and for good reason. In the two maps we've seen them lose, they just didn't look on, Harry. They just looked completely lost, individually not there. Nothing positive to talk about for TYLOO. They got banged out, back-to-back BO1s, sure, beating up on Medisport, but who hasn't so far here in Austin? They go home 0-3. And on the flip side, while Wildcard and NRG sit just a single series away from stage 2, we have a Complexity who are fighting for their lives, not just here and now, but in the follow-up day as well. So this is going to be a hard-fought battle for Complexity to try and remain on home soil.
Gonna go fast in the pistol, straight out through A main, and they run it through. Only Mosiah in the way, and they've got him pinned in at the back of the site, but he's not going anywhere. This is clean stuff. Leaving it just on G. 1v2 rolled out in front of him. Bomb away out in no man's land, and he's getting wrapped in the back of the site, doesn't know where to look, so pistol round will get secured early on the board. Complexity finds success to open up on Train.
Yeah, explosive pistol for Cole, like a pace that they set there, knowing you're starting T-side after picking Train. This has been the go-to for Cole ever since Vertigo got removed. They were masters at that map. They've brought that same proficiency to Train, and a huge part of that has been Houselock on this CTAWP. He's not here today, as we've said. Junior filling in. So going to be big boots to fill, no doubt about it. He comes through with a pistol win, a must win for Complexity. Start this train off on the right tracks. What TYLOO do we get today? Up close to main, a bit of a brawl, a bit of a bash, and they do go 1-for-1. There's still players close behind this train, though. 3 by red, so Complexity are going to have fights where they want them. JT thought he was in cover. Full blind spam through the smoke.
Cole trying to recover this one, and they've answered back nicely. It's just his scout on G. Everyone's painted up with damage, though. This scout's going to hit like an orb. Oh, yeah. G sees toes. Junior dead. And G still dancing around. Tries to go on the shot for the second player, but he can't get a handle on Nyx. Are they ready for Jam Young tucked in here? They're up and leaving. He just gets that spot off in time, so Jam Young will be ahead of them on the rotate here.
It went both ways. They saw him.
They've made it in.
I think they saw him on the minimap. They jumped over the train. They know.
Jam Young falls. And that one on a knife's edge in the 4-spy round from TYLOO. Complexity able to see it through to the very end. And yes, some fortunate stuff on the little jump up there. It feels like they got some tidbit of info to play with.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that you don't realize when someone calls off their minimap. His head was just on the screen. That's sometimes all it takes. Little red dot. Goes a long way here for Complexity after a scary mid-round where the map goes quiet. I think TYLOO brawl for A main right now, and Cole play pretty fast early in this game. So they look to keep it up. Getting those cross nades in as well. A lot of the early staging on T-side train is about denying CT's position, denying them pop dog, denying them these B pushes with early HEs and Molotovs. So if Cole set that precedent early, it's going to constrict TYLOO quite a lot. Flash through the smoke. But it seems like Cole will put this one to bed. 3-0 beginning. TYLOO have already shown a bit of a threat, but now the guns come out. Surely Cole can't keep running out A main.
I mean, I guess early on, you know, it's nice to kind of limit test the ability for squads to stop a well put together A play. Yeah, we are going to get a bit more variety out of Complexity now. No one in A main. Instead, it's all towards upper, but Jam Young's got to get aggressive to open up this round. G even took this crossover towards the pop position, and with none of those early nades to kind of harass him, he's been able to stay posted here on that AWP.
We did still see TYLOO drop 2 pre-smokes, one on B to put out the molly, Jamyoung ate the nade, and G smoked the pop dog so he could play in case there was a Molotov.
Even though there's some nice moves at the start, it's not been enough. Cole's still able to just run through this B site, and TYLOO, they're grouping for this, but they are very locked out of this round. Having to come in super late from the spawn side, relies on getting that first kill, and instead it's going to go against them. So just to save on the AWP, that's a rough round for TYLOO. Start things off with the early pick on Jamyoung, have a second player over towards B, but neither of them able to get away with anything as that hit comes through.
I'm surprised TYLOO even hung around as much as they did. Like you said, they were locked out on position, and this is going to get worse. Molly's got to come down, that's too deep. He's trapped in the corner, nowhere to go. And Cole coming for these guns. Oh, just about. TYLOO saved that AWP. But Complexity are running rampant right now on this T side. 3 fast outer hits, 1 quick B pop. Even in a 4v5, they get out scot-free. So Complexity already showing off their experience on the map there. Comfort pick of Train, winning it 9 out of 10 times this year. TYLOO still have a pretty good buy here. 2 guns saved, drop some more over. It's only Mercury taking a back seat. Straight out for Grim, but that position's Molotov. He's got nowhere to go. 4 blind in the open, bit of cover, but the main smoke comes in and Mercury does not clear his corner. Attacker will, tucked behind the box. JT comes out gunning, and Cole just keep putting pressure on this yard. Oof. Smoked himself.
That's awkward, yeah. And that is going to waste precious time. For Mosiah, he's got to slow on down now, and both teams will. Waiting for that reaction at Complexity. JT, been on this angle a very long time. I wonder if the second he looks away, that's when Jamyoung goes for the swing.
Oh, don't.
He's still holding it. He's adamant. I will stay on the... Oh, hang on a second. Turns away, but Jamyoung doesn't react yet. Waiting for that bomb to go down. Now planted. Junior's going to try and take this space away. Jamyoung rewarded for his patience. Now they know about the player over here in Pop. They're looking for him, but JT's been snuffed out on this push out through camera. Nyx can't withstand it, and finally TYLOO stick the landing on one of these retakes.
Feels like a weird push for Junior there. I think if they did it together, it would have been fine. You can play for the trade, play for the space to play your post plant, but JT moved away. He wanted to cover a main. Junior walks in. I don't know, you're like TYLOO frozen in that 3v3. You've got to be ready for them holding you. And that just begins to unravel as the rest of TYLOO wait to pounce. They get on the board, they slow it down. Nice to see TYLOO stop the pace of this game in a very important round. Cross nades for Cole come in. Look at this main control for TYLOO. They don't know how free it is right now. No one's stopping them. Pretty risky Ivy setup, and Messiah's going to walk in, but he gets his kill, and he's got cover from the AWP. If they try and chase this one, G should have it for free. Junior's patient. But he's now thrust into a very difficult situation.
I mean, with Grim coming his way, right, this peak is feeling inevitable. G will have a shot on target here over towards Ivy, and it's the AWP swinging in first. Junior found. Things go from bad to worse for Complexity in this one. That's the bomb with Grim as well, so doesn't even want to really try and attempt that trade. You know that G's already off the angle. You've missed your window to go for it. He's just looking to link back up with his teammates over here at B. They don't get in unscathed. Jam Young on the line. JT out of the round, and so Nix and Grim have to get this done in a 2-on-5. Just Grim left in the picture. Hold on a second, the ball's rolling now. Grim, 2 kills on his way to a 1v4 clutch. Gonna get that bomb planted as well. Knows where both players are coming from. Grim's got the round laid out in front of him, and he gets so close. But quelled in the 1v1, 3 kills on his way there to a 1v4 clutch. That was so clean from Grim.
Yeah, he's feeling it.
That was
right
nearly
now.
the lineup as well, right?
Yes.
Like Attacker swinging right there in front with his teammate. Oh, that nearly goes very wrong.
It's a lost round, but if anything, it's a good sign of things to come for Complexity that Grim can pull off a round like that. Very, very nice try. Oh, instant peaks, instant results, but just traded in the final chance for TYLOO keeps them in this CT side. That was money on the line as well. Feel like we're about to have a very explosive, exciting game. Maybe one of the better looks for TYLOO in this tournament after coming in cold in this first stage. It's interesting, right? Because Cole were meant to be the best North American team in this stage. TYLOO were meant to be the best Chinese team in this stage, and neither of them have lived up to that just yet. So one must pay the price with their spot in the Austin Major.
They've given Grim a hero gun on this force buy. They want to try and capitalize on the damage they did in that last round, and they've got faith in Grimathy to give them these openings. Oh, he's running it through with the AK. Grim is inspired after that last round. He's making a play here, pushing the smoke. It's a lineup for Grim, and you'd like to think he's done enough. Mercury and Attacker both wounded. The hero gun for Complexity blazes a trail into the B site and looks to put Cole firmly back in pole position. Nothing being offered to Mercury here, but he still creeps up, still creeps in. Looks for the player on the site. Good bit of time ticked off this bomb already. If they do want to go for this, they've got to go now, and they've lost Attacker in the back line. Mercury getting iced out, doesn't know where to look. And so Grim gifted an AK after a near 1v4 in the round prior. He just bails Complexity out there with a 3-piece on the opening.
Dude, that was dirty, and they set him up really well. Perfect pop flash, ruined G on this line, but he hits every shot. And they even push past Thomas Train as well to add in some chaos so he can come through this smoke. Great setup there by Grim and Sixy. And Complexity win a round they should never.
I mean, this is the type of stuff you want to see from Grim, right? He is the kind of most experienced piece to the Complexity squad, someone you've seen put up those star numbers. But kind of riding the high of that last round, they try and go fast out into this A site. They run right into the pistols. Now it's a recovery mission. Very split up here, a Complexity backstab. Gonna land on Nix. Junior and Sixy is split up. And so Sixy left fighting on his lonesome. Gets one for free.
Oh, big nade.
That's gonna find another. As Eye now falls, Sixy has single-handedly reclaimed this 2v4, bringing it back into an even odds bout. Sixy still going, and it's his time in the limelight now. After back-to-back huge rounds from Grim, Sixy reminds us that he's here, and he's got a point to prove in Austin as well. Jam Young on the wrap back. Last spotted over towards Pop Dog. It was him who got that flank onto Nix. Are they ready for this reposition?
Element of surprise is all Jam Young has. He doesn't even have his rifle out. Deagle moving in. Sixy with Junior's back covered, but they move in. Side turn, Jamyoung with a Deagle spam. 1v1, and he's read it well. He knows Junior's up close. On the site, hits the headshot, and Complexity survive. A 2v4, one out by Sixy and Junior. And Complexity keep pulling out BS rounds to stay in control. Stressful game right now. These rounds are going by very quick. I wonder if Complexity are going to lean away from just getting out A main, because the TYLOO util, I got to say, it's been pretty strong. The molly on that close Olaf box, every time someone gets there, they're full flashed out, often in the open by accident. TYLOO stemming the bleeding of this opening move for Cole. And so they go a little bit more standard, a little bit slower, popping late through the smoke.
You know, that way he dodged the early util. Sixy given a chance in that opening fight, but it's a revolving door in these highlight moments. This time it's got to come from somewhere else. Nixon, Junior, this time in a 2-on-4 as it begins. Junior left in it all alone. Jamyoung's accounted for, knowing about back in the main position. Going to get dealt with, but he's not ready for Mosiah, and so a successful fend off of this A play again from TYLOO.
Yeah, it feels like they barely need to play the inner bomb site right now. We're just having so many early A attacks. And to be fair, a lot of these are coming close. They're coming down to 1v1s. They're clutch rounds. Rounds that you could justify repeating if you're Complexity, by nature of how close they are. But Broken now, of course, forcing up just one rifle on Grim. No better guy for the job so far this game. But this will be a harder one. They've got no cross utility to stop that pop control. And for the first time in this game, TYLOO double push the pop. Also got a B main player ready to go. Complexity about to get crunched.
I mean, Grim kind of has to focus on fighting forward here. That means his teammates are the ones that have to watch pop. They learn about the SMG now. Huge pickup for Junior. Attacker also felled. Pistols find a lot of success here for Complexity. And now in a 5-on-3, a whole world rolled out ahead of them as far as they're concerned. This should be their round. G makes his way over, gonna try and help out this B site. But it's far from comfortable for Jamyoung, who's just shrunk down here on the SMG, hoping he can turn the tide. Him and G offer up kills for TYLOO. Jamyoung is still going. Grim in a box. And that leaves it all on Sixy. Advantage has crumbled away. He's coming in late on this backstab, but the more time that passes, the more TYLOO start to consider it. He's retrieved the G AWP.
Ouch.
They give him a little bit of space to make his way out into the open. One man up in the heavens, one in the sight for TYLOO. Sixy trying to close the distance, but isn't ready for that sight man. And so TYLOO 3 versus 5. That's a rough round to try and put a stop to if you're TYLOO, but they move their pieces well. Good realization from G once he's kind of showing his hand over towards Pop. He instantly rotates in through Z.
I mean, that was a mess as well. You feel like there's no way, even walking into a stack, that Cole are going to lose that, but they get isolated really well by TYLOO. G having Jamyoung's back, staying focused on the site. And Complexity, that was their force buy that felt like it was about to come through with yet another win. Instead, now they are full eco, playing for the last. If I'm Cole, I want more rounds on this T side. Felt like some of these 1v1s could have even been theirs. Not this one. TYLOO sweetened the deal. So a final shot on this T side. What pace will JT call for this last chance saloon? Been a very explosive game.
I mean, you see, like, Grim having to be very dialed in right now. He knows how important he is to the success of Complexity in these rounds. He's the one guy in double digits. He's leading the way by some margin. And so even though he's having a great game, there's no smiles for Grim here. He's the big reason they're sitting where they are, but knows that even more is required if they want to go on to win out this half, especially with, you know, one of the kind of big problems we've seen from this TYLOO squad throughout the major thus far is it feels like, you know, you're only ever getting like one proper performance per game. You never kind of had 2 or 3 players all stepping up in tandem with each other. Messiah started the tournament off all right, but the rest of the team were quiet, especially Jamyoung. As Jamyoung kind of recovered, Messiah dropped off. Finally, we're getting a good spread for TYLOO.
I like the pop push again. Goes through the nades to get here. TYLOO actually announced this as well with a smoke. Just trying to stall out the round. To go over, but Kola now slowing everything down. They're saying we can't make any moves before we've cleared this position. But a reblock available. This is going to be a late round. That's what they wanted. Oh, it gets better.
I mean, that's the best possible result they could have hoped for out of this double push out towards B, and they've completely locked Complexity out of that half of the map. That only leaves them with this A play. And with Pop corrupted, it's a very claustrophobic side of the map to try and move into, but Grim does have good space. Molly forces attacker wide. That's a Grim double entry to turn this 3-on-5 around.
They've got so much room.
Backstab for Jamyoung, picks one up for free. But Grim has been the big fixture, the man to keep an eye on. Are they able to get past him? No. Grim, gun on at the right time, 3 kills deep. The one-man army of Complexity trying to put them onto a winning half. And at nearly 20 kills deep at the end of this first half, Grim is giving it all he's got. He doesn't want this to be his final game in Austin. G left in this clutch, but it's Grim to beat. Defuse being held. G's hit the shot, and that is masterful from TYLOO's AWP. It's so close, he just gets it. G has locked in a split half for TYLOO.
Well, we prep just like any other team, right? We watch the demos, see what we think is going to work, T side, what setups we should run on CT side. So I don't think it's going to change much, honestly. I mean, we like how they play, and I think we got a good prep on our boot camp, so it should be good.
Any particular reason why you like how they play? Anything you can share with us?
Well, we're playing Train, so it's BO3s now, so we can actually play Train. So we're excited to show Train again, and I think that's just why the team's confident.
Excited to show their Train again, and one man who's really been relishing that has been Grim throughout this entire first half. This has been the guy to keep an eye on, right? Did all he could to kind of salvage this scoreline, but this is him getting shut out at the 11th hour after turning around a 3-on-5, iced out by G.
That last round.
So his hulking individual effort, you can see the frustration for Grim. And nearly 20 kills deep, it's still not a winning half yet for Complexity.
That last round really hurt when you consider the 1v4, he gets 3 kills in. That was another clutch round from Grim, and it felt like he'd already done enough. But G puts the clutch on him right back. And TYLOO have done a pretty good job to save this game. CT side, 4 rounds in a row right at the end. Gives him a hell of a shot. Complexity definitely have the depth, they have the experience on this map. But TYLOO have a chance.
I was lurker in Fluxo.
No, they cooked up on this T-side pistol. We got 2 players still waiting Ivy main side. Junior with a lot of space.
Like switch from those two.
TYLOO show face towards B.
Yeah, it's quite different. When you are a lurker, you're...
This should surely be an outer split. That's big info for Junior. So tell his team not to stress about this B bomb site. And they're rotating JT out as we speak.
Something like that, it's a lot of actions in your field.
Just that one info of a player T-spawn. Look what it's done to the setup. Cole are prepared.
Swing and miss from JT, but it doesn't matter as long as they go right into Junior's duel. Berettas, that was meant to be where the ball gets rolling. Instead, as has often been the case, it's going to come down to Grim over here at the red train. He's overran, he's overwhelmed. Shots hit by Jam Young and Mercury. TYLOO looking to move into pole position. They were 2-6 down in this game. And if they can get past Nyx, they're on their way to a winning ticket. Running him down, G with the wide swing seals the deal on that pistol for TYLOO.
G just being the hero again for this team. Realizing Nyx's backside, calling to chase him together, faking that plant out. And they just keep the pressure on. TYLOO have kind of just been non-stop this game. Always pushing the issue, always coming through the util. Never letting Complexity relax or close these clutches. It's almost cost them, but almost doesn't cut it for Cole. Onto a force buy now. Grim, 20 kills. Feeling like he has to do everything right now, and even when he does, they're still losing rounds. Can Complexity find salvation in a force buy? TYLOO don't jump the gun. And if Nyx dies, this B site is in big trouble. They have to crunch this on a good timing. They have to go together. 4 players here.
Oh, Nyx hesitates.
Oh, he would have had it as well.
And they're going to go back, clean up his mates in the pop dog. Nyx now in this one all alone. And there's the reaction. TYLOO are ready for that exact move. Only Junior remains now. And they're out through a main. Junior's been spotted. Gonna have a chance to find one on this scout, but that bomb just gets away from him. And so TYLOO looking to stick the landing on this conversion.
What the fuck, bro? G's having fun.
Didn't expect that.
No, out of nowhere.
What a vibe change. That makes a lot of sense, right? They were 6-2 down getting bullied. They haven't dropped a round since that point.
Oh, God.
Last 6 rounds straight for TYLOO.
This crunch, just, again, Nyx had a chance, but maybe he wanted his pop players to contact first, and he just missed the timing. And, yeah, Grim is getting frustrated.
I mean, you've very much seen the frustration building up as the game's gone on, right? This is kind of a bit of a sad thing to see. Grim doing all he can and really feeling that burden of having to be the superstar. He's putting up massive numbers, but even then, it's not being enough for Complexity.
Yeah, and TYLOO.
And you know, it's a big deal for NA players to get to play in this major. If you were on Complexity heading into it, you kind of were assuming you're the NA team to try and make the deep run, to try and fly the flag.
And, you know, I'll say there's still time for this to change for Junior in this game. Like, he's not had T-side orbs, right? Cole were playing very fast in that first half. I think it's actually really hard T-side to slot in for Junior, but he needs to have impact immediately on the CTAWP. He's not going to have it in this round unless they drop it over, I don't think. But the thing is, even though we don't see Junior like make massive mistakes, he hasn't really been a huge problem for this team. He's also not exerting any pressure or any dominance in these games we've seen for Complexity, and that's Halzuk's thing, man. He is such a reigning terror on, especially on the CT side for Complexity. He had so much pressure to his opponent, and we've yet to really see that for Junior, a different style of player. And so, okay, Nyx has bought him an AWP, and to be honest, it needs to start, because Grim can't do this alone. He can't do it at all. 3 players dead in 5 seconds. This round is already over. 60 trying to fight for it, 1-for-1, and poor Junior is locked out behind the smoke by virtue of position. He doesn't have a choice in this round. Does hit that cross shot, bomb dropped. But they know where he is. They've got him boxed in. There's nowhere for Junior to go. Trying to provide a path to escape. Junior hits a second, and maybe we're cooking after all.
I mean, this would be a hell of a time for Junior to find his voice in this game. Molly's nearly burnt Jam Young into the open. Oh, that's clean for Junior, but he can't find the last man.
That's the story of this game right now. Close, but not enough for Complexity. Another 1v4 that comes down to the final man, and they still can't shut it down. A very nice try for Junior, undeniably. But TYLOO are just not afraid to re-swing in every one of these rounds. Like, look at that confidence peak in the 1v1 on the bomb site to just go for it. No fear for Jam Young. TYLOO keeps streaking, 8 in a row. He's clear.
Oh, Grim making more aggro moves.
He's not ready for this, though. That's not a position.
He's not ready for it, sure, but also it's not going to catch him. He doesn't have to go that way, and so he's just going to deep flank onto this B site. Grim right now has the round in the palm of his hands. He's 20 kills deep. Grim is playing out of his mind, and he's taking all these risks, making all these aggressive moves, because he knows he has to be the guy to make a difference, and he is in position to do so. Grim, with the trigger discipline, knows that one kill won't cut it, but after so much time, feels like he has to take it, and that's when G finds him. That backstab, just netting the 1 kill. Gun now lost as well for Complexity. Can anyone else be the hero? Grim looking on, feeling like he could have saved this round. Shot from the junior scout, but it's 60 swinging wide to try and bring Complexity back in after this 8-round hiatus on Train. Their home map, the one they've always looked to play, and it's only Messiah between them and that goal.
Not like this.
25 seconds left to play with. Time is not on his side. He's done good damage. Nerves are setting in for Complexity, but 15 seconds between them and finally getting this round over the line. They don't want him to fight them here. Messiah moving in, ready for the player back in Z. It's 60 swinging out to save the day.
Because JT's probably saying, on me, peek at 60, peek on me. They've lost so many of these close rounds.
Yeah.
If 60 dies there, that's super winnable. But he saves the day, 3 kills, and I understand why Grim just takes a shot. He feels like he can't hold this forever. He doesn't know where the players are. Is a player walking behind him? Are they all in pot? That was a scary round for Grim.
I'm trying to take some peeks on him, bro. Don't worry, boy.
Wow.
I mean, the vibe between Grim versus 60 is wildly different right now.
Look, Cole have a chance. That's what that round gives them. They break the streak of TYLOO. 8 rounds in a row. Can they break the economy as well, which would tie up this game almost immediately? This round hits like 2 for Complexity. Grim, 4 flashed. But no punish for TYLOO, they just block. Audacious position. TYLOO look interested in that B hit. Got 2 players committed. And that will fake you out as well. That will make you very paranoid. Not now, but later in the round before this B play comes through. 40 seconds, missed molly for TYLOO. They've still got to hit it.
Cole realize now this is the B play. They're bringing everyone back, but this B hold has to withstand the incoming TYLOO hit, and it crumbles after 1. Junior is the first man on the scene, though, and his AWP keeps things even.
Wow.
Only for a moment.
Ballsy push.
Attacker gets up in his face. Bomb now planted, and Complexity of an awkward decision to make. Do they go for this? Do they risk everything on a 2-on-3? Or do they head into this next round with just these guns to work with? Grim attempts to make his move now, but cut out through the connector. And Stixie just too far away. TYLOO move up onto 11. This is a Complexity home map. One they've looked to have in their pool from the moment it was brought in. One that they have a phenomenal track record on. And they are getting thrown around here, and they have been for the last 10 rounds since that 6-2 lead.
Yeah, it's definitely a game that if you watch back for Cole, you go, hey, we could have won this, we were in this, all these clutch rounds, all these close moments. But fact of the matter is, a map you were just on a 10-win streak prior to Melbourne might be the beginning of your downfall here at the major. Without Train in this series for Complexity, it feels dead on arrival. And we've seen off days for TYLOO, but this is not one of them. Some unbelievable shots being hidden by Attacker, who's been nowhere in this tournament so far. Messiah playing like the player we know he is. TYLOO, it's right there for the taking right now. Breaking Cole's money like that. And even Complexity know how unrealistic this buy is. They eco. Oh,
that is a crazy transfer.
A couple of
out
those
of Attacker.
Oh dear, get him out. Get him out of here. Whoa. What do you do about this? And to be honest, I do feel for Junior because he's been Ivy on this CT side. Like, we've seen so many rounds where TYLOO just find 2-3 opening picks and not in his position. And he's stuck in another unwinnable 1v5. So TYLOO, 12 rounds. Sitting pretty. Junior tasked with looking for that AK and A main.
Terrorists win. I mean, you know, this is supposed to be sacred ground for Complexity. This is where they were supposed to have a surefire win in the series, you would have felt like, with some of the squads they've been able to take down on Train and how long it's been a staple of their pool. With Inferno coming up next, it gets very nerve-wracking right here at the Major. This hasn't been a nice map for Complexity. Lost to NRG there in a very, very close game over Fluxo.
I mean, TYLOO have never played a team other than Chinese teams on this map. And they're playing arguably the best, or one of, on Train, and they're making it look easy.
I mean, now's the time to screw your head on. If you don't find success here, if you don't call the best round you've got right now, Train is over, and you're left to the mercy of TYLOO's Inferno. Junior with aggression, gonna net that opening for Complexity. It's not a bad way for this to start, but there's more miles to cover. 5 on 4. Job's not done yet. Jam Young left to the lurk outside of B, while the rest of the gang group up on the Ivy side.
They bail Grim out with that Molotov there. Attacker doesn't swing on his, but Grim just walks right in. And Attacker is sharp right now, 21 kills. TYLOO just start flooding this out of sight.
Look, Grim did all he can to kind of keep Complexity in this game, and now it's down to the rest of them to pick up the pieces. Junior and Sixy are living up to that at least. G's got 40 seconds to try and find a blinder here out through Ivy. Bomb on his back, that's the only thing going his way, and Sixy looking on from back 6. G gonna swing him or find success. 3v1 turn 2v1, second by second, losing players. Good move there to extinguish the molly. Don't give G the fight he was hoping for. Is he going to try and run this B? That's mad.
He's got it.
G's got faith in his timings here. We'll have that plant down with about a second to spare. G has outmaneuvered Complexity, but does that give him enough room in this clutch? First player spotted, but he's getting pushed down the ramp. G's not ready for it. Backing up right in the nicks. Complexity live to fight another day as they ice out G on his way to a 1v3 clutch.
Terrifying when he gets that slip through connector. Nice move for G. Also like to see Junior say, like, screw this game plan. Like, I've had one AWP. This is my second AWP in the whole map, and I've sat Ivy every round of the CT side. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna force some kills. And walks all the way up pop with the AWP dry, gets himself 2 frags, able to get out and play the 2v1. So nice to actually see the AWP take some real estate, force a play. 4 rounds is the difference right now, but they have been thin and far between for this Complexity squad. All expectation on TYLOO being able to close out with 4 more opportunities to do so.
I haven't thrown it in a while, but it's gonna be the old one we used to have. It's not gonna be
They've got buys as well. Money not really the problem for TYLOO. They keep getting plants, they keep getting buys.
They wanted to try and deny this B space. That's the util they've lobbed in early. That's the one you heard them talking about there when we cut back to the player cams, but they end up feeding the G AWP.
Now you're really spread.
Yeah,
2-2.
In that last round, it was Junior's AWP that helped find that early 5v4, but now it's gone against them. Once more at the hands of the G AWP.
Nice to see them just go straight back to the pop push. It's something Cole have done 2 or 3 times this half. They just got a round off of it, and JT does it kind of alone. So just offers TYLOO this kill with no option to get out, no option to trade. Grim's gambling. They are reliant on the B hit. Otherwise, this is TYLOO taking Complexity's pick. They might force the kill early. That's just more for TYLOO. Fed the beast of Jam Young. 5 on 3. There should be no saving this round.
I mean, look, the one guy in the right place is Grim, but as he swings out into upper, he does not like what he sees. Complexity and their home map of Train looking to get torn away from them as once more Junior is left in an unwinnable clutch. TYLOO 2-6 down on the back foot throughout the opening stages of this game. launch one hell of a comeback.
Oh my.
And Complexity have been bullied here on a place they usually call home. They don't feel welcome on train anymore. Their fates in Austin at this major left hanging in the balance as TYLOO run them down in the train yard and sit just one map away from eliminating Complexity.
The first time TYLOO have faced any opposition outside of China on this very map and against Complexity, that's a team that is meant to be calling this one home turf. Unfortunately, not the case today. We might have got a little bit baited into thinking this was going to be a competitive affair after that first half, but as soon as TYLOO move on to that T side, it's theirs through and through.
That's mega disappointing if you're Complexity. All the credit in the world to TYLOO for playing a good game of Counter-Strike. First half, as you said, very competitive, very much back and forth. We thought that Complexity were going to run away with it. Looked like that in the beginning. Second half, Peter, Complexity, again, got nothing to show for CT side train. They said coming into the game that that's their comfort pick. That's going to be a kickstarter for that tournament. Every time I watch Complexity and every time I've seen them now on day 3 as well, I'm left disappointed. I'm not going to lie.
The only one that's putting up the numbers for Complexity here was Grim. I think Grim was instrumental in getting that many rounds. If it wouldn't have been for Grim, I think it would have been an even bigger blowout. And for Complexity to go out and lose their comfort pick this way, I actually thought coming into this game, the fact that they could come into this game and having Train as a comfort pick and maybe thriving off this could be something that could go in the way of Complexity. But it still falls flat. You know, Grim did everything he could to just try and get things going for himself. He almost got a 1v4 going here. We saw Grim get multiple openings, but also multiple frags. He was the one that kept Complexity in the game beginning, and Complexity, they wanted to avoid getting this bad start. They actually got a good start here, but in theory, it was just not enough.
And that's what's extra disappointing about this, right? Not only did Adren say kind of prior to coming into this game in the interview saying, finally, we get to play Train. We feel so goddamn comfortable on it. Not only do we get Grim showing up in that first half, still was not enough to give Complexity any room to work with.
No, and there's two different ways at looking at this. Not enough to win the map, that's one thing. Not enough to even make it competitive. Not enough to even apply pressure to TYLOO. Not enough to even make them sweat or make us think that, ooh, TYLOO is not going to win this map. It felt like a very one-sided affair from the moment the second half started. And to me, that's the most disappointing thing. One thing is losing. That can happen. It's a best of 3. It's the opening map. Let's not over dramatically conclude anything just yet. But it's the fashion they lose in. It's the way they walk away from the booth as well. Completely dead looks on all the players. There's no one, trying to hype each other up. There's no one, trying to pick up the mood. It just feels like Complexity, for some reason, losing Halsey coming into this major, have lost all the aura that, I say all the aura, they lost that little aura they had coming into the tournament.
And this match, it ended with a desk slam from Complexity. That's not the sign you want to have going forward to the next game.
Let's talk about how the first half ended, though, because this was just yet another moment from TYLOO to show us that they were really here to play, right?
Yeah, I love the fact that we get to see a bit of G magic. Yeah, I mean, we saw it firstly at Pro League some months ago, but yesterday and day 1, he wasn't playing up to par. He was missing a lot of shots. But this clutch coming in from G, very crucial moment. It's 6-5 right now for Complexity, and G is left in what will be a tough scenario. The bomb has gone down. Grim, again, as we spoke about, had a fantastic first half. Look at this. Grim is at 19 kills. He finished it at 21, so he completely stopped shooting. That's a big part of the reason. He does a good job right here, isolating and knowing where both of the players are. And then I gotta be honest, 60 just swinging out like that, that's a little bit too easy. Leaves Grim to himself. He has to peek because he has no clue whatsoever if G is sticking to the bomb or not. There's a world, Peter, where both of them peeks out at the same time. You're up against an AWP. It is basically, and I say this out loud, it is basically unlosable.
G won the round by obviously hitting a shot, but I think Complexity just completely misplayed it. If they, as you mentioned, would have swung together, he has an AWP hero and gets to get one shot off, then they just traded out. It felt like they were so convinced that they were unaware of the second player, and clearly he was not. And ultimately, it just makes Complexity look stupid.
And that's the thing. It wasn't just that moment, like the Complexity were looking disjointed, right? There's so many instances of it. And maybe, okay, you're coming in with a standard. Maybe things aren't going to be quite as clean. But they had 3 weeks of practice with Junior. Let's not forget that, number one. And it's only one guy, right? Like, it shouldn't be throwing you off that much in terms of your team atmosphere, surely.
No. And obviously, this is a very far-fetched, comparison to make. Junior is no Monacy. But look at Falcons. It took them 1 week of practice to be the second best team in the world. So it is possible to slot in a new player and remain competitive. It is possible to slot in a new player and not lose all that you stand for, to be completely honest. So that's why I'm disappointed as well. I think Halsey, obviously a better player than Junior. Complexity most likely would have looked better, but it does feel like they've just lost faith in whatever they came in here with just because of Junior coming in.
And if we're looking at TYLOO, we have Mosea playing well. You know, he is also one of the rookies that we have actually started paying attention to coming into this tournament. He is actually just below Tenier in his ratings. He's a guy that has been very instrumental for TYLOO making it, I mean, I wouldn't say this far in the tournament so far, but he's the one that's actually been stepping it up. He's a guy that has been going out getting a lot of good frags, and he has a lot of good moments. He seems to be a guy to be looking out for, you know, and having a guy that is a rookie coming out of Asia and coming in with such dominant force as he's doing right now, it's a good sign for them.
I'm scared. Look at the body cam from him, right? We see this highlight package, and he's killing left, right, and center. He's winning rounds left, right, and center. He doesn't break a sweat at all. Like, he doesn't give you any facial expression. He's not celebrating. He's not mad. He's not sad. He's nothing. He's just a stone-cold killer, and I love that from him. He's a rookie. He's young, as you said, coming into the tournament. We highlighted him on day one, and so far he's been the best performer and the most consistent performer within the TYLOO camp, and he's doing that without showing any sort of emotion. So, to me, that's a great sign. He's just a stone cold killer.
Is there any words that you'd use to kind of classify him stylistically, Dupree? Anything you've particularly noticed that kind of gives him the edge in terms of that consistency?
I think one of the classic things with the players coming out of the Asia region is that they're like, mechanically wise, they're just like super gifted. I mean, they know how to control their mouse, but what I feel like they've always seemed to be lacking is maybe the tactical depth or the understanding of how to maybe play situations, or, you know, rely on getting ahead of games or playing the situation correctly. I think that is where they maybe lack, and probably still lack some. I don't think it's ever been a case where the Asian region has not been able to hit headshots, because that's also what you see with the Mongols. They are like super mechanically gifted, and they are super strong team. I think obviously TYLOO is below them, but I get a resemblance of when I'm watching some of the TYLOO players, like they are really on point with their mechanical skills.
Is that sometimes, not to go on a tangent here, but is that sometimes the case of, like, you know, particularly when we're looking at the VRS ranking system, obviously TYLOO aren't getting that many opportunities now to go and play outside of their region. Like, obviously back in the day for you, regional CS was like, it was really easy to spot where a team came from in terms of that playstyle. Do you think that's still something that's kind of guilty of maybe happening today when you aren't exposed to kind of the plethora of playstyles to actually play against? It's probably one thing watching a demo, but it's another thing actually having to go up against that, right?
That's for sure. I mean, like, nowadays it seems like teams are just stealing left, right, and center from each other. It's like they look at each other's playstyle. And right now, the team to look for is Vitality. So everyone's looking like, what is Vitality doing great? And when you start looking, when you prepare for a game, for let's say the team that you're kind of unfamiliar with, then you maybe look at TYLOO, and then you're like, okay, this playstyle kind of reminds me of how maybe FaZe or maybe the way that Vitality, like, they have the same kind of tactics. You know, it's just like sometimes it just goes like copy paste, and that's what I think is the reason why the Asian region has also improved, is that, you know, the amount of data they get from the other teams, it's so easy to just go and copy and paste it, try and implement your players into the actual tactic, and then just run it from there. And then if you, on top of that, already have players that are mechanically gifted, that is where you actually start seeing improvements.
The gap is closing, and I think the Mongols is the best example we can give. You know, that's a team that a couple of years ago bought into, I wouldn't say the European way of playing Counter-Strike, because they still rely a lot on the individuals. They still have the identity of an Asian team, but they have bought into certain aspects of European Counter-Strike, and I think the rest of the Asian scene are looking towards the Mongols right now and saying, like, that's what we should copy. So the gap between Asian Counter-Strike and European Counter-Strike is way smaller than it was 5, 6, 7 years ago.
And that gap also sadly closing for Complexity. TYLOO 1-0 up in this series. Inferno awaits to see if they'll progress after this. Complexity potentially on death's door, and things aren't exactly looking up for them as we move on to the second map of this best of 3, because this is TYLOO's map pick of Inferno. Dupree, tell me the numbers, tell me the stats to back that point up.
TYLOO has played it an awful lot. Sure, there's probably a lot of domestic matchups, but they have played it 20 times the last 3 months, whereas Complexity has only played it 6 times. Of course, I'm looking to divert it into that Complexity's favorable map was Train. Now we go into probably TYLOO's favorable map, and the fact that Complexity lost their own, we've seen before that teams can go back and win their opponent's map pick, so I'm not going to rule out Complexity, but I'm also at a stage where I feel like TYLOO might not let this one slip.
Yeah, I'm afraid on behalf of Complexity as well. To be completely honest, as I said, every time I've seen them play Counter-Strike so far, it's been disappointing, to say the least. So what gives me beliefs, what gives me confidence that they're going to change it around now on Inferno versus TYLOO? Nothing. Yeah, I can point to one thing, you know, where it's like, that's the key to victory, or that's, you know, a glimmer of hope they gave me on Train. It's all about Grim right now playing well, but even him, you know, posting 113 ADR wasn't enough to even make the game competitive. So I'm afraid on behalf of Complexity, they will have to show a different face from now on and for the rest of the tournament. Otherwise, I'm quite certain that they will be eliminated in an hour's time.
Damn, never hired Jacob as your motivational speaker, I guess. Are you pulling on to any strings that might give you some hope that Complexity could push this to a third, or is it done?
I mean, Grim is the optional choice. You're like, he's the one that you need to go for. Like, they need Grim to continue doing what he did on Train, but maybe just at an even bigger scale. Apart from that, maybe also getting Junior into the fold and also getting a lot of opening kills. I think that could actually change things. If they can get off to the same start as they did on Train, there is a case, but I'm still worried. Like, Complexity just looks like a team that lost it and in a position where it's a little bit out of control.
I'll give the viewers something to look out for. You know, look at the body language of Complexity. Regardless of them winning or losing the first 4 or 5 rounds, look at the body language. If they win, are they hyping each other up? Are they trying to spare in some energy into the lineup? Are they trying to change the course of what has been a very, you know, we're watching it over here, a very dead mood so far in the booth? If not, they'll lose, you know. They need some energy, they need some motivation, they need to believe in this project. And so far, the way they walked away from the booth after losing on Train, that looked like a dead team. That looked like a team that was facing the consequences of playing poor Counter-Strike, which results in elimination at a tournament of this caliber.
Yeah.
So I'm almost willing to tell the viewers out there that if you look out for the first, let's say, 3 or 4 rounds, if the body language and the mood doesn't change, Complexity will be eliminated. If not today, then tomorrow anyway.
As Dupree pointed out, you know, ended with a death slam and Complexity walk off, and that's it. That's not the vibes you want to be ending a map on. When you're coming into this new one, though, for the side of TYLOO, going to be starting on the T side of things. Obviously, great T side that we saw posted on that map of Train. Anything else that we should be maybe looking towards for TYLOO?
I mean, TYLOO should obviously just play with the confidence that they've already shown. I mean, it's a map that they're very familiar with. It's a map they've played an awful lot, and also in a position where now they are up 1-0, like they eliminated, in my opinion, probably Complexity's strongest card coming into this series. And I think that's in itself is a lot of like a confidence boost out of TYLOO, you know. And TYLOO is also a team that maybe haven't gotten the start to this tournament that they wanted. By eliminating somewhat favorite maybe of Complexity could also spark another into them, and I think Jacob touched on the whole thing about the mood inside the Complexity camp. It just feels off, whereas if you look at the TYLOO camp, whenever they win rounds, whenever they have good plays, you know, they hype up each other, which is very important. Like, energy inside of this tournament is gonna make or break the deal for them.
Play with pace. Rush Banana in the gun round, you know. Rush Banana in the first buy round. Do an A execute out of Palace, you know, in the first buy round. Put some of those individuals from Complexity that hasn't been able to deliver. Put them on the spot, you know. Put them in a situation where they need to get a double kill in order to salvage around for Complexity. And I think TYLOO will do exactly that.
And that's what I'm so scared for Complexity, right? We saw TYLOO playing with conviction, playing with confidence on a map that they had never faced, you know, a competitor outside of Asia, right? Like, that's why we're so worried for this Complexity roster, right? You think it's over right now?
I'm leaning towards it being over. I said coming into the game that Complexity should win the game, but they've shown me nothing so far this tournament. So yeah, get them out, move on. Well,
question is it the end of road for Complexity? Harry, Hugo, what do you think?
It's feeling a little rough, isn't it? For the Texas-based squad of Complexity just down the road out in Dallas, this is not where they wanted to find themselves. Staring down the barrel of elimination now and going onto your opponent's map pick. That's where you have to offer up the resistance. Oh, that's even more rough for Complexity.
Yeah, and the odds have flipped pretty heavily as well, considering this is, as the desk was saying, a home map for TYLOO, a map they've absolutely loved to play, even more so than Cole on Train, right? This year alone, in the last 3 months, 17-3, coming off the back of an 8-win streak, actually playing some non-Chinese teams as well. They even beat down on Na'Vi on this map, back at EPL. So TYLOO have the track record on Inferno, and that is not a good sign for a Complexity that are capitulating in front of your very eyes. It's got to be Grim. It already was on Train, and even that was not enough.
They're going to come through with a bit of aggression to open up this map.
Oh my god.
Decisive strike over in mid. As back and forth. We end up in this 2-on-2. JT steals himself away, hoping to be the difference maker, but gets toppled. Junior left in this, moves in to a lost site, bomb getting planted. TYLOO, how do they want to play this? Will it just be a case that they count down and swing together? Yeah, both out in the open now. They're given a chance to get into these post plants, and things get even harder for Junior. Attacker, 4 kills deep in the pistol. On for the ace, swing from the pit, and Attacker gets all 5. This guy wants to send Complexity home today.
Yeah, dude, he's playing out of his mind. Some of the transfers we saw on Train are unbelievable for Attacker, and TYLOO are just down to scrap in every one of these rounds, going 5 wide, out middle, meeting Complexity there. And of course, all 5 from Attacker, just to sweeten the deal. What a time to show up. He's been a shadow so far in Austin of himself. 2 dominant losses for TYLOO. 1 win over an 0-3 team. But making a statement against a Complexity with aspirations, expectations, but still a stand-in. It hasn't felt like the Complexity we've been seeing this year. Got to play their best Inferno yet, with their lifeline dangling. This is TYLOO's most played map. Confident B contact play with 4 players into 1 man.
Good timing on the mid-aggress at least, but yeah, if Grim doesn't get away with anything here, it's just going to seal the deal on the round. He falls instantly, nothing done. With a heavy A-lean employed from Complexity, they'll be left saving. I'm going to let this force buy slide on past. And I mean, even this is a rough way to open, right? You immediately kind of get taken back to the train yards, the beating they just took there. It's still more success for TYLOO, and there's even more to come.
Some guns saved, Galil, and a chance in the follow-up here for Complexity, but for the most part, still waiting for that loss bonus to kick in.
Just save, guys. Save. Grab that. 757 in mid.
Good round for a gamble. A lot of noise made in Banana, but Complexity go back to stack A. Hoping TYLOO just walk in. They are searching on both sides, though. All it takes is a rogue player to just walk into the B bomb site for info, and TYLOO will know.
They just left Banana. Crunch out in the top mid. Complexity bring the fight to TYLOO. That's a hell of a turn on from G. Will get run down after the double.
They read it.
Messiah 1v2 made it out stealthily through the apartments. He's got 30 seconds left to play with, but a smoke down. Bomb dropped over in mid.
It's a long flank. Would he really go B if he gets this bomb? Would he make that call right now?
They have both left it. Going back to play through the apartment. Smoke now on this bomb. But 15 seconds? Messiah, does he even have time for this? Trying to run now, but it won't happen. They give chase, and he's not winning this round. Complexity, they get a cooking on this low econ round. The saved guns, all they had to play with. Decision to crunch mid, and they meet TYLOO in the middle, prepared to die on that hill if needed.
Exactly. I'm glad they committed because they were 4v2 up, and you could have called to stop there. Two low players go in, they get lined up, and it's so important that they keep going because that's what drops the bomb on the final player in middle. Last guy is out of position, flanking apps, and Cole gets a reset. Nice reset from them as well. Giving away the bomb, knowing time wasting is the goal, and they win it on the clock. So Complexity, huge round to win with a 5-man A stack. No orb yet for G. But Junior's got his. Triple B and staying for Complexity. Junior's yet to fire it. He rotates after his nades. JT already showing a good bit of faith in Grim on this B bomb site solo, leaving him multiple rounds on his own. It's a very hard role if TYLOO were to full commit. Right now they're kicking up dust in middle, making their intentions pretty clear. Grim has no more ways to block the B bomb site. Looks like a mid to B split.
Ooh, that's nice stuff for Junior. Orbs repelled that split out through mid. It's only Grim over towards B, but that AWP is making its way back around. Junior gonna get here in time with that re-smoke in at the top of Banana. TYLOO had to respect it, now playing contact. Guns have been spotted, Junior's hit another. Grim allowed to play his hand now, will get bested. Attackers made it in, and Junior doesn't want to get caught overextending here. The advantage is all Complexity have. 3-on-2. Still keeping the pressure on, but trying to walk that fine line.
Oh, no.
Aggression out of Attacker thins the herd even further. And he'll make it all the way back into the dark position. A lot of time picked off this bomb already. Attacker dives back in for a little bit more. 60 does get the better of him and takes it one step further. It's going to be real close, but defuse held. Complexity just narrowly squeak that one past TYLOO.
Oh, it's a bit of a waste for Attacker. He did so well to set up that round of kill in CT when he heard Junior reloading, but re-peeking twice, he got out with once. He could have lived. Decided to go back in instead of playing off his teammate, and Complexity are able to isolate. Nice shots for Junior on long as well. That's a bit of a mistake. It's going to cost them the post plant. TYLOO actually going to be conservative here and take the eco while we're still early game. TYLOO kind of given Banana in this CT side, in this T side so far, not had any challenge for it from Complexity other than early utility, because we're seeing more so Cole play these A stacks. Feels like TYLOO has a read on that. They're not afraid of going for these just flat out B hits. I think the big problem there is they smoke themselves off. Miss that CT smoke. triple molly in banana. TYLOO go late, and Cole flash themselves back in. Finally looking to scrap for this control.
Still, this has been very resource intensive on the B side of the map for a long time now, right? The kind of contact or the illusion of it drew a third player back over, and so for the time being, it's just a two-man hold for Complexity over an A. Gotta be another big round from Junior on this AWP. He's gone after one. Teammate overran. The pistols have broken through the defense. And that B stack now arrives, smoke blowing open there. Made the first incision. But things can still get weird. Gonna catch a reposition. Mercury left in this one, but a dink down range finishes off Grim. 2 shots left in the M4. He's got to put a fresh mag in, and that's when JT's spotted now. Will get the better of him. JT keeps Complexity in this one, seals the deal on that 1v1 head-to-head, and locks in the lead for Complexity. The captain getting it done in the 1v1.
Must-win round as well. JT's been a bit quiet individually in this series. Didn't really get up to much on Train. So saving Cole from an eco win on TYLOO. This is what they were doing when we last saw them in Europe, right? These quick apps, pops, these short plays with really good layered flashes, catching a lot of teams off guard. Complexity go 1 for 1, but it's enough as the retake comes in. Only an eco for TYLOO. Now they've got the big guns out. Complexity want to bring the heat. They want to lay down the pain. Fast down middle. Bit of a statement. They see that flash as well. They know there's a player on the ramp. But JT gets spammed through the smoke. Will that beckon them in? Right through the smoke to Grim. 4v2 in a minute. TYLOO stalled out.
I mean, the way that Grim has been playing all game long has kind of embodied what you've seen from him in this round. It's been a lot of aggression, trying to constantly, you know, press the advantage, seek out as much destruction as possible on these very aggro plays. And in the beginning, that came from, you know, him wanting to be the difference maker, feeling like he had to be the difference maker. Here on Inferno, though, it's been more of a team effort.
Ooh. Looked crazy.
But it shouldn't get too much more exciting than that.
I mean, Inferno's got to be a team effort, right? Like, one-man army only goes so far on a map like this. It's very hard to solo carry. Your anchors have got to be reliable. So Mazai will save, and Cole will get up to 4 rounds. This would be a hell of a way to flip the series on its head if they were to steal TYLOO's home map the same way TYLOO stole theirs, but we are very early here. Nyx died after the round as well. So Cole aren't quite out of the woods yet.
I mean, for Cole, the problem hasn't been getting to these like winning positions. It's kind of holding on to them, right? They had that 6-2 lead back on Train. Even then, they had many rounds in there where it felt like they were so close to winning them.
I like this play. He's got to be scared of alt mid, though.
He's certainly put himself out there more since getting onto this second map. You even started to see a bit more of it down the tail end of Train.
Just felt too late at that point. And to be fair, he only had orbs towards the end of the map. He had no T-side orbs, or rather 1 T-side orb, and yeah, barely got it going on the CT side either. It was too late. Careful, JT. All alone, committed, and they're over the smoke. They can walk through on the car. Young testing, and he gets the kill. No business with that opener.
That's really awkward. JT was solo B playing that position as well. Grim had just peeled off. Now it's the scramble back over. He's thanking his lucky stars here that TYLOO didn't go quickly after getting that first kill. Still, a hulking individual effort will be needed. They've already wrapped in through the spawn. They choose that as their path to fight with this deep CT smoke in.
Old school strat. I would have liked to see Grim drop that Molotov, right? He knew there's a window that TYLOO could just pop into B. I guess he felt he had timing, but they just run in. And his molly just goes out nowhere, even gets extinguished by a smoke.
Bro, that was even, I just noticed there was like a second smoke lobbed in as well from TYLOO, the one that lets you like cross into pool.
That's where his
with
molly
the
landed.
deep CT smoke.
Yeah, that's literally, that's
like the old like Fury.
Fnatic. Oh, yeah, Fury did it, yeah. Fnatic did it back in the day, and then Fury were doing it a lot during the online era.
Yeah.
It's a nice eco strat as well, sending pistols through spawn. And to be fair, I mean, Cole was just completely under-defended. JT alone, Banana, is kind of crazy. Especially when the whole map is quiet. And then, yeah, Grim doesn't block. I think even if he does, they smoke and go anyway. Still a sick kill for Jam Young, but the whole round is reliant on JT in that position.
What? Save, baby.
Just save.
Frustrating round to lose. And TYLOO, they've got tricks, man. You can't deny that.
Yeah.
That's why I like these short pops that they even almost won. Junior does it again, but player running back dodges. Oh, good break for TYLOO. Gets him an answer after Grim's smoke spam.
Oh, this is a little wild for JT.
Yeah.
As that solo B player now, he's got to be a far safer pair of hands than that. He's backed out of Banana. Actually going to trade places with 60.
Oh, Junior, he's missed it again, but could have been a huge kill to find in middle. They see the AWP, they go back to B because it's been so reliable. Bomb is in apartments, don't forget. TYLOO are trying to force JT's rotation back. 60's only got a Molotov, so we may see Complexity panic in this moment. It's a great grenade, max damage, but do they bite down on this play? Will they fall for the fake? JT hasn't wavered yet. Molly goes in. Second player moving over. Apps contact now.
Nix has no reason to leave. Swinging on in, though. He will fall. Junior had some swings and misses, but this is the round on a platter. If he can drop the bomb, that's it. It's over. Complexity, they're safe. If he falls, suddenly TYLOO are on, but that's a wild shot out of Junior.
Wait.
G. Bomb retrieved, just time to get it planted. Junior thought he'd done enough. TYLOO is still in with a chance. G's kept it open. This is a wild round. It's just Mercury, but he got the spot on this mid flank. Going back down in the mid now, he should have the backstab. 60's not looking this way. This kill is free. Mercury's picked it up. And now down to the 1v1. A bomb planted for Mercury, and it looks like he wants to play quickly here. JT moving in, has to tap this bomb, and that's when Mercury swings. You could feel the intent there. Mercury wanted to fight straight away, leave nothing to chance. TYLOO with a tie game, and Junior so close to locking in that round for Cole, but a second's difference on that bomb plant. TYLOO come up with the goods.
Full spammed as well, like that kill right there. Look at the wallbang for G, it's miraculous. And the captain on captain clutch comes up for Mercury. Instant peek off the tap. No rest for Complexity. They are full broke. And TYLOO, this is where they can pick up some steam. Flash play for Cole. Molly smoked. It should be okay. They line up for G, and he's on for 4 in the round. Easily done for TYLOO. Lucky he didn't get that after all. Timeout for Complexity. Can't blame them. 8 rounds for TYLOO, and we say goodbye to the Texas-based team here in Austin. One of the favorites to make it through this stage, one of the most picked.
Yeah, and even with, Junior having a stand in here for this Complexity squad, you felt like you had the breadth of talent needed to get through in this Complexity team.
Without a doubt, the development of Sixy and Nyx playing Tier 1, getting some time in Europe, some experience, improving. Grim really slotting in with the departure of Elite, starting to look like the star of the squad. All of that unraveling now, and has been in the past 2 days. Getting destroyed on day 1 by OG in a record-breaking performance, and even falling in the head-to-head to NRG. Complexity trying to survive elimination from teams from 3 different continents. TYLOO have full mid control. Junior solo AWPing that B-bomb site. TYLOO just looks so comfortable in these late rounds. 30 seconds, no panic. Again, very split up. Bomb at the B site. 3 in middle. Bomb's got to go back, right? This can't be the play. Trying to fake out Junior right now. If they get this kill, the whole round is going to come crumbling down, but he hits his shot. That keeps players in position. That forces TYLOO into the setup.
Yeah, Junior's become a lot more reliable on this AWP. Nyx in the pit with a good swing, well timed, sits in the molly for a moment, picks his chance to go, and there just isn't time to win this for TYLOO. No last second heroics this time for G. TYLOO forced into the stack, and that's thanks to the Junior AWP hitting. Nyx double from down in the pit goes a long way for Complexity.
Yeah, they almost burned him out entirely. If they dropped another nade on him, he would have been gone, right? Double HE, but it's nade molly, and he dodges it with 8 health remaining after those 2 kills. I mean, that's the detail. It feels like it makes all the difference.
And I mean, look, it's set up this next round to be super important. Whoever wins it kind of starts to really be in control of the money. I'm saying that Messiah actually has a bit of extra cash. Oh no, I think he's just dropped an AWP in a play. So yeah, this one gonna hit like a 2-for-1 round. TYLOO have slightly more staying power out of the 2 squads, but there's a lot riding on this next one with how close these last few rounds have been. So the winner of this, likely to go on and win out the half. For Complexity, that represents a chance at salvation, staying alive in Austin. For TYLOO, it would mean eliminating Complexity, putting them on the route to do so, being a map away from that, or sorry, a game away from that next stage. Jam Young on the opening, and an early 5v4 delivered to TYLOO as Complexity's aggression is punished early at the top of the round.
Yeah, when TYLOO get these kills, they never jump the gun, right? They're never rushing off of an entry on this map because they are reliable. They are convinced they have the depth on this T side, and it's showing. They get the 5v4, they freeze. Backs open to long for a moment, but no one punishing here for Complexity. And TYLOO are ready to trade this kill. Sixy, a very difficult multi-kill here. He's got a teammate to help him out with that Molotov. They push in. Sixy finds them both. Off of the TYLOO flash as well. Set up for more. G will find his teammate. They've got Sixy trapped in right now. This could go wrong.
They've got Sixy in a box, and this was a 2v4.
Oh, he's done.
He's been burnt, forced out into the swing. And TYLOO grind this one out into an even odds battle. Complexity don't know where to go right now. They're flying blind. Long's been open for a while. JT gonna try and slink in and take up this position. But Junior is getting wrapped.
Oh, TYLOO, the kind of team to walk through the motor smoke, man.
JT could alleviate a lot of the pressure right now, but he's missed that chance. Junior will get got on in time. G left in the clutch, and it's the clash of AWPers. G's gonna do it with a pistol, AWP out of ammo. Junior will not let him have it. And in these last few rounds, Junior on this AWP has been a real saving grace for Complexity. Here got the must-win kill over towards the B site that sends them into the A stack. Now he's locked in a clutch round for Cole to move them into the lead, put them in pole position.
Definitely been the safest pair of hands here on this CT side, right? Grim's not had anything near what he showed us on train, getting picked at Banana, getting left alone. Junior's been reliable on both sides.
I mean,
Cole continue to try and force the issue.
As a player, been someone for a long time who's just been trying to change the narrative around himself, regain some of the confidence he used to possess. If he can be the reason that Complexity stay alive in Austin, that would be a huge turnaround for Junior at a standard in this event.
Can Nick stop them? That flash actually has a lot of impact. It stops the roll of TYLOO with the smoke down. They can still come through it together.
Oh, just one for Nix, but he's done his part in the round. Left Junior in another clutch.
A long way away. Is Messiah going to go A? It's the last thing you expect.
He's assuming Junior was far closer, right? Junior was actually scoped in, looking down the apartments. And so Junior arriving late here and still having seen nothing has clued him in. He's one step ahead here. Is this going to be another life-saving round from Junior's AWP? First shot sails past. Swing out from Messiah, but unable to convert on the kill. Nade primed, low on health. Junior's done so much damage, but the next shot means everything. And neither one of them can get their bearings. Eventually, the plant will be conceded. Messiah's down to the pistol. How much damage does he think he's done here? It's going to have to be a clean shot.
He's got the gap under the box. You can see him cross in left side.
Junior closing the distance. Glock swing!
Oh my!
Trying to pistol whip Complexity out, but Junior says not today. As the stand-in rises to the occasion for Complexity. That's back-to-back rounds in which Junior's AWP has had tremendous impact. Cole close out this first half in the lead.
I started 2015, I think, like I was 10 or something, I don't remember exactly. But I got anger issues, so my father took away my PC. I started back in 2021 again, and just started playing all day, all night. And I got an offer from a Norwegian team. I quit school and just pursued the dream. I was just grinding Faceit solo gaming. I was hitting the #1 on leaderboards, so that was how I got spotted, right? And I didn't have like expectations. I just joined, and the guys were a bit more experienced, so they basically guided me, you know, like how to be a good teammate, how to play, and I just listened and took the next step, I guess. After that, I got scouted again because they saw potential in me, and I went to Metisport, and I got full-time offer then. We played one season, and then again the Faceit leaderboard, right? I was on top of the Faceit leaderboard and got spotted again in Sangal. There we just grinded from top 200 to top 30, and the rest is history. I have 6K games, I think.
Oh wow, okay.
I'm playing with Roland, and he's been in the scene for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And he said I even have more games than him, so we were on Flare Break, and we just got a call from Heroic, from the coach, saying they were interested, right? Because they sold to Falcons, obviously. But it was kind of quiet from the Sangal side, so it was more like a surprise. It wasn't planned at all. It just happened on 1-2 days, and it was done. Obviously, like since Jota went to Eternal Fire, and we had the core, we had some decent ranking, and of course Heroic, good management, good org, good stuff behind it. So it was like an obvious choice. Sunfires has been experienced, he's joking inside the team and like outside of the game, and Tenir is the same. Like we're just a bunch of guys having fun, joking around. So it's the chemistry is great. Like we're having fun every time.
Obviously, you've made it to the major, just a milestone achievement for you individually.
Yeah, of course. Like, I had it as an achievement with a sticker, right? Like, now I'm in the game. I'm excited. I'm not too nervous. I'm just taking game by game.
Is there anybody you're particularly hoping that you get to play against here in Austin?
FaZe. We demolished them, and they're calling us bots. Like, I don't know how they can call us bots when we're demolishing them. So I need to do it again. Now when the season ending, like it's the last dance as well for us, like our roster. We just wanted to make it to playoff, and yeah, we'll see from there.
On the wings of Junior's AWP, Complexity have been given a fighting chance here on the map pick of TYLOO. It's Complexity staring elimination from Austin dead in the face after giving up Train earlier. TYLOO came through with a vengeance. And even though they started off strong here on Inferno, that activation from the Complexity orb feels like it made one hell of a difference. TYLOO now move on to the CT half. And it's a very different tempo to what we got to open up Inferno. It was an all-in pistol brawl in mid to start this map. This one a lot more measured. Grim on the board early. Starts to pick through the defense of TYLOO. Attacker's made to withstand this axe hit, but his teammates in the site have been quelled in the meantime. Now Attacker falls, Jam Young and Messiah make their way over. Complexity scrapping every step of the way. Is that a decision they will come to regret as the bomb lost out in no man's land? This is turning against Complexity. TYLOO have the bomb control and they're still getting aggressive. Messiah looking like he wants to walk through this smoke. Jam Young plucks out one more. It's just Grim. This guy did all he could back on Train to try and bail out his team.
The reroute is really nice, though.
Goes all the way around long side.
He could walk away.
Messiah's not watching this. Bomb's been retrieved. Will Messiah realize? No peek out yet. Still hasn't seen that bomb's been stolen.
See ya.
And so Grim makes it out. Grim gets to play the long game here. Didn't want to end this one in a quick, scrappy fight. Grim has faith that he has outmaneuvered the opposition. Messiah is still in Boiler. Only now that realization setting in. The bomb's been robbed, and he's got to get a move on. Grim's had all the time in the world to get comfortable over towards this B site. He is set up. And a lot of times having ticked off this bomb already, Messiah has no time to be quiet or stealthy in this approach. No kit to work with either, so the kill's got to come instantly. Grim ices him out and handles it perfectly. That's Grim with 4 to save the day in this pistol round. It was fast getting out of control. But if there's one thing that's been apparent for Complexity in this series, it's that they can have faith in Grim to step up when the pressure's on.
Yeah, he's definitely struggled more here on Inferno, but that's more of the Grim we know and love, more of the Grim we saw on Train, coming through with the round saver. And it's not just aim, it's brain as well. That pickup of the bomb. Messiah, last thing he expected.
No, I swear I was saying library.
And Complexity are back in business, looking to fight for a third map with their backs against the wall after losing their home pick, TYLOO. This felt like as much as a guarantee as Train should have been for Complexity, and it's going a similar way. Ooh. Complexity coming around the corner as TYLOO departs. One smoke for Jam Young left. Complexity have no HE to break it open. If they try and wait this one out, it's going to get very, very obvious. So they just run through. Nice and clean. TYLOO need to save their guns.
Yeah, I think that was a great read on this situation from JT, right? Oftentimes, he finds himself in that type of position. You see Grim doing it as well, playing that solo B hole, just trying to smoke and delay and buy time on that side of the map. And so JT just calls their bluff, walks through the smoke, has his teammates roll in the exec behind him, and he's ready for that swing out from Jam Young. It's more or less a full save, though, for TYLOO, right? Outside of the one casualty on this B side of the map, they get to run back this force once more. So next round has to be just as dialed in for Complexity. They're not getting given any freebies. At the tail end of Inferno.
Yeah, you know, TYLOO have the comfortability on this map down pat. So it would be a mistake of Complexity to presume this one's going to be a free half. They may have a significant lead. TYLOO definitely feeling the burn, though. Final timeout called ahead of their first gun round. Got to play one more saved weapon.
Timeout here is nice, though, right? Like, gives you a bit of time to think about how you want to deal with this force, but also I think it's going to cause Complexity to slow down a little bit, right? You know they just saved 4 guns. You saw they force bought up here. And so you won't really know, you know, is this going to be some wild Hail Mary with the SMGs?
I think that's
We're
too
actually
far,
getting
right?
a lot of smokes purchased up by TYLOO. So, you know, that's giving them options. But usually when you kind of get the smokes like this, you want to try and delay the round.
Well, yeah, we just saw that on B, right? And how well did that go for them? Complexity called the bluff. They go right through the smoke. And it was the perfect read. Can TYLOO buy the time this round? Fighting at Banana. Oh, this is risky for Cole. All here, looking interested. MP9s round corners, full flash. JT still does them in. And Grim gets more info. They know about a further player for TYLOO, so Cole can pull it off. Take that advantage. TYLOO are very good at freezing in these man advantages. Complexity make the same play. And a gamble for TYLOO, it's all they've got.
And right now, the gamble's looking well-founded. Cole are going to recommit into the top of Banana, into this SMG. The last man is here. They know that Mercury is in at the top of Banana. 60's been sent away. It's Junior up close that was hoping to seal the deal on the round. Lock in double digits right there. Instead, it's got to be 60 in this clutch.
He's got a kit, he's got a smoke. Dare I say he's got a chance.
AK picked up as well. Low on health, sure, but one clean shot. That's all it takes for Mercury to ruin the day of Complexity. But 60's had a lot of time to get set up, much like Grim in the pistol, right? He's been given so much freedom here to pick and choose his post plant. 60 is exactly where he wants to be, and he's going to catch Mercury on that push back in.
Oh.
So a couple of these close rounds where it could have gone either which way, but Complexity is still the ones closing them out. They stick the landing on these conversions after the pistol. Now the full buy coming in for TYLOO. And the path of least resistance here for Cole is win this rifle round. This is the one for all the marbles.
Yeah, it feels as good as done if they can pick it up. Break the money, get onto 11, force TYLOO into a buying pattern. Junior's got his T-side ult early, looking to force it at the top of Banana. Missed shot, but he's got a rifle beside him. Grenade hurts. TYLOO still looking to fight. 3 players here. JT gets the fear and smokes the Molotov, but they go swinging in. TYLOO 4v5. JT pushing the issue.
JT's put so much pressure on over at B, and he got a lot of info as well. He knows once again it was a 3-man start on that side of the map. And that's given Complexity enough reason to set their sights on this A play. G-Zorp roams in this location, though. He's got support as well from Attacker down here in the pit. That nade gonna get rid of JT, finish this fights from earlier on at Banana. Orp on the line, and G just not letting up, but more will be required from TYLOO Zorpa. Surely not, Junior. I mean, 9 HP, and he'll decide against it. Holding onto the AWP, just too tempting. And so a swing and a miss for Complexity. The round that could have just laid this map to rest won't come through. TYLOO able to withstand it.
Cole have the rounds to play with, definitely, but it's reassuring to see a 3 alive round for TYLOO. They get to actually maintain some economy. They take a decisive round. G hits his AWP shots. And so the save is an acceptance from Junior, but it's also a sign that Cole knows this game is not done yet. G definitely feeling like the standout piece here at the major so far for TYLOO. Riflers have been pretty inconsistent. Highs and lows in these few games played.
I mean, if anything, I think it's more like G's having one hell of a resurgence right now in this game. Like, this is finally the G you've been waiting to see. If you remember, on like day one of the tournament, when no one was really hitting for TYLOO, it felt like he was kind of the worst offender.
Yeah.
Got given a lot of AWPs, kept finishing down bottom of the board, despite always having his weapon of choice. And I think, you know, when he's switched on, he brings a lot of energy to this team. He brings a lot of hype to this squad. Something that TYLOO seemed to thrive around. He tries his hand at the opening again, but this time comes up short, takes a lot of damage in the process. They brought the AWP down low, sure, but they haven't finished the job. And so G being entrenched here. Back at the B site on this AWP. It's a strong position. Let's see if he's up for the task. Gonna catch that first man in. G still goes unpunished. Messiah now in the kill feed alongside him, and this B play crumbles for Complexity.
Felt desperate through that smoke. They have an AWP, they have pistols. Really trying to jump the gun here, Complexity. And now they just have to wait for a mistake. That's really your call. And I think TYLOO here, the scope of the AWP, they know not to peek CT. They just set up back sight and say, come back for more.
Hasn't been missing a beat. G can't seem to set a foot wrong. And that was the one chance Junior was going to have to get rid of his AWPing counterpart on the other side. They say to Nix, mate, just go die. We need the money. Junior's going to try get out with this AWP intact. But the scoreline's starting to close up, and rather crucially, that's a flawless round leveled against Complexity from TYLOO. Now they're starting to build up money on this CT side. There's no longer an easy route to victory for Cole. They've got to grind out a win here on Inferno.
Yeah, maybe you weren't worried at 10-5, but now the writing's on the wall, isn't it? Back-to-back clean rounds out of TYLOO. Complexity jumping the gun on that half buy, or rather that force buy. And the AWP saved over twice means their money isn't even level on this T side. Very quickly, TYLOO are going to be back in this game. with Complexity's elimination looming over them. Just trying to force Anubis. Junior. Time to make something happen. Scope heard in apartments. TYLOO know what they're up against. Back of the site, G finds the perfect angle. Junior can't even see him on that corner. Sure, the AWP is picked up, but the AWP are put down and the pistols will follow. Dare I say he should try and save. But G won't let it happen. 3 kills for G. 2 AWP head-to-heads. And 2 rounds the difference between these squads.
I mean, just as, you know, we come into this second half, Junior having this wild uptick in performance down the stretch of the CT side for Complexity. Well, now it's G's time to shine on this AWP. And he's been providing so much for TYLOO. These critical kills in turning points of the round, always willing to search for the openers. G is giving us a great game. For fans of Complexity, that couldn't come at a worse time. This guy had a very slow start to the tournament, now getting the ball rolling when it really matters. And so what once felt like a very healthy lead for Complexity is whittled down to this. This is a cobbled together buy after the Junior saves.
Yeah, the worst part is you feel like you saved the ball twice, you know, in a 1v3, just trying to get away with this gun, and now you don't even have it in the round you've been waiting for. In fact, not only that, you've got 3 Galils. You're already down to your final bits of utility.
And I mean, you have enough util left for like 1 play, essentially. Whatever you lob in here, that's where you're ending up.
And TYLOO are already in their ending round setup, right? They're not moving from these positions. They're waiting for the full commit. 35 seconds to go for Complexity. They just have to hit B, and Mercury knows what's up. He's got supporting flashes as well. Good luck.
Flashes rain in at Jam Young in the kill feed first. They weren't ready for JT, but Messiah's just bailed them out. Mercury swinging through the smoke. And Complexity get destroyed in a banana. Nyx might have found the gap on this flank, but with his whole team dead, it won't ever come to matter. A flawless round from TYLOO.
And we've had some, you know, poor maps in this tournament for Attacker, for Mercury, so far coming in pretty cold. But in this series, it's been very different. Attacker, think about those spray transfers, some of those multi-kills back on train. He was playing some incredible CS. Mercury now coming up with a clutch in the first half. Doing things like that, again, making the read late in the round.
The thing that's so threatening, like, these rounds just haven't been close at all. The money is ballooning for TYLOO. They're in such a strong position, even though they're on the back foot. That gap is closing very, very quickly. In the last 4 rounds, out of 20 possible surviving players, TYLOO have had 18 players live. You've gotten 2 kills if you're Complexity in the last 4 rounds of play. It's how decisively these rounds are going against them that's causing so much concern.
This looked pretty lifeless, looked pretty limp here for Complexity. These rounds can inspire some hope when you're playing looser. But 4 on A, TYLOO have just had the read round after round. Flash out mid, that's going to blind up Messiah. That will allow them to split short pretty quick. But Mercury's behind the site, lining them up behind the smoke. There's even more where that came from. 1-2 punch for TYLOO. It might be that knockout blow. 10 rounds on the plate for TYLOO as they come back 10-5 down. They don't break a sweat. Another clean round for TYLOO. have Complexity bit off more than they can chew. We said they needed Train, and it felt like they found survival on Inferno, but very quickly, TYLOO have come back. And there's nothing that Complexity can look at and go, that worked. Let's fall back on this. Oh, we had a close round here. No. TYLOO have lost 3 players in 5 rounds.
I mean, Cole have been trying to shake off the kind of shackles of the money all second half long. It started with those junior saves. That left them in the weird place heading into their first few buys. But this is what it comes down to. This is what they've been playing for. And as mentioned, it's going to be a real grind to close out this game. TYLOO have got all the cash in the world. Cole do not have that privilege. Someone has to save them. And whether that's a call from JT, a Hail Mary from Grim, who you know has been trying to press every advantage he can get his hands on in this series, something has to give if Cole want to break through. Otherwise, TYLOO are right there. They find themselves in this 4-on-3. It's the best spot they've been in this second half since the pistol.
Oh, dear.
So this is where it's going to come together, but they lose Grim now. Found through the mid-smoke. That advantage disappears, and everything gives way to uncertainty. 3-on-3. Cole pumped the brakes. These next few seconds decide everything. What's the play gonna be? How does JT want this one to end? Everyone's grouping over towards A. They're going into the 2-man hold, and they lose Nyx around the corner in middle. This advantage squandered. 4-on-3. They haven't made a dent since then. 6C on the wrap out towards the long side. The position to try and make a difference, but he's iced out, and so Junior, trial by fire as the fate of Complexity rests on the shoulders of their stand-in. Not armed with his AWP. He's got to do it with the rifle. He's going searching for the player in pit. This is wild routing. Junior knows exactly what he's got to do if he wants to pull this one off, but he can't get a bearing on Mercury. A swing and a miss in a must-win clutch. TYLOO now up in the lead and just rounds away from eliminating NA's team.
A single shot from that clutch being set up from Junior. One more bullet would have done it into the 1v1 with advantage. But instead, this streak continues to build for TYLOO. And Cole's lifeline in this tournament, dangling by a thread. It doesn't feel like they have it in them. A 7th round in a row would be elimination point. TYLOO, they can hear it coming. Complexity, fast out middle. Mercury flashing himself back in, continuing to find impact as the in-game leader. And he's got firepower behind him.
6C finished off, and TYLOO have 2 chances to eliminate Complexity. After having to embark on this comeback in the second half, losing the pistol to open it up, the moment those guns have made an appearance, it has all come up in TYLOO's favor. Seven rounds straight on this CT side. Just like Train was decided by a hot streak from TYLOO, Inferno looks to be much the same. Complexity's do or die moment is right now. Their fates in Austin on the line. Up through Banana, they've traded places with Jam Young. It's chaos. He's in behind them. They will flush out Jam Young. G lies in front of them. Decides to fight and die on the hill that is Banana. Blows this smoke open. How is G still alive? He's bought so much time. It took Complexity forever to flush him out of that corner. And no advantage in this game has felt safe for Complexity. A 3-on-2 in the final round, but look where Attacker lies. He's made the play through the apartments. He's got the bomb right here, ready to go down in mid. And 6He's got no reason to check this. TYLOO trying to tear this away from Complexity at the 11th hour.
Big kill. Nix was already passed. His teammate waits to pick up that bomb. They've got a safe path into this bomb site. There's still a chance, but Mercury, he's had a couple of goes at clutches, pulled up one in the first half. The captain of this squad, top performer right now, looking to win it on his own. 1v2. Sees the info, sees a player in the site, knows about the pit, crosses in quick, and he finds that isolation kill, but Junior keeps Complexity in it. Barely surviving in Austin, trying to force overtime on TYLOO's home map. That's the first round in a minute for Complexity.
Yeah, last 7 rounds in a row going the way of TYLOO. Finally, the streak broken. Complexity give themselves one more chance.
I mean, they seem frustrated. They just ran up Banana, right? That was a call for Complexity, just throwing everything they can at TYLOO. They do it again. There's another triple stack. Will that be the answer? It doesn't look likely. Jam Young, double kill, and Complexity capitulation at the major. It might be too little. It might be too late.
Sixy has found a golden timing, and he is threading the needle on this play. He knows one kill is not how you win this round. One kill is not how you keep your team alive at the major. He's got to be more than that. He's got to do more than that. In with this backstab, Sixy's been flushed out. All he could to try and bring Complexity into a post plant, get them in with this bomb. Nix and Junior, the two left in it. Complexity's last hope resting on the shoulder of a stand-in. And their latest addition.
Full retake. Get everything in order. This is TYLOO's round to lose.
Fresh is at a fever pitch. Nix force forward, flashes are good, and Nix is overran. TYLOO eliminate Complexity. The lone star of Cole gone from Austin. As TYLOO earn their stripes, they now sit one BO3 away from that next stage. For Cole, it's one of their worst major placings, and it takes place not just in their home country, but in their home state. That is a loss that will hurt for Complexity.
Absolutely. Grim as well. Incredible performance on the first map. Couldn't keep it going in the second. And Junior, big boots to fill. A size too big, perhaps. Complexity, disappointing result. No other way to frame it. Losing out in the NA bout against NRG and falling here against TYLOO keeps TYLOO in the tournament.
Grim, I can only imagine the emotions you're feeling right now, so I really appreciate you taking the time to give me a few words. Let's go back to train. When I was speaking to Adrian prior to the match, he said, you know, we're finally feeling a little bit more confident because we get our home pick. What went wrong versus TYLOO?
I'd say, again, obviously our T side was pretty good, but we lost, like I think I lost the one before, and then we just lost a few clutches on T side, and then CT side, it just feels like we weren't really doing much together. Sometimes, like, one person was pushing, but someone was lagging behind. We weren't waiting for each other. Like, we just weren't doing, it seemed like we're just never on the same page, and we struggled with that, especially on not even training like T side in front of, we're not on the same page with a lot of stuff, like, and that's just what, you know, bites you sometimes against the good teams.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about that on Inferno, because, you know, you're up 10-5. It's within touching distance to push it to 3. Can you tell me a little bit about how it feels when you're in the server and the disjointed nature comes about, right? Because obviously we know the context. You're coming in with a stand-in. Did you expect it to have this much of an effect on the overall team dynamic?
I don't think so. I think we all thought that junior would be good for us, and we've been having like 3 weeks of practice, something. So we at least wanted to make stage 2. So this is definitely below, you know, way below our expectations. And yeah, I'd say on Inferno, it just felt like like when we were hitting B, like they were not blind and just killing us. And then when we tried popping A, they were also just like blocking us with good nades and stuff. And we just never got the trades. And some of our opening duels of JT and I and Banana were not going well either. And we were like a 3v5 to start around. So I just say nothing went our way on the T side as well.
I know it's probably difficult to process the feelings that are going through your head right now, but as a local guy as well, we've been talking about it, the fact that there's an NA major finally back and it's on home turf for you. Can you just describe what's going through your head right now?
Yeah, honestly, a lot. It's very disappointing, obviously, because I lived in Austin for so long, and I wanted to make the stage really bad, but obviously, stuff happens, and, we obviously weren't 100% going into this event, but we did what we could, and it's just very disappointing, but I wish we could have done more for sure.
Anything that you can share with us in terms of, obviously, you going on the player break slightly earlier than you would have anticipated now. Anything going to be happening over that break?
Right now, I obviously just take like 2-3 weeks off. Obviously, we have a lot of time since we got eliminated in the first stage. But I'd say like before our first event of the year, come back for like a week or two, maybe have a boot camp before and get Halsik back and get him off vacation. I'd say that's the plan for us.
Fingers crossed, Grim. Gutted to see you guys going commiserations, but looking forward to hopefully seeing you bounce back in the next season.
No doubt it's disappointing for Complexity. No doubt that it's disappointing for Grim, born and raised here in Texas, Austin. At least he lives there, he said. So, Peter, we spoke about it already. It hasn't been a great tournament for Complexity. For them to be in a 1-2 game in itself was disappointing. For them to lose 2-0 in the fashion they did tonight versus TYLOO as well, super disappointing for the whole of Complexity.
I don't know where that puts Complexity, they just have not looked like themselves. Obviously playing with Junior, not having Halsik here, I didn't expect it to have that much of an impact. I think that their approach to the games didn't look on top of what we know Complexity can bring to the table, and I think their individuals just never showed up. And then Grim touches on the whole idea that whenever they got into the maps, like they were not on the same page. And I've touched upon the thing that being on the same page coming into a tournament of this caliber is just super important. And it was just clear to see that Complexity just did not have the fundamentals going for them.
From a 10-5 lead to losing Inferno for you, that hurts. It hurts.
I can't even imagine what they're feeling right now. Like, I didn't want to pose the question to Grim, like, to blame Junior. That's not the intention, right? It's to talk a little bit more about, it's just one stand and you've had that preparation time with them. Surely you would come in with a little bit more of an expectation. And I think that's why we're extra disappointed, right? Because even with that context, sure, they were one of the favorites along with Heroic. And I just expected them to put up more of a fight, even considering that context.
I think we all did, to be honest. And I think it's fair to say that, and it's easy to say now, but had Halsik been here, they would have made it to stage 2. They would have looked much better. But it's still disappointing that with Junior slotting in, a player they played with before, a player that is familiar with Complexity, that they drop so much in their level and the body language as well. It's just an overall disappointing showing here for Complexity. On the other side, though, TYLOO,
yes.
I mean, coming from nowhere, I don't think a lot of people had high expectations for them. And the comeback they made on Inferno, very proactive on the CT side, constantly disturbing the way Complexity wanted to play. They were breaking nades in middle. They were re-aggressing mid-round. I loved the way they were playing Counter-Strike. So as much as I'm disappointed in Complexity, I also want to give credit to TYLOO.
I think the TYLOO CT side just looked a lot better than the T side. We touched upon the whole tactical depth on the T side. Sometimes looked a little bit lacking, and where I feel like on the CT side they were being a little bit more dynamic. They really wanted to try and fight for banana controls, which is also something that's incredibly important on Inferno. And just looking at the match itself, it just looked like Complexity was going to run away with it. But it just seemed like TYLOO made the right adjustments to actually close out the game in the end.
I don't know whether I agree with your point, Jacob, of, not many expectations on TYLOO. I think pretty much everybody in their pick'ems put them in that 3-1 to 3-2. There is an expectation for them to, likely make it to the next.
True, and maybe poor choice of word on my end, to be completely honest, because I also had them to make it through. But I think in terms of expectations versus Complexity, I think even Complexity looking like a shadow of themselves, they should have won this game on paper. They were the favorites tonight. So I think I didn't expect TYLOO to win here, and that's where my expectations were kind of going down. Now they're in a 2-2 situation. Anything can happen.
Well, speaking of advancement, one of the two teams waiting on the other side of this break will be doing exactly that onwards to stage 2. It's OG versus NRG after this break. Obviously, OC, you are incredibly close to making it to stage 2. Can you tell me what goes through your head when you're approaching a game like this where you could secure your spot in the next stage?
I think right now we're not really thinking about it too much. We know that in the back of our heads, even if we were to not show up today, we still have a chance tomorrow. Obviously, we want to make it today. But we haven't really changed how we approached it. Obviously, we have BO3s now, so it's a lot more game planning and prepping for multiple maps. So obviously there was more time put into it, but other than that, the approach wasn't too much different. So yeah, we're just, I think we've shown some good CS here. Sometimes we have messed up, but yeah, I think we don't want to kind of mess up the formula that we have right now. Just keep playing how we have been and just take it at like any other match, basically.
Do you feel like you've overperformed, underperformed compared to people's expectations of you coming into this event?
I would say from what I've seen, I don't know for sure, but from what I've seen online, I feel like we've overperformed a little bit. I've seen a lot of predictions that we'd go 0-3 or 1-3. So yeah, I mean, it feels good to be able to prove the haters wrong, but the job's not done yet. We got to still make it through. So it would be sad to see us go out 2-3 after saying all that. So, but yeah, I'm confident still.
Next matchup on the horizon, obviously OG. I just wanted to turn the attention to kind of the AWPing discussion in this because for yourself, obviously you're going up against NicoDoz, who's super hybrid, right? We even saw the game where he got his highest rating. He even pick up the AWP. How do you feel about going up against an AWP who kind of treats it as a much more fluid role?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot harder to play against, I'd say. When there's that versatility, like for example, ZywOo, honestly, like all the top operators right now as well, they have just as good rifles as everyone else, So I think it's pretty fun to play against, honestly, because I feel pretty confident in my own rifle as well. And it's also exciting to play against him because it's been a while since I played against him. So yeah, I'm excited to play.
Now, Fiku, you've become quite the kind of household name on the side of the OG organization. Why is this an org that you've chosen to kind of stick out with for the long haul?
I mean, it's hard to say. I think just the whole environment is really nice. I think I like everyone also in the organization, the more deeper parts into the organization, like social media part, like even like the CEOs and stuff like this. And also the team, the boys. I think we have right now really good connection. We are really transparent overall in our team, even though we are everyone at a really young age. We don't have really much issues, very weird issues like young people have. I would say we are a really mature team right now, so it's really nice.
It does really seem like that from the outside. I was going to pose the question to you, inside the server, how does this roster compare to some of the previous OG rosters that you've played with?
Yeah, I would say 100% we are way, way, way more transparent than in every roster I was previously. Yeah, every time we have some issues in between each other or anything like that, we try to fix it ASAP. We just talk with each other hey, that was not so nice from you. I would like you to stop that or something like this. Or even in game, when we clash divisions, we just talk afterwards. To fix that so we are on the same page.
NRG as your next opponent, potentially an opportunity to qualify for the next stage as well. How tough do you view them as a team to play against?
Yeah, I would say they are obviously strong opponent because they have 2-1, but I would say we have our heads really, really high. We are obviously not ignoring them or disrespecting them, but I think, and I'm pretty confident it should be really smooth 2-0 for us.
OG feeling confident about their progression into stage 2. And can you blame them, Harry, with the games we've been seeing out of this team, the depth not just of NicoDoz as an individual, but the roster as well, improving game to game, against the team many had in their 0-3. Sure, NRG have played well, but I think OG are looking pretty damn rock solid right now.
No, they are, and you're feeling that confidence, aren't you? Even in the interview, yeah. OG coming into this undoubtedly in a good spot, but there's no ignoring. NRG have been looking good right from the get-go here, right? They were the team that kind of dominated TYLOO in that opening game. Sure, they did fall down to Heroic, but then going on to best complexity in the NA clash, these are legit wins for the NRG squad. I think OG's confidence makes a lot of sense with how they've been looking, but I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park, Hugo.
Yeah, this is an NRG who took down Complexity, who smashed TYLOO, who we just saw, and whose only loss was against the top team of this stage unequivocally in Heroic. So they've definitely been playing up for the job. Nitro in North America with his ragtag squad of Americans and Canadians, even a Dane in there, looking to take on a young OG, a prospect team that are punching up above their weight. Got a BO3 for progression. Loser stays on for one more day in stage 1. And NRG keep it simple. Going for this B contact. OG are going to realize soon they have 0 players on the bomb side, but with mid and A silent, back to short they go. Might have to be this retake round. 5 Kevlar though. It's not going to be easy. Oh, they're flooding.
Spooky and Nikados able to make these first few incisions, and just like that, OG are spilling into the site. George doing what he can to resist it, and they'll chase this final kill. But it does elude them. Nikados still applying a lot of pressure. NRG just never given the room to get comfortable, and so George left in this all alone. Box is closing. All sides, they move in on him, and there's nowhere for George to run.
I think the energy and the vibe of OG is really, really good right now, right? When we see them on the player cams, the smack talk from Krisen, hyping up their teammates, everyone feeling very confident. As a young team, as a team that I don't think many had high expectations of, right? Even the online results weren't incredible coming in. But the results here are speaking for themselves. This could be an entry here. Spooky doesn't realize. Buzz does go up and over though, making the shot a little harder. Spooky getting in cover in time, supported by Buzz. So problems averted with some clean shots from Nikados. And just a matter of time before OG find 2-0.
Had note made of the number of MP9s that OG are running, so curious to see how they try and use that. This is a bonus round in the purest sense of the word. If you're NRG, that really means you wanna be taking this one. They've got every edge. Are they ready for the OG play? Aggression in at the ramp side. Buzz gonna open. They lose Nikados in the downtime. That's the rifle removed from play.
Quick on this A split now. George walks through the palace smoke. That's ballsy. Nobody looking, but out under. They don't check. They don't realize Krisen's here the whole time. Ugh, it's not clean, but he gets an upgrade. Looks for a little bit more. The captain of OG shuts them down with 3 kills on this A site, and he's got something to say about that. Let them know.
Just a sick move as well. Like, gets him out from under palace, puts him in a better position to try and fight connector and stairs through doing that little walk up.
Nice, man! What are you doing? The what are you doing?
The what are you
every
doing?
time, every time.
He's always blown away by his opponents. What are they doing?
Nobody knows.
Good question. He asks everyone it.
Yeah. I'm sure Hex will have some inventive responses if NRG starts streaking. Palace pop. But look at the range game right now. Sure, you can make it to default with that smoke. It's kind of a nice smoke on the lip for NRG. It gives him spawn control, but OG have the guns, have now the advantage. And just look to contain. Swinging spawn into the rifle does no favors for NRG. So OG look good to finish the job, but OC hits a banger.
That was really clean. But he's going to need a bunch more just like that if he wants to save the day.
Like that.
Oh my God! OC, how many more's he got in him? That was real close. This one's down to the wire, but OG still walk away with it. OC certainly lent a lot of intrigue there with the Deagle. If that's a sign of things to come, we'll be keeping a close eye on OC. As Now that plant gives way to a far better buy for NRG. They're going to have an AWP in tow if they want. But it looks like OC's decided against that. Assault rifles for the time being.
Yeah, seeing a lot of pops here for NRG. Perhaps that's why. Not knowing that Nikodos has his necessarily, but it is going to come through. For a 2v5, they certainly make it interesting. But it's still a flawless game from OG on their opponent's map pick. Hope he's got it. Looking good. Middle execute, but this is a B contact. George gonna try and sell A. Picked by Buzz, close on that position. The bomb was going under as well. This is still going to end A side. Losing George provides no favors here to NRG. And so back up they go with Bro splitting short. The third player starting to move on over. This AWP bears down on the apartments cross.
Things go from bad to worse, and now you realize you're going into a stack. NRG played right into the hands of this OG squad, and Nikodos just allowed to feast on these crossing players. All right, Nitro, that's come from nowhere, but he's got 15 seconds. Time is not on Nitro's side here. Swing out. Crizzen will put him down.
And one thing that's been really interesting is, like, for the longest time, we've talked about how Nikodos is better on the rifle. He's an AWPer, but he's better on the rifle. I actually think in the few rounds and games we've seen him here pick up the AWP, he's been pretty consistent. He's been pretty reliable on this AWP as well. You know, that should be expected from an AWPer. But it's something that we've seen elude him at majors before. We've seen him eliminated in Copenhagen off the back of weak AWPing.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's just nice to not feel like he's been pigeonholed at all into one or the other. It's whatever Nikodos wants in the moment, he's hitting with, right? His rifling's been fantastic, and I'm inclined to agree with you. The AWPing's felt very, very stable. The output, whenever he dons one. And this is going so horribly for NRG. This is their map pick in the series. And they're about to find themselves 6-0 down unless, by some miracle, they can save this 3v5.
Doz gets a second chance at life as well. That smoke can evade capture. Buzz caught on A, that's something, but deep on the ramp is the captain. And you've got to get past Spooky to get there. One more from him. 3-on-2 now, and as this smoke fades, Nikodos has an open sight line, so NRG have to reposition quick. They have to find this A anchor. They know they've lost him. Crizzen moving in, gets his kill before the flash pops, and there's no saving this round, Hex. A bomb plant is your best bet.
Got his first 2 kills of the game in this round, and now he is to 1v3 for an ace clutch. Secured the bomb plant, made extra money. Can it be anything more than that? He's trapped in under the palace.
I think they've both worked it out. The jump spot's clear, almost every position he could be in. And they surround the balcony. So OG, a very clean game right now, playing off each other really nicely.
Dude, the thing I've absolutely loved about watching this OG team is they play like these very active, very aggressive CT sides that feel so restricting. Thinking back to how they opened up the tournament.
Good job, boys.
And you got to see some of their like ancient lane takes and the like. Obviously, that was the Nikados crazy 3.08 rating, but still, that kind of momentum and the aggression that they play with is carried throughout, right? They don't show up here looking like a team that is at all scared of who they're playing against. They very rarely give respect to the opposition. They always try and live and die on the calls of Crizzen, and NRG right now are getting bullied on Mirage. They've had none of the usual real estate. It feels like you're always getting challenged in Palace and the ramp, so getting out over towards this A site has felt particularly rough. Gonna put a bit more attention there. I think that's something that has been lacking here for NRG, is having these like 1-2 punches to deal with the early aggression. OG have been able to seek a lot of individual fights on this CT side, and so this is an adaptation from NRG trying to remedy that. They go faster out towards A with numbers, and they leave Bro to his own devices out in middle.
Oh, Nikados though. Clean headshot will set OG up quicker for this retake. We've had this spawn play before. NRG, this time they're going to get met there. Anti-flash on both teams as they slowly move in. Fiku going to flash them high in. NRG dodge it though. They're ready with numbers. Trade is good. Hex lines up 2. Might need this third one just to guarantee the round. And Hex puts on another multi-kill to give NRG their first. Nikados, no kit, no chance. And that will be the North American hopefuls on the board. About time.
I mean, Hex has just turned the dial up in these last 2 rounds. He was 0-5 heading into the last round of play. He's managed 6 kills since that point, 2 in the round prior to get the plant. And a beautiful little 4-piece here. Single-handedly just stopping that retake before it can even take shape. Back into the A play again. Buzz gonna go unaccounted for, and that might be a double on a plate. Even though they managed the trade, they've lost a lot to get this ground. OC's at 1 health. And Nitro's now been softened up as well. These nades gonna feel punishing. Oh! The captain of NRG left in a rough spot. Spam continuing just to ricochet through this box. And Nitro looking at worse for wear. He's being wrapped through the spawn as well. Nikados ready to react at a moment's notice. Swing from the stairs. They know they've got Nitro boxed in, and so OG just never let up.
Yeah, nothing he could do there. Even if he tries to plant, he's going to get spammed through that box. 10 health. Nice pressure put on by OG, breaking the smokes constantly. And yeah, you talk about this like an active CT side. There's always pressure. There's never a moment where you can relax, I feel, against this team. Everyone's willing to take fights. They're always spamming.
Nice, man! Good job! Nice, man.
No time to relax for NRG. They are a deer in the headlights. And this car's about to hit them.
And you know, I think when you're playing this brand of CS, like, you have to be very active in terms of like the comms. You have to know exactly what your teammates are doing at any moment in time, because you're all moving, right? You're always in transition and moving around the map. OG in the one loss they faced, they said that, yeah, our communication just wasn't there. And I think it makes a lot of sense as to why it feels like that hamstrung the team. Hang on a second, though. This one's suddenly got very interesting with Nitro getting away with murder.
He's an AWPer.
Rolling back the years, a little bit of liquid gold for Nitro as he's donned that AWP to secure the round for the NRG squad.
And Bro's often been cut down on these cat lurks, so nice to see Nitro get away with it. Crizzen, look at him on the camera. A lot to say right now about how to piece together this next round, about what he wants fixed. demanding excellence here for OG, as this is their best opportunity to run through the stage. No one wants to be playing that last day where 3 BO3s decide the outcome for 6 teams. NRG, or rather OG, can avoid that entirely by completing this victory as the favorites. Cheeky. That's crazy. Flash doesn't even really do that much, but Buzz drops in. Bomb's still here.
Sometimes the confidence of just knowing a flash is coming is all that matters. And that's a good example of it. Buzz throwing into that fight early. Ooh, bro has alleviated some pressure here. By carving a path in through the window, he puts a lot of pressure on the OG kind of backline. They have to go back and make sure he's not spilling over. For a team that like to be active, always pushing and prodding, that's an annoyance. You could have alleviated a lot of that now if Nikodos had found that kill. That would have been bro dead in the kill feed. You would have known he's done nothing with this window position.
That is making NRG, or rather OG, panic a little bit, right? They're trying to reclear this position and middle, which gives time for NRG to go for this A play. We've seen OG comfortable with these retakes, though, and Nikodos has rotated round. Krisen's cleared this out, so the info is there, but the control is going to be gifted.
Ooh. Orp knocked out on the line. Are they ready for Buzz? Slightly further afield on this off angle, but just good for one.
Flanks are so quick.
It's a double flank too. Even though you might be ready for this first player, even then the timing that Bro, or Krisen has rather, is fantastic. And it's spooky as the second piece. Coming in through Palace, they've got no clue. You would never be ready for 2 players this hot on your heels. Nitro's been put in a rough spot, having to try and clutch up all on his lonesome. Entire site now cleared by OG. Nitro can't handle it. And it's the decisiveness there from OG that puts them in such a beautiful position. NRG did a great job, as mentioned, with getting Bro into the window, kind of wrecking the backline of OG, but they instantly went and problem solved that. They cleared the window. Krisen, the guy who's running back spawn to go and check like the market flank, ends up clearing out lower and embarking on that flank with Spooky. And that all happens within like 5 seconds of Bro getting the kill in window. They're so quick to call his bluff. And it's another example of this very active CT side that OG are playing.
Yeah, insane experience, right, on these players, despite them being very young and not having, you know, a lot of experience at the top level for a few of these guys. I mean, they've been grinding, right? They've been playing a lot of CS at Europe online. It's definitely showing. Being tested in the world's hardest region. Hit that, but barely. OC, chance to dance in middle, but just a random timing swing before that smoke blooms. And Krisen takes a 5v4. Window boost, and Krisen contains it from afar. Spooky has a lot of things to do in this round. Connector and window, hearing drops and jumps. Bit of paranoia. They go back towards connector as a pack. It's Buzz hiding back sight, the player you might not be ready for. Oh, or maybe you are.
George turns out is extremely ready for it. Spams Buzz to death, and that was OG. That was hopefully their diamond in the rough as far as they were concerned instead. First domino to fall on this site hit, and things go from bad to worse.
Oh, don't give him this, or they're in.
Nikodos holding for it. But even then, Pro has no real reason to swing into this fight. He's already on the angle. They can't come through, and all that matters is winning the round at this point. He tests the water on a little jiggle there, knowing now that OG are saving. And so this is NRG trying to break back in right down the end of this half. Trading back and forth with OG.
Yeah, great spam for George because the whole round is set around Buzz there. They are baiting for him. They are making noise from CT on the cross. And they're really hoping that NRG just go and get that side control and don't clear the position so Buzz can strike from behind. But one spam through the box for George gives NRG that round. Gives them something in this T side. 4 available. As OG had to save for economy, they've got enough. Just going back to B, and we've not really seen this site being played by OG for the most part. It has been Fiku alone in many rounds. Or Nikodos AWPing the line. Kristen just rotates in time. Get that molly out.
Slowed the roll, it's bought some much needed time. Fiku, unaccounted for, and that might be a disaster. They leap right over him, and now they go into the mauling that is OG. They bring everyone over, and they decimate that B hit. OG are running away with NRG's map pick. Krisen calling like there's a fire lit beneath him. It's a very active first half from OG, and it's put them in pole position. 9-3 lead on NRG's map Pick and Mirage to open up this series. Winner of this going to the second stage here in Austin. So it's all to play for. And OG, while they were exuding confidence in the interview on the build-up to this game, they said they think it's going to be a nice, easy day in the office. Right now, it's living up to that.
Yeah, 6 rounds in a row to start this game, and every round NRG got was followed with a response from OG. They could never get comfortable. They could never build in, and now they may have no chance unless a pistol falls in their favor. NRG know they have to read it right. A gamble on A, 4 players strong. No hero in this game for NRG just yet. It's got to be done by committee. It's an old school smoke for the jungle side as OG come out under.
They're using that smoke to obscure vision and get up through short. They're looking for this play in a B. And right now at range is your best bet on these USPs to try and thin the herd. Bro will manage exactly that. Spent a lot of time around the bench as Bro, and so nailing 2 from it. That's NRG with a flawless pistol round picked up in this second half.
Yeah, it's a huge sigh of relief, right? Just 2 players on the bomb side, but they were able to hold strong. And that is only the second round in which they found the opening kill in this entire match. Do we have a plant strategy, or are those decoys? They're decoys. All right, let's get inventive. The hope is, I guess, you throw the execute and it looks like smokes. Is he going to throw it twice? Like once with decoys. Oh, these are decoys, but the second ones are actually smokes. Now, the issue is there's no util for NRG to throw out. They're not going to get baited. But the second volley, oh, these are the smokes, trust me. Meanwhile, bomb going B, hoping to force an over-rotation. So Fiki's going to throw this once more before they pop this B bomb site. Either way, there's only 1 player at B, so mission kind of success already. It's just whether you can get this plant. Fiku goes back for the second volley. It's a very cheeky play. But it's not going to change anything. It's all on Hex hold. Beautiful. Oh, that's clean. That's exactly what you want. 4 kills from Hex, denies the bomb plant. And while it was a cheap strat, $200 spent, it's still no success for OG.
All in at mid from OG. There's no one on the extremities here. So this round lives and dies on the success of taking this mid control. They've gotten away with it. You can see NRG kind of starting to pressure down through ramp in the meantime. They know that mid's been taken, and so you don't just want to give up all that space for free. I'll leave George here. He's got the shadows to work with. And so just having him there is that early warning system. They don't have to worry about A or the back line. They can focus instead on all these little avenues that spring off from mid.
OG are very curious. They're wondering where the kills are. They know there's a stack at this point. With NRG refusing to fight middle, not even going for info. Look how contained Bro is in this round. And so OG have a call to make. Krisen goes searching for answers on A. Bomb tempted by that B-bomb site though. 25, there's the swing, denied. Fiku with excellent cover, and that molly is not the end of the world. They have time to go after the fact, unless Krizen calls them over. He's got the info on George, trapped out close. Bomb's gonna come in as well. 15 seconds, they need this kill desperately. It's gonna come through, just enough for the plant.
And they hear two players having already rotated up close in CT. That's pieced together a lot of this retake for the OG squad. At most, they've got one other guy unaccounted for.
Oh.
He does. Just going to meet them head on the push out through the spawn.
See ya.
Hex living on borrowed time. He'll get hunted down. OC's left cowering back in the spawn, trying to save this gun. And OG are not in a forgiving mood. They'll hunt down and remove everything from the NRG ranks. And dude, Krizen has had some really slick calls here. So often, just individually, it feels like he's in the right place. He'll find good timings. This round, another example of that. He dodges the B stack. That's just on him. Going on like this feeling up through connector when they're not getting resistance. He spots George at ramp with the MP9, and instantly he's aware of what's the likely call in this round. What does that mean if they've left one player behind? And that happens at, you know, the 20-second mark.
Yeah.
Even the fact that he has his whole team holding mid, accounting for the fact that at some point, NRG, someone will get curious. We will get that one kill. And in the final, 20 seconds of the round, that's when we'll make our play. And I think that's very, very ballsy. But that is how Krizen likes to play. I'm very quickly becoming a fan of this guy's eye for the game.
Absolutely. If he gets info there, if he spots multiple players, he can send his team still on the short split. They had guys ready at B apps, but finds so much room, calls OG over. They make it easy, 10-5. Another academy prospect in Krizen. Shooting for stage 2. Volleying Hexed out of position for the lineup as well. It's going to burn. Oh dear. Easy entry. And they're going through the smoke. Krizen again, calling the bluff. Outstairs. He's got so much room. And Buzz is going to confirm what they already know. A, weakened with the death of Nitro. The Anchor's still alive, and so cautious is Buzz as he climbs over looking for George. They're going hunting for him. Buzz does get caught, but info is good, and Krizen advanced position put down. George keeping this round alive. He's on 3 health.
Absolutely had no business getting out with both kills there, but George has exceeded expectations in this ramp hold, and he's given NRG a fighting chance in this round.
Bomb down.
Viku and Nikodos are worlds apart. That swing from George gives one up for free. Nikodos trying to close the gap in with a backstab. And Biku left to fight forward. Sees an arm. See it to turn and leave the line. That one is on a knife's edge. But NRG keep their heads above water for now.
Yeah. Fiku had that info. He knew where that last player was. It's the orb that gets turned around by the ladder drop, which gives him a kill. If he held instead of moving forward, he might have had that clutch up. A classic Fiku clutch, not to be, as NRG ride on the wings of George's double at ramp and win an important gun round. Resetting OG as well. OG stubborn. They go for the full buy. 2 AKs, 3 pistols. What's Krizen calling from the other side of the map? Perhaps on this underlurk. OG make their presence known prior to that, popping through this ramp smoke. George in a lot of trouble.
Oh, that's a wild opener. George isn't able to find a thing either. OC's orb will get run through. And it's the pistols that shine in this round. Nitro tries to play his hand out now from the spawn side, but he's been spotted. They know where he is. And they know that Hext is this B player coming in a little bit later, so for now, OG feeling very content with where they're at in the round. They've dealt with Hext, and they've got Nitro trapped in a box.
I love the freeze call there as well. It's 4v3. They've got a double entry. Krisen's coming out under at that point. He says, everyone stop. They don't try and take more space. They know they have enough. They've got full site control, tucking on triple, tucking on ramp, and they let Krisen get closer as well. So OG can move in as a pack and finish what they started. Those are still rounds you can lose, right? You're still on pistols on the majority of players. OG don't waste their opportunity to win that eco round, or that force rather. 11-6. It's right there for the taking. And NRG have nothing. 5-7 armor, not even a kit in sight, not a primary weapon. This feels like OG already set a map up. Would take something outstanding for NRG to stay in this one. A missed shot for Nikodos, but he wants his finisher. Clearing angles, closing the distance. Smoke should cool him off. And OG have never really been threatened in middle in this T side. NRG have allowed it. They had no choice in a round like this, but what it will mean is we have a B split. Krisen coming up cat, they jump out apps.
Yeah, NRG at least got the info early, so they're going to have nearly a full stack here with more on the way. Hext even opening to kickstart this for NRG is a nice touch, but he will fall next. These pistols getting cleaned up. Krisen makes a play through the smoke and hits their back. Now it's just Nitro, the man that got all this info on the A push, but he's been spotted and dealt with up in the apartments. OG, 6 chances to close out NRG's pick in their favor. They might be on their way to a very dominant win to open up this series that sends you to stage 2.
Yeah, they were not nervous coming in, and you can see why. This feels like their destiny to at least take Mirage in the series, and Nuke as a follow-up is OG's pick. So this might get even prettier for OG with aspirations of that second stage. Can anyone stop them? It's been kind of no hero to get behind for NRG in this game. And OG across the board, 2-kill differential top to bottom. Everyone in form. Back-to-back broken buys for NRG to stay alive. Look at this fake. Just put Krisen under Palace and leave him.
Once he gets all this room, it's like he's not going to pass up on that. He's called the team around to come and join him. Krisen's in the lion's den, but won't be able to find success instead. It's George holding out, finally overran. Nikodos trying to roll it back on the AK, now left as the last line of offense for OG. They tried to close the gap to deal with him. And 2 players splitting upon Nikodos. He can't do a thing. It's a step in the right direction for NRG.
Yeah, nice push in for Hex as well. He had that round safeguarded from triple. 3 kills from him. And OG round all over the place.
I mean, this is like the real test. It's like outside of the pistol when they got the conversion up against the full eco. NRG haven't struck together 2 rounds in a row yet, right? With rifles, it's only been these one and done rounds. And it's like now they need to start their first streak in this game, and that's to try and drag it through into overtime. This is uncharted territory right now.
Oh, last bullet. Prison robbery. Nichko flooding out the palace, and already sight lost. Round potentially falling the same way. 4v2. OG poised to finish what they started and keep up those brutal, responsive rounds, as NRG just can't streak them together. They cannot survive in their map pick. 2v4, Krisen hasn't reloaded. He probably doesn't need to. Glock out, Nitro finds that kill, but he's all that remains, and you know where this one's going. OG sneak in and shut down NRG's map pick. The Americans on home soil are put to the test as OG come through with the first.
GG for OG on NRG's map pick. Flying start from OG on that one, Jake.
That's a lot of G's right there, Freya. I'm not gonna lie, that was more one-sided than I thought it would have been. I had OG obviously as the almost willing to say heavy favorites coming into this matchup. I think they've looked so far so good at this tournament, but for them to demolish NRG on their own map pick, a game, Peter, where at no point did I feel that it was in danger of them not winning. I know NRG had a couple of moments where they bought themselves some time. We had the verb yesterday, the cosmetic comeback. You know, we're speaking a lot about cosmetics these days, Freya. I think that was a cosmetic comeback from NRG. It was a very one-sided match.
I mean, OG seemed like in control throughout the game. They played this proactive counter that we've seen throughout the tournament so far. I think they have once again showed that they can fire on all cylinders and play really great as a team. It's not only the Nikodor show as we saw on day one, which obviously is a very key aspect to that. So you say that everyone is chiming in. They look super comfortable, and I think that they played a great game against NRG. Like they seemed to control it in the sense that they also knew how to react when something was happening. If they lost a round somewhere else, they would predict something or actually change up the game style. And individually, they made a lot of small adjustments, which I felt was really great.
Should we take a look at one of the first instances of that happening? Because round 7, that's where NRG finally managed to get their first round on the board. So how do OG respond in round number 8?
By doing what they've been doing throughout the entire tournament, you know, constantly changing setup, constantly trying something new. You go into round 8, you see it right here. As you said, NRG finally wins around, and you think to yourself, all right, now's the time to buy yourself into the game. Good nade comes down, Bus is being placed into sandwich area, being baited by Spooky right here, and it all works out wonderfully well. Gets the first kill, gets the second kill as well, does enough damage. Spooky gets a kill as well from this position, and all of a sudden, it's OC and Nitro down to 1 HP and 100 in a very tough position. And look at all this spam here. Maybe a little bit lucky, but he never sees an opponent. Nitro and OC get spammed down to a point where it's basically unwinnable for them, but I love the fact that OG instantly recreates around where, okay, we're doing a new setup on the A-bomb side. We're putting Bus into sandwich. We're putting into a bait setup, and they read NRG like an open book right here.
And the great thing that we don't get to see in this one is that actually the round they lost prior to this one, and then coming into the round was a repeat call from NRG. So they realized that, okay, NRG said they just won off something. They had a bad start. They just won off something. Now there is a case where they would just repeat call. And OG were like one step ahead, and they decided to go for a setup that would actually counter the thing that they had just pulled off against them, and it worked like a charm.
I know this might be like a really niche question, because you've had the experience of time playing a little bit with Krisen back in a couple of teams ago. Was that something that you could really see as a maybe a positive thing, thing to look out for in the future, right? That reactiveness, the proactiveness when something doesn't go your way. How was he previously in those situations, if you can remember?
I mean, like, he was a guy that always tried to be one step ahead in terms of he already has this package of thinking about the rounds coming into play in the next couple of situations. So it's not like he's not dwelling in the past, he's like thinking ahead, which I think is very important in modern Counter-Strike, that you try and think, okay, so our opponents just did this, we need to do this to actually get an upper hand back. And I think this was a clear example, and sure, maybe this was also in terms of OG's preparation. Maybe they have seen situations with NRG that they like to go for repeat calls when they win rounds, and they do the same one back to back, and that is these small things where if you have the time to prepare, you'll actually be able to deep dive into things and find these small patterns that teams has.
Things obviously got a little bit flip-floppy after that, because NRG, then they answer back, win a round of their own. Then we get into round number 10. Peter, what was the response then from OG back to NRG?
I think it's once again showed that OG is just really good at playing proactive Counter-Strike. We see a double flank happening now when NRG decides to go back to the A-bomb side. And prior to this, Nicolas has been positioned on B bombs, and he gets information that nothing is actually happening. He sees a guy that actually crossed from underground, which forces OG to make a decision by pushing. That sets him up in a position where they can get a double flank off. OG almost catching in here, but going back to do utility, Christian actually gets the frag here and understands that he just needs to play off his teammate, which is unknown. And he pops out of Palace, gets his kill, and by the look of the round, with the smoke and what the information they have, they know the last CG. Oh, sorry, the natural B is somewhere in CT.
It's so rare that you see two players get to flank in the same round. You have both Christian and Spooky coming from behind, one going ramp, one coming Palace. As soon as Christian gives up that position and gets the first kill, there's nothing, absolutely nothing that tells NRG that there's going to be another guy in apartment. So I agree with you. Great to see Christian understanding that we have created a unique scenario now that basically no one would be able to figure out. You know, had you put Rubs in this situation as well, had you put Vitality in this situation as well, they most likely wouldn't have realized it because it happens so rarely. And I love the fact that they're playing, I think that's the outlook as well for OG so far. They play like a team that has a lot of experience, that understands the game at a high level, and maybe even at a higher level than me and a lot of other people would have expected coming into the tournament.
100%. Now, with two Danes up on the desk, it's only fair to get a little bit of Danish bias up in here, but there's good reason, right? I say bias, we're obviously joking because, you know, three of the OG players really stepping up in this.
I mean, they brought into Danish Counter-Strike players, and they're doing a good job. You have Boss having a great showing so far this tournament. Christian, one of the most up-and-coming in-game leaders, and then Nicolas, who has the highest rating ever poised at a major, right? So in that regard, I think all three Danes have showed why they were picked up by OG, and as much as we ramble about Danish Counter-Strike being in a rough scenario, I think at least these three players right now have done a good job at making aware to the world that there's still a bit of talent out there.
And I think that we've talked about Nicolas, we've talked about Christian, and now we also touched briefly on Buzz, but I actually think Buzz had a really great impact in this game. You know, he understood what he had to do as an AN. He constantly switched up positions. He would play sandwich, he would be hiding ninja, he would be playing CT, he would go for aggressive pushes, getting a flash down ramp. It was not like this guy that just decides to jump and stay around CT getting information. He actually played proactive and tried to always keep his opponent guessing. And also with the way that NRG had approached the game coming in as on the T side, he just constantly made them guess where he was. And that is what you want to do as an anchor as well.
100%. Looking at the other side of the equation, NRG, considering just context, this was their map pick. Again, very slow start on this map as well. What was lacking? Where was the response missing for your money?
I mean, all over the scoreboard, you could pretty much see it. No one really stepped up for the occasion. I think they got read like a book as well. I don't want to blame it on Nitro, but I think OG were one step ahead in terms of the calling game here as well. OC, a player that we hold to a high standard. I think I haven't seen enough from him, not only in this game, but in the tournament so far. I think if they have any aspirations and want to make it far, make it to the next stage, OC is the guy you look towards. And Pete, I don't know about you, but I haven't seen that kind of OC that we saw back in Liquid and that we, I guess, hope would come back in NRG play so far.
No, like OC is an interesting aspect. I mean, I think he had his rise within the NAC, and then, you know, he lived up to maybe a little bit of it, but then he's, in my opinion, dropped off a little bit. For this matter and this matchup right now, it's also difficult for Nitro and his troops to try and go into a game where everyone on OG is playing well, because if they would go for mid control, they would lose. If they went A, they would lose. They went B, they would also lose. Like, it's like you constantly try and mix something up, but wherever you actually seem to go, you lose. And that could be because you're either attacking it incorrectly, or it could just be the fact that your opponents are so good at grabbing information and piling and putting things together in the puzzle that they figure out where you are, so they will have the majority of numbers going there.
Jacob, how highly did you used to rate OC? Because obviously we talk about him in the Liquid days, but I feel like, you know, that wasn't when Liquid were at their like peak, not when they were, you know, in that kind of era conversation when Astralis were just kind of reigning all over them and the second best team in the world, right?
Yeah. I mean, you never get to play against him. I think it all depends on where you set the bar, to be completely honest. I never rated OC as being a great AWPer.
No.
I never thought that he was a top 5 AWPer potential in the world, but he was decent, and I think that's, as sad as it may sound, and sorry to the NA boys watching right now, it's like that's where we put the bar for North American Counter-Strike. If you're just decent, you're good, you know, because there's not a lot of players to choose from. So I think OC still, and he has shown in NRG as well prior to this tournament, that he has something extra compared to the rest of North America. But, you know, Stage 1 at a major like this, yes, I rate him to be one of the top dogs. I expect him to play better, which is why I'm disappointed. When he moves into Stage 2 or Stage 3, he's one of the smaller dogs as well.
Well, OG now only one map away from securing that aforementioned spot in Stage 2. Potentially a chance to do that on Nuke. Their pick coming up after the break.
First started playing Counter-Strike in 2015, and it was just some friends that I played Minecraft with. They showed me the game, and then I started playing competitively in 2019, like ESEA Open, and then 2021 when I joined Triumph. The first time I saw like I could make money doing this. The early teams, no one had like a ton of experience on those teams, so it's kind of like you're just learning together. So you grind your way in the lower ranked teams, and then you make your way higher. It's a great environment and energy. You know, we have all the NA players, so like 4 of us, 3 of us being American, 3 of us live in a house together in Texas, and then Nick is also like in the same neighborhood, so we're all like around each other, go hang out and stuff. And then Alex being from Denmark adds nice like variety.
Has it been something that's been appealing to you is to stay local, to stay to your roots? Have you ever thought about going international?
I've definitely thought about it. It's not like it's an easy decision to make, and I definitely prefer to live in the US, but for the game, you know, it's almost like inevitable at this point that you have to be in Europe most of the time. Like if you're not qualifying to LANs, then you're really not like improving. You have to be in Europe, or at least, you know, now that teams are here, you can play them here, but you have to be playing the top level teams or it's just way too hard to improve. So it's definitely like a move in the future potentially, but right now it's not exactly necessary. Well, obviously qualifying for the major here is a big accomplishment. To be like, it's the first NA major since I like started playing competitively, so to make it really special.
Be honest, do you feel any pressure?
I mean, the pressure was qualifying. Maybe after making stage 2 and 3, there'd be pressure because you want to get to the arena in front of the home crowd, but right now there's no pressure the rest of the season for us. We made our goals. The first goal is just to get a couple of wins here, like hopefully make stage 2 or 3. It would set us up really nicely for the next season in terms of VRS points. If we could get any sort of like decent wins here, so just making, you know, taking a stage at a time. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice, like you're in your home country and everyone's coming here to experience it. Austin's like a great city as well, probably one of the best cities in the US, so it's nice there's a big event here for everyone to experience.
OG with an opportunity to be heading straight on through to stage 2. Their map pick of Nuke is waiting in the wings. I did want to not derail us slightly though, but because this could potentially be the last time that we get to talk about NRG, I've got to ask you, Dupree, how is it to still see Nitro playing? Because we talked about, you know, that the history, the rivalry between Astralis and Liquid, where 9 out of 10 times, or 9.9 out of 10 times, you guys came out on top. What is it like actually seeing Nitro still playing?
It's good to see him back. I was maybe a slight worried when I saw him come back and had his time in the Valorant. You know, it felt like he couldn't really figure out where he wanted to put his eggs. And it was like, okay, I'm going to return to Counter-Strike. How's it going to look? You know, and I think we see that more and more with players returning from Valorant. And, you know, see him be leading NRG brings a lot of good memories back to me. Mainly that we beat him all the time. But apart from that, you know, it's good to have an in-game leader and also a role model like him. He was like praised as Captain America back in the day. So for him to be here at a North American major must mean a lot to him. It must mean a lot to the American fans.
I'll give you a bit more insight. I think he's one of the most wasted NA potentials that's ever been. And I know he's won a lot with Team Liquid. I know he's done a good job with them when they won the Grand Slam. Nitro, when I played with him, was arguably the most talented player, like raw, natural, talented player I played with next to Elise. Like those two had incredible individual skill. For Nitro, he just never found a way to translate that on the server. Like whenever I watched Liquid, even when they were winning, whenever they're losing to you guys in the grand finals as well, Nitro was never recognized as a player who would put up a 1.2 rating or 1.3 rating, or even being close to the Elise level of output. In practice, and when you were playing, you know, B-Rush, or whenever you're playing 1v1s or whatever, Nitro was better than Elise. You know, he was better than everyone. So I still feel like he was like, we even had a conversation at one point in our team where we're like, okay, are we getting rid of Elise? Are we getting rid of Nitro? And most people sided with Nitro because we believed in his individual skill more than Elise. you know, and that hasn't been the case ever since, right? So.
And then they ended up getting rid of you. So look how the tables turn.
Yeah, no, I left myself where I left my own.
Of your own
like
choice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm choosing to move the conversation back to Nuke, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for that slight derail, but OG obviously choosing to pick into this. Peter, you bring up a point. We haven't really seen a whole lot of Nuke so far in the tournament. What are your expectations coming into this?
I almost forgot that Nuke was in the map pool. You know, we've actually not. I don't think we've covered a game of Nuke yet. So I was like, hey, they're gonna play Nuke, which is gonna be interesting. You know, it's a map that requires a lot of tactical depth and requires you to have your fundamentals and your defaults working to create these conceptions and also to rotate people around. And I just have to be honest. I think OG is gonna win 2-0 here. I think they are in a position now that they've been playing so good throughout stage 1. I think they've been looking comfortable also on Mirage, and I would be very surprised if we don't get to see an OG that is simply just gonna run away with this victory, because I think they are just a better team in so many aspects.
There's two things that can stop OG from winning 2-0. Either themselves by not playing up to par, you know, as long as they play at 70-80% of what they normally do in Nuke, they'll win, and or OC coming out and having a bang of a game. With the AWP, Disturb, you know, make sure that you put down a foot right here on the map and make OG second guess themselves a little bit. If that doesn't happen, then I think OG is way too superior to NRG.
Where's that whole like hybrid opening style going to come in for Nikodos in this one? Obviously, OG going to be starting on the T side of things because they did choose to be picking into this particular map. So NRG chooses to start CT side. Where's that going to be playing out in the first half?
That depends on how Kristen want to call. You know, if he wants to call a fast T side or wants to call some inside rushes or wants to call at a high pace, then Nikodos may value himself more on a rifle, and you can allow yourself to play 5 rifles T side Nuke. You don't need necessarily to have an AWP. No. CT side, I don't think they can afford not to have it, so I expect Nikodos to be putting up the AWP on the CT side.
I totally agree. I think it's going to be a playground where he can actually decide whether he want to play AWP or play rifle, and we know how he can perform on a rifle, so I think it's definitely up to him, and we're going to see both.
And we are going to see exactly how it pans out right about now. OG's map pick of Nuke waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I'm about ready to start sending some teams into that next stage, Hugo, right? Because our opening game, we had the elimination. It's all sad, it's all upsetting. But this one, some good news. OG heading on to kind of their home map here of Nuke. I'm excited to get to see some Nuke as well. I share in the appreciation of the desk. You thinking this is going to be a bit of a walk in the park for OG?
Oh, yeah, the odds dictate that. And after that first map, how can you deny it? No surprise to see Dupree wanting to see some Nuke, you know, after all those years, especially at Majors gone by. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one for OG. I think they played a great brand of CS. I can't wait to see their T side on this map as well, specifically because some of the calls for Crism back on Mirage were exciting. He had some nice cheeky plays. He was trusting himself as an individual to play that lurk style and still come up with impactful rounds. And I think on Nuke, we get to see some more depth for OG as well, as the individual talent that we know is in spades. Well, time to get the shovel out, NRG. Dig yourself out of this hole, or you will be going to the final day of play tomorrow, fighting for survival.
Fast play into the top site, and NRG.
Whoa, yeah.
Oh, well,
can't jump up.
That's a little awkward for Nitro. Still, there's his team to uplift the rest of the round. The pistol secured for NRG. Strong start here as they repel that A play cleanly.
Everyone hitting their heads. And at least NRG land some bullets there as well. Pistol goes a long way when you're down in the hole like this. Very dry pistol for OG, just trusting in their individuals on the top rush. Going again. Slight delay. Smoke flash comes in. Out they go. Full wall first. Trying to make NRG panic, but Bro's cleared this entirely, so Nitro mollies. He knows what's up.
Yeah, they're ready for this. That's great timing on the clear outside. Still, Spooky's been able to get great mileage out of his lurk through yard. Gets away with 2 kills. Oh, ready for the swing out in heaven. And Spooky's scary. Now it's just OC 1v2. Doesn't know where they've gotten to. Bomb still dropped inside of A though. It's an awkward position to be in. With outside lost, Heaven starts to become a concern. You're worried about them wrapping back, but going into the lobby, you think you could feed them if they're just hitting the pause button. Nowhere OC stands will he feel comfortable here. just going to sit pretty on top of the hut and wait for OG to make their move.
Such a risky position. You're open to so many angles, so many timings. Will he check main? Or will he get shot in the side of the head? He goes back, he looks away, and that might be it. Hit the shot for Spooky. 4 kills off of the Deagle. Undeniable.
Nice, guys. Good round.
That's clean for Spooky. Dude, and dinked as well. One's got a hurt for OC. Show me that final shot. Oh, damn.
Nice! Insane Spook! Nice. What the fuck?
All right, pep in their step. Put down quickly. Reality check. 3 kills for NRG on the top rush. And I think OG... Oh, no!
It's all good. He's recovered it, I guess.
0 damage. I think OG need to leave this top site alone. 3 rounds in a row.
Chrisen, though, a lot of room out in the yard.
Are you thinking 2v5?
I'm scared it could happen. NRG still have a bit of fear, but they're starting to take lobby, which is certainly a good move. Heaven is the big object of desire for OG. That's where both players are grouped up right now. Krisen's the only one that's known about, so they're going to let him off the leash first. Nikodos was last seen back in the lobby. He could be anywhere.
Just trying to chat this one through, figure out how they want to play it, right? Bomb loose. But they know NRG will be fighting for it, and they're hoping a kill comes their way. At a certain point, OG have got to make the next step. 30 seconds now. NRG know they can be absolutely anywhere. OG announced their presence.
With where the bombs dropped in the hut, it's Nitro playing to deny the pickup. But as smoke goes in, they've now got to play ahead of that. Prison's just looking for this bomb retrieval, and this 2v5 is coming in from OG. It's only Nitro who can put a stop to it. And up on the rafters, Nikodos sends his regards. That's a 2v5 out of OG. And Krisen's letting them know about it.
Yeah, drop a what are you doing? Because I think after that one, it's appropriate. A 2v5 for OG out of nowhere. And that's with full control for NRG. And I guess there are times where, even though you have the bomb, it's not necessarily best to play on top of it.
Guys, you have to win those. Come on.
They do have to win those. Oh dear, oh dear. I just feel like OG are so confident right now.
Yeah.
They feel like they can win every round, and it's because they've been doing it all tournament. Winning the most unbelievable clutches. Nikodos breaking records. As we said last map, still AWPing reliably. The cores must feel like everyone has full faith in them, and Kristen has full faith in himself because their T-sides have looked really, really strong. I think if you're OG, you're feeling like this win is meant to be. And so it's going to take some hulking individual effort from NRG, the likes of which we haven't seen in this series yet. Haven't seen that Hex smack talk.
No, not at all. I mean, he's been muzzled, kind of muted here in this game.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's something I think that's so cool about Krisen on the other side is, like, not just has he been calling a great game, playing good individually as well to back it up, but he just carries himself with a real annoying Danish ego about it where he's yelling across the... And it's brilliant. I think it's perfect. It gets in the head of the opponents.
Definitely. Because
every round they win, he's screaming at you, pointing out your flaws, pointing out your downfalls.
Yeah, when you would lose 5v2s, you just hear them shouting at you. It's just the worst feeling.
Krisen's quickly becoming a very interesting guy to watch at this major.
Late smokes coming from spawn. Crizin actually, yeah, they get thrown out and they cross before the smokes even bloom. That's the last thing Bro expects. He hears the smokes, he tries to reposition, they're already out. George is already down, but he can't block this play. He has to fight for it. Missed vent smoke. And Buzz cut down on his drop. 2 lower. NRG haven't revealed what they're up to just yet. And Crizin, somehow still alive, shouldn't be. The nade ends his round. There's still a second layer to this lurk. Ooh. Fiku surviving gives Nikodos the option to win the round. Who clears this?
Nikodos. That's who clears this. He is the one who clears. He is the danger. Quick kill on his way up through the heavens. Breaking back into this round. Fiku gonna catch them back in the door. OG have already won a 2v5 in this game. This is a 2v4 from Nikodos and Fiku.
Light work.
They've grinded through the ranks of NRG. Now it's just George and Hext playing late, having a run, the ramp rotate. That's info for OG. They know where these players are coming from. And now it's confirmed. Nikodos knows that they're both lobby bound on this retake. He's got Heaven. It's a strong post plant, a tricky one for NRG to contest with. Nikodos goes in, and Hext plays it perfectly, swinging out a little later. Will uproot Nikodos from that powerful post plant.
Very well played for Hex. He has to bait his teammate there and play late. You need Nikodos peeking deeper, so more of his model is out, and Hex swings off his teammate's contact, so had to win that. NRG couldn't allow a 2v5 into a 2v4. Very, very close for OG. And again, I like the call. Having double layered Heaven lurks got OG in that position anyway. Crizin gets found outside, OC gives it up entirely, and that's when Nikodos springs the trap. But it's still NRG fighting back. Some SMGs haven't quite got to a comfortable economy yet. Bro starts lower. Less info outside. NRG go for the lobby clear. There's only one player here. Can they flush him out, or do they walk past this entirely? There's the check. Nitro takes his free kill. They know everyone's outside now, but is it B or is it A? It's still a question. Spooky leaves it up for debate. They cross lower with a fantastic shot onto Bro, but they don't have to end the round right here. Wait for that lurk. If OG can make this look like a B play, Spooky can backstab too.
Finding Hex might be a little harder, but Nitro's on a platter. He knows about the players in at ramp now, both of them. Tries to milk it for all he can. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome, just takes the Nitro kill while he's got it. That lets Hex stay alive down in a lower and continue offering up this resistance. Very little time left to get this bomb planted. Open to the ramp side, but OC not in a position to punish. And George arrives just seconds too late to have any say before that bomb goes down. It's a retake now for NRG.
What a wrap, though, for Crizin. This is great timing right now. Even though the bomb's not for him, he might get the kill before it matters. They fake it out. Door blown off. That gets them off the bomb. And Spooky finds the headshot. 4-2. OG come through with another collapsing round that's going to break NRG's money like it did all Mirage long. I'm just loving these set calls. The mistake there is Nikodots goes way too early, right, with the bomb. Doesn't allow OG to change their plan, but they don't need to.
Nice! Good job, guys. That's spooky.
And as I said, NRG, they just can't build economy in this series. Every impact round, won out by OG. Every time NRG get on the board, they lose the follow-up. Played this whole series on pistols. Bro tasked with the impossible again, was drive-by by Krizen last round. 5-7 is nice. He's going to get his revenge, but it's swift. Trade from OG. They can just go if they want. There's 3 CTs here, but not much weaponry, not much hope. They just slaughter them.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Nice. Good trade, Spooky.
Yeah, you're dead on though. Like if you're NRG, you feel like you've been broke the entire time. You feel like you constantly are getting reset here, forced to have to attempt, you know, rough retakes, rough rounds. It's the case that, you know, we're nearly at the end of this first half and, you know, we're on the second map. Right now, NRG still haven't been able in 1.5 maps have played to streak together 2 rounds in a row. They didn't do it back on Mirage. They haven't started to even come close to it here on Nuke. The one time they did was a pistol round in the conversion, and that was last map. Here, they won the pistol, lost to the force buy. OG have been very annoying out in the yard, and that will continue. This is a team with some very nice ideas to how to go about and approach this yard control.
So many variations.
Yeah.
As well.
And it's the fact that, like, more often than not, they really like these, you know, you throw like one of the cross smokes outside from spawn, you do the other on the fly, and you peek around the first smoke. They do that a hell of a lot. And it puts you in a weird position as the yard player. It's like, do you want to fight? Do you want to get caught? Like, that's the fight they're looking for, playing around the yard smokes.
NRG essentially haven't played yard.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that comes from the way that OG are playing around this util, and that's something they've been doing for a while. It's not just exclusive to like this one game. It's not like that's a pattern they've noticed that they could use against NRG. Even thinking back to when we watched them play Spirit Academy, because we were looking at Kazuke demos, right? Like, it was the same thing there. He was the yard player getting pressured. They've really liked and finessed how they approach this yard control.
Yeah, very hard to read. I mean, they've repeated no round twice. They've thrown different variations of smokes. They've had different reactions. And like I said, NRG haven't really fought outside. They've not had the orb. They've also dropped Bro down vent most rounds. He's been getting owned. So this round, he goes and takes his first proper fight outside. It's a pretty favorable fight. And Fiku just knocks him off the top of blue. So right now, NRG just have no confidence in stopping this outside control. And if you can't win it on CT side nuke, you're going to have a bad time. OG have had Secret. They've had Hell. They're walking through the main smoke, for crying out loud, twice over. NRG are flying blind. Anchor and Ramp player must just be feeling like they don't have a chance in this game. Shot in the back. And I think Bro needs help. This can't be on one player. This is NRG needing to adapt on the fly and actually put some onus on holding this outside control.
Yeah, that I think has also been like a rough feel to this, is sometimes, right, you can avoid the outside fight. You can instead look to take lobby control. You can make plays through Secret. NRG have had lobby in a few of these rounds, right? They've been able to get past Buzz on his lurks in this position, but it hasn't had much of a bearing in how the round has played out. Once they lose the yard control, there's so many gaps that open up for OG. And with Krizen at the helm, this guy's been able to find every timing, Bro, as if they blow the smoke open. Okay, that is nice for Bro. But there's an immediate trade available. Smoke spam connects for a follow-up, and what started as a Nice surprise for NRG. Has very quickly turned back to OG's favor.
Hex has good timing here. If he just plays, he might find a kill. Buzz is watching this though. Oh, nades out, bad timing. Hex blocked by a Molotov, but he's got the bomb trapped. He might feel like he has to fight this. Give his team a chance in this round. Oh no, the molly hits the railing. Oh, they have to cancel. That's really unlucky. That would have burned out bomb. Instead, Heaven Control. Molly, Hex will go ahead of it and finish what he started. He now knows there's a second player due to the second Molotov. Crizzen behind the red box. Fiku still waiting. This is not guaranteed for OG by any means. This is a bit of a predicament.
Ooh, there's just a lot of gaps. And with how the game's been going, I have full faith in Crizzen to find those gaps. They'll get past Hex, the big threat in the round. And yeah, there's Crizzen with all the openers to secure that top site. Hex gunned down out in the yard. And a dominant scoreline bestowed upon OG. They are running away with Nuke.
Dude, this is a really good look for a team at their first major as a core, with some experienced members and with some inexperienced members, players like Crizzen, who have never been this deep.
Nice! Good job, boys!
He is not out of his depth, though. Swimming, not sinking. Oh. And let's be real, when we've seen Nikodos at majors, he's always made it to that top 16. Playoffs twice over. This is not a guy who wants to go out in the new stage 3. In the bottom 32, he has higher aspirations. He's playing like it as well. 13-4 on the AK in this T side. We're nowhere near done. Nikodos waits for the lobby attack. Just going to spam them through the smoke. Meanwhile, Heaven Control, it just felt like Crizzen's all game long.
God.
Beautiful shot, bro gone. Got a feel for him in this game. He's not had a chance as Nikodos spams them. They drop in. This is just brutal. OG laughing the way to a dominant T side, and Hex is lost in the smoke.
Okay, they just traded places, which could still work out for Hex, but look at who's bearing down upon him. It's Crizzen, this guy. He has been omnipresent. He's been all over this map. And if you leave any stone unturned, if you leave any gap open, rest assured, Crizzen will find it.
And he's going to throw it through your window. Beautiful headshot.
Nice! Insane!
Unmatched vibe.
I mean, look, when you rock up to the major at day 1, Nikodos drops a 3.08 rating. I can't imagine what that does for the vibe in the team. And they've carried that through in every game they've played.
Nikodos' 6th major here in Austin, and his 4th team. 4th organization. Something to be admired there, the consistency of making these runs happen. And even though at times you could levy that it's a one-man army, it's really not. He may be taking the glory, but there are some exciting pieces on this squad. Spooky really entering the conversation on this OG team, as well as the Crizzen T sides. And OG, I mean, they just feel like they can do no wrong right now. They're going to run out lower, 25 seconds. They've got a lurker. It doesn't even matter. There's no one on this B-bomb site, and Spooky knows living is worth its weight in gold. Won't be allowed to. But this is still a retake right now for NRG. They don't have the rounds to think about saving their guns. They've got to try and save this situation.
Oh, catch on the vent is big. Gets from that path to rotate down. This retake can try and take shape now. Hext and OC are very, very wounded. Nitro's the one guy with health. And so might find himself having to be a difference maker here. Crizzen just going to reposition, gets out onto the rafter in time. Clean stuff for the first, but it's set up for Fiku to try and close. Longest standing player in the OG jersey. And he knows what he's doing. He knows how to handle himself in that clutch. Stellar little 1v2 to rub salt in the wound. NRG can't find a thing.
Oh, it burns, Harry, it burns. NRG, at no point were they in this series, and maybe no point will they enter it. Domination on Nuke. And clear cut on Mirage as well.
Let's fucking go!
OG unstoppable. An Orc that has been middling of the pack in Counter-Strike for the longest time, coming through with a brand new roster, with a young squad, and with a statement here in Austin. Just a few rounds from that next stage.
Yeah, I mean, OG is, you know, as a team, maybe best known for just occasional individual pieces that have been here and then got plucked out and gone on to greener pastures. You've rarely had a whole squad to rally behind. Fiku's been here throughout most of those rosters.
Yeah, 3 years.
Finally, though, NRG looking for one extra round down the tail end of this first half. As OG get a little loose with it, NRG will find their way to a third.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As have you, Mr. Bloom. And that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime, on Nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the Accor Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players.
Yes.
This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ZywOo to win on, you know, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And of course, starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. ZywOo and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
delicious.
OG fans got a lot to be excited about right now, as stage 2 is but rounds away. 9-3 up here on Nuke. Domination from OG. Crizzen finding every possible gap. Nikadoz, whether it's with a rifle or an AWP, is making NRG fear him in the server. There's not really a weak link in sight for the OG squad. And NRG have just never really got going here on Nuke. Throughout the entire series so far, they have yet to chain together 2 rounds in a row. That's how dominant this has been against them.
It's a horrible stat to think about. It could get better off of a pistol. Hex gives us something to believe in, and they cross their way to secret, fighting all the way while they do. OG have a player down lower already. Crizzen stops Hex roll, and Julies want to go down the vent, but Crizzen's got to clear it out for his teammate, and he will. Simple as that. Makes it look easy. Can the drop come in? Does it even need to? Crizzen killing everything that stands.
Let's fucking go! Nice, Crystal!
Captain puts his team on his shoulders and carries them through this pistol round.
He has just always been in the picture-perfect spot throughout this entire series. It's felt like wherever he's needed, that's where he goes. Crizzen really leaving a mark. Even the way that he goes and clears vents to open up that rotate down a lower. Like you said, it wasn't needed in the end, but the routing there was just perfect from him.
Flushing NRG down the drain. Cross on the smokes from Nitro, but NRG are crunching ramp into Buzz, who's had a relatively uninteresting map. He's not seen anyone. Well, there's everyone. And Buzz answers the call. 3 kills, pistol to finish. And Nikadoz floods in to stop this round from getting interesting.
That
NRG.
was the force spy as well. Like, yeah. You really flung everything into that ramp hit.
And that's what you get. This just looks like a fun game to play for OG. Everyone having a good time.
I mean, with that force spy falling, accomplishing nothing for NRG, there's no good choice left to make. They've run out of road to run. Do you eco now? What, so you play the 1 gun round and hope that that's where you can turn it all on its head?
I respect just getting a gun round out of your half, and so that's what they're going to do. 3 nades. Just going for an early pick in the door, perhaps. But dodged by OG, and this round should be the same.
Hey, OG have looked real legit, and who would have thunk it? Coming in with a vengeance. Maybe you did know already, and if you did, you can head on over to blast.tv. Maybe you knew Crizzen was this good already. Oh my God,
dude.
The game's on rails for him.
Sickening. I feel for bro, he's been getting absolutely smashed in this game. Against the Danish core of OG. Cleaning house right now, burning the books. 12-3. And NRG are going to have to look for that last day of play. If they want to make it to stage 2, they are not eliminated, but they go into that final bucket tomorrow with 6 teams and 3 spots. Maybe I'm calling it too early, but safe to say OG look like the real deal.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, you know, with OG now, so many chances to close this out. You feel like stage 2's as good as done. It's there. It's ready for the taking. But I want to see, exactly where the limit lies for this squad, because they've not really broken a sweat here in stage 1. NRG calling in a timeout before this round. It might be the only buy round they get to play in this second half. So at bare minimum, you want to make a good impression. Yard smoke's down, but Krizen's done a lot of damage. That nade might even find Nitro. Yeah, Captain's Clash and Nitro out of the picture now. Nikadar's even on this routing up through Secret. Things go from bad to worse. Yard was the recipe to success for OG all first half long, and it's where they'll bury NRG to move into that second stage here in Austin. A convincing victory, not even close. NRG unable to put 2 rounds together in the entire series. That is as dominant as it gets from OG.
Yeah, as far as a major debut for a captain like Kristen, that is a statement into stage 2. 21-6 on this map as well. His riflers, his AWPer, all performing to a high level, and the vibes in this team look unmatched. I gotta say, you may have underestimated them coming into this stage, but I think the teams in the next have to watch out for OG. They're giving me good vibes. They're showing great CS, and these T-sides are something to be rivaled. For NRG, one more day of play, one more opportunity, but they're going to have to step it up because that was disappointing.
Yeah, they'll head into those all or nothing games. You either come so close to that next stage here in Austin, or you'll be able to just brave your way through at the 11th hour. But this chance eludes NRG, and it's the fashion in which it happens that really, really hurts. They never felt like they were in this game remotely.
But for OG, guaranteed a spot in stage 2 of the Blast TV Austin Major. I've got Spooky down on the show floor for a few words. First of all, obviously, your first major, guaranteed to be moving forward to stage 2. What's going through your head right now?
I mean, I'm just very happy that we made it through the first stage, so I'm glad to stay here for a couple of days at least, so we'll see.
How much of caliber shift of teams do you feel like it is when we look at the stage 2 teams that are waiting for you? Do you feel like it's a significant step up?
Yeah, it's definitely a step up, but I wouldn't say it's like a big step up. I would say the biggest step up is for sure the stage 3, but we'll see.
Obviously, the only kind of slip-up you guys had here was versus Bait in that best of 1. Can you kind of classify where you feel like the team was a little bit maybe off in terms of your own game in that series?
Yeah, definitely. I guess Bait. I wouldn't say we lost because of our game plan and stuff. It's just minor details in the play. It was just minor details that went into it.
Now, of course, if we're just being totally honest, it's been a while since we've seen OG kind of at the top of the Counter-Strike, names amongst that list. Do you feel confident that this iteration, this roster of OG, is going to be putting it back on the map?
Yeah, for sure.
Anything you want to say to the OG fans that are rooting for you out there moving into stage 2?
I'm just happy for all the support. It's just, we'll do our best to do our best, basically.
Thank you so much, and yeah, congratulations on the move into stage 2.
Thank you.
Very convincing right here from OG. He'll do his best, and I think they've done that in this game, making no doubt whether or not that they were the better team than NRG right here. I think that's a great way of bouncing back for OG after having suffered 1 loss, in stage 1. I think overall the sentiment is, Peter, that they're playing some pretty goddamn good Counter-Strike, and with the level that we're seeing today, I would be a little bit scared if I'm any of the other teams in stage 2, potentially facing OG.
OG moving on to the next stage is a big thing for them, and as you just mentioned, whoever's going to face OG in the next stage in the first game is probably going to be thinking, okay, we didn't expect that OG would put up such a fight. What really stands out to me for OG is that they're just winning in so many different ways. Like, it's not only because they're playing good as a team, but it's also their individuals that's playing well. It's like they take turns in playing well. You have Spook having a massive series here, and you also saw Christian having a lot of impact, whereas he's also putting a lot of impact when it comes to his calling. So I think overall OG has been looking as solid as heroic. I mean, I think actually OG is a team that could actually go on surprise in stage 2. I think they are still going up against some really great teams in the next stage, but I think this is the kind of confidence they need. Also coming from MRQ, where they maybe felt they qualified, I wouldn't say easy, but they qualified faster than they expected. And then coming here making it the way they did, I think it's going to be looking good for them.
I mean, the only blimp on the radar was the loss against Bait, but we also seen Bait play good Counter-Strike, so I'm not even sure that is a blimp on the radar. I agree with Peter. I think OG coming into stage 2 is definitely not a team that people should feel comfortable putting 0-3.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the names that are waiting in that stage 2 as well. We've got the likes of, VP, Furrier, 3D Max, FaZe, Falcons as well, MIBR, Pain. I think there's a few names. M80. There's a few names where OG kind of already stands above. I don't know whether it's just recency bias from just seeing them, absolutely smash Living Daylights out of NRG. But yeah, I think they're in with a chance. Don't count them out.
I agree. I think it's the fashion they're winning as well. We saw it on the opening day with Nikodas poising the highest rating ever at the major, and then we see it today where they leave no room for any doubt whatsoever. 13-3, 13-7. It's a very demanding and very convincing victory for OG. So I love the fashion they're winning in as well.
That's what stands out to me. Like the fashion they're doing it in by winning one game where Nikodas just pops off and just completely demolish any kind of opposition, and then to go in and lose a game afterwards, and then find themselves again where they just play great Counter-Strike as a team and as a unit, and that's what they need going forward. I mean, you cannot always rely on that you have your individuals popping off, but the thing is that everyone can chime in and everyone can put in the numbers. That is where I think OG has actually gained some really good advantage coming from this stage.
Obviously, NRG not eliminated just yet. They will get one more opportunity moving into tomorrow. Next game on the card, that's going to be BetBoom versus Wildcard. Where are you guys hedging your bets for this?
Well, that's an interesting one. I think Wildcard yesterday they didn't come close making it to the next stage. They won the first map and then lost the next two very big. So I'm not sure where that confidence level is at right now. BetBoom, we've spoken a lot about it already, Pete. I think name value, experience value, I expect them to beat Wildcard based on the names, based on the experience. But I think it's much closer than most people probably would justify just looking at the names and the name value on those two teams.
For me, when I look at BetBoom, we've talked a lot about the names, but I have not really been that impressed at this stage yet. I still think they have a lot to prove, and they've not really come up with this performance that maybe we're all expecting from them. And then I think this is going to be a great challenge. I think they're going to go up against another team that has actually played against some of the greater opposition out there, whereas they lost to FlyQuest. They looked very, very flat in that situation. Now they go up against Wildcard, and I think that it's going to be a great test once again for them.
2-1 BetBoom.
Okay, I like that. Putting some numbers in that situation too. Well, we are going to find out exactly how it's going to be going down, but not before we head things to a quick break. Join us afterwards to see how BetBoom and Wildcard fare.
Axel, coming into this major, I want to look at you individually and just see how you're feeling, because where has the star Axel gone, and can it exist within this BetBoom team?
It's hard to say. Just maybe for now I don't have a lot of situations to be like I was before. Yeah. Maybe it could be everything, like play style of team, and just every change on stages, and yeah.
How does that make you feel though? Like, how do you deal with that as a player who was one of the best at one time?
For real, I don't care, because anyway, I'm playing for the team result, not for my individual, and it's more important for me. So yeah, I'm doing what I can for the team.
Fozy, I want to look at maybe what you feel you struggled with against Bait, because even on the map you won, right? It was overtime, you're having to fight for it the whole way, and then afterwards, we didn't really see Wildcard connect to the server.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of things. I think, first of all, we didn't really show up individually. Yeah. I think also we tried to read into too much of how they've been playing before, and how they played versus us yesterday. It felt kind of different. Yeah. So we were not prepared enough for both the strategic side, but also how we played individually.
What have you done today then to make sure that you're, especially on the individual level, ready?
Yeah, we've been playing a bit more, both yesterday after the match, but also today before the match. So yeah.
And one vibe I'm getting from all of the Wildcard players is this extreme level of confidence you have in what you guys can deliver here right now. Would it be like disappointing for you guys if you don't get it through and qualify to stage 2 in this game?
Yeah, I'd say so. We played versus BetBoom in another tournament, and we got smacked, especially on Dust 2, and there's not going to be Dust 2 today, so that's going to be nice. But yeah, I think you never know what's going to happen. We expect to make it out to stage 2. Yeah. If we lose today, if we win today, obviously it would be more nice to win, but as long as we get there somehow, that's fine by me.
Do you feel like you're in a better shape than what BetBoom are currently, if you're comparing both teams and just the runs and the games they've had?
I think so. I think we had, to be honest, the 2 first games were kind of seeding-wise in kind of our favor. I think Linvision are very good. They're all shooting very hard, but Muddysport was a bit on the easier side, I'd say. So, yeah, now we're starting to face some tougher teams, and now we gotta prove ourselves. So.
Fuzi, dead on. Time to prove yourself if you are Wildcard. That missed opportunity yesterday versus Bait is going to leave a bit of a sting, Mo, but you're still sitting comfy in that 2-1 pool, so I don't think the Wildcard camp are beating themselves up too much, but it's... Today's the day, I think, that an America's team gets something good going, because we've already got the NRG and complexity sob stories out of the way. Wildcard, time to change that tone, I think.
I think that's fair to say. Wildcard should be the favorite here. I think there's like overall have shown more this year. We've seen a lot of strength from them. I think they're not the surprise of the major, but I think people were just wondering, like, is it going to be Shanghai again?
Sure.
And it seems like it totally could be. I see the confidence. JBA's got another 6 months of experience basically since the last major, which I think for his skill level and with a team with like Stanislaw on it, he keeps referencing how much that he's grown. And I'm one to believe in it because Stanislaw in history has had some of the biggest wins in high pressure situations, big tournaments as a North American IGL. He is just, and the fact that he's made a comeback this late into his career really shows you what quality he brings as a caller.
Stan the man on screen now. Fuzi as well with that pregame interview. I think just kind of highlighting that like they think they can do this. I believe the confidence should be there just based on the outings that we've had throughout the year for them, right? When we contrast them to Cole and to, I would say specifically NRG, LAN experience to Mimo is still worth more than anything else. And Wildcards became this mainstay because of the points they earned back at Shanghai, being on that brink, the runs we've seen from them. They've got some losses that stack up against them when you look at just wins and losses. But if you dissect that a little further, if you jump into the opponents and the opposition that they're up against, they've gotten some of the better opportunities when it comes to the Americas teams, specifically at this stage of the major. Time to put it to the test. BetBoom, they are also, I would say, in the public's eye, a favorite to progress to stage 2. We know the pieces here have a wealth of experience, and in a fun way, I think Boomich versus Stanislaw is 2 IGLs that have had to go back into the depths to rebuild, but like you say, have some of the most impressive wins.
Yeah.
Boomich is a major champion, and he called that roster to the win.
Both making a comeback, and to be honest, BetBoom's lineup is one that on paper I think is actually underperforming a little bit compared to the skill level and composition that they've got going on. I think this roster has a lot of untapped potential right now, and they just are a level down when it comes to experience, like you just brought up. So I think I'm sure BetBoom can impress today, and in fact, I don't think it's just a foregone conclusion that they'll lose. I think there's definitely a decent chance that they win this series. It just won't be easy, is all I'll say. And at the moment, there are a few too many holes in the game of this team. When we think about each of these players on their previous lineups, besides, let's say, Magnojez, I think everybody had more success or on better teams overall. But coming together, I can totally see why. I think they have tapped into something pretty good here. But specifically for Magnojez, I think they're relying on someone like him, who hasn't really seen the losses yet, who is only looking at an upward trajectory in his career, who's looking around for some experience to help learn the game a little bit faster, for him to be the guy to really lead. Because I think he's the reason that we're most intrigued about what the ceiling of the team is.
Yep.
We've seen the heights of players beside him on the past.
The beauty of this one, though, okay, we want to talk about the expectations, and I think you just highlighted it well. Magnojez kind of puts himself into that ring. What was unexpected for most is the form Siren has brought to this first stage of the major, right? He's currently the second highest rated player, 3 maps in. And when you think about Siren, you forget about his tenure back with Spirit, back with Chopper. He's somebody who's been formed. He's somebody who has shown potential, but then just kind of petered out a little. And Magno just stole that that spotlight ever since. But this is different. 3 days of play in Austin. Siren's putting it forward. He hits the ground running here in the United States. And I think for their sake, they're hoping that they can capitalize on that. Because when you look at the BetBoom camp and you're saying, like, X and Y should be able to push through compared to the other opposition, I just want to see you do not waste this Siren overperformance.
I think that's
because I don't know how long it lasts.
It's not going to, because especially if the team starts winning hard matches because of his roles. It's just he's an anchor. He's not going to carry every game, and if he is, that just means that somebody else is underperforming. So I think they just have to use the momentum that's helped them get to this point, and now start letting players like Axile take over, and MagnoJez and Zorte, who should be the three that we talk about every single time they play a game. Of
course.
We should not be saying, here's Siren, and then there's no one else from their team in the top 10. That doesn't really make sense. So if for somebody who is as limited as him, it's a blessing here for BetBoom that they can look back and say, okay, thank you for performing this well at the major. But now it's time for, 2021's top 5 and second best rifler of the year to live up to expectations. Who's still young, by the way. He's just a player that we've known for some time, but back in those Gambit youngster days, early Cloud9 days, he was 18, 19 years old. Now he's 23. It's just about time for him, I think, to even get better than he was.
Scary thing with that, though, is like, oddly enough, Axile, due to, let's say, the departure from a more prominent team in terms of attendance at events, now you're playing for BetBoom. Your opportunities are a bit further and few between. And with that, Axile currently sitting on a 0.94 rating on LAN this year, but when you look at the amount of matches, he's played 5 maps on LAN. This is an Axile who is trying to get back into form and, wants to get into the grind and get through those reps, but on LAN, the chances haven't been around, and I really hope he is able to step it up for this event, because there's so much expectation that Axile and Boomich are going to be able to propel you forward, at least for these stages.
Yeah, I mean,
BetBoom hiccups in the end, that's one thing, but like, this is where you should be able to come down and just bully these other oppositions.
Look at this, you look at this, the player quality on your screen. It's nowhere close to BetBoom's. There's no one who has the accolades that match up, whether it's IGL, Best Rifler, even Zorte as an Opper. There's no one here except this team right here is not the favorite. So again, it's all about potential with BetBoom. It's about realizing that potential. And for Wildcard, it's simply about not getting scared, because I think if they look back, they know right now they are the better team, if even only by 10 or 20%.
Can Stan do it in the United States of America to progress to stage 2? That's the question here. The North American fans are left asking themselves. 2 America's teams losses. 3rd time's the charm, says Wildcard. BetBoom stands ahead of them on a CT side of a map picked by Wildcard. Missed smoke, as highlighted by our observing team. And MagnoJez with a chance with the Berettas just rails them, trying to come out from that squeaky door. No exit whatsoever. It is a bloodbath inside of the A site to kick it all off. Fuzi, hold on. Had a chance there, still stayed focused on the site. Fast flank gets him down. BetBoom wind pistol.
Really successful hold. And they might not have even seen exactly what went wrong there, but there were enough upper players that BetBoom had a good inkling that this was going to be something quick towards the top site, and they put themselves in a great spot to fight. You see MagnoJez around Tetris, and the push in through Mini is so key, because you do that too early, you just get held from the sidewall on the side of hut, and you're dead. You do that right on time, and suddenly it's impossible to hit you, because you've got to clear the whole site, and the execution of that defense is perfect.
Okay, on the reload, Fuzi goes flying over the rooftops. So luckily we've got Zorte up top to get that one kill back, but it did enable this cross. Outer was scrambled by this MAC-10 on the prowl. Boomich maintaining vents, takes some damage, down to 20s, not ideal. Pistols want to finish that, right? Once you get the dink, you think, let's get this kill and the gun that comes with it. Opened the door for Axile to come down from control, but also on an island. So they thought. Zorte swings the doors. Good combination of players there to just finish that off. But talk about a quick tempo.
Yeah,
Wildcard, well, it's in the name. They will get crazy if need be. And that round almost caught the outer defense off.
We have 2 fastballs coming out of Wildcard, and what's nice to see is for BetBoom, their rotations look really good. So, yeah, not the best guns coming at them, but lots of pressure constantly from beginning to end. This round will be a little, well, it might not be slow, but it will be a little easier here. Wildcard only have a couple upgraded Deagles. 2 HE grenades, suspiciously.
Will they get a chance to throw them? Yeah, they chuck them through the rooftops of the A site by the looks of it.
They're trying to nade back site. No anchor there.
No, I think that's what took Siren down to 9.
Oh, they hit him.
And Zorte's going to get cleaned up. He got his. No instant pop out. That extra second gives Axile a good chance to come clean up ramp room with ease. So just Fuzi outer. Desert Eagle gets a target. That's what you were looking for. MagnoJez obviously huge advantage here. BetBoom huge advantage with a 3-0 start.
Yes, solid start with the amount of players they've kept alive. Yep, there was a lot of pressure and a few kills in the last round, but overall, I think this is what they're looking for. Pressure on Wildcard at the beginning of the series. They are a team that can see to the next stage, which is a level of confidence. You got to break down out of them. You got to beat it out of them if you're BetBoom.
Like a dusty carpet, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Whack it around a little.
Get out to the balcony and hit it against the railing.
Come on. Make it your neighbor's problem. First gun round here for Wildcard. Let's see what the America's representative has to offer. Gets around this smoke. Kind of cheesy. Looking for his chance, but that op just on the other end of it. Waits for the smoke, or does he? Tries to play ahead of it with that timing. And Sorte must have hit a nice little adjustment there, catching him on main. Siren holds top. MagnoJez does not allow any entry. And this is a great sign for BetBoom. MagnoJez already up in that kill feed. Axile yet to die with 4 kills. And Sorte's op online. Those are the win conditions for BetBoom. And I see them all in place already 4 rounds into this half.
That was such a good catch from Zorte, because if Stanislav, even if he doesn't get the kill, if he sneaks into upper and they have that mini split going on, it's a nightmare. So really perfect for him to be in this spot. Save Siren. Siren turns that into a kill, and you can see every time they go for the next kill, there's another player rotating in. And again, rotations have been perfect here for BetBoom. Nuke can be a really tough warm-up map because the communication and the rotation doesn't be perfect. You have to be awake. You have to be alert.
Nobody peeks into it. Trying to get over the cross. Spam's not far off, but no real damage done. Wildcard, great little opportunity to take this down towards B. And our rotates aren't in position yet for BetBoom either. They've got the ramp control, no contest, but again, it's just a little late. So we'll see if Wildcard can make do with the space they've been given. Bomb plant 5v5. How interesting. We got a little footing going on the site, trying to get that first blood. They're going to try to charge down the Opera, covered by the M4. Axile makes sure his teammate stands a bit longer, gets the trade right back. Only Sonic and Jaba so far in this 5v5 post, but you've put an op in the hands of Fuzi. This is where he does his dirty work. And as he waits for the double door push, it's a good read, but a missed shot. Tapped bomb as well. Axile's got the defuse. Well controlled here by BetBoom, considering they scrambled for that retake.
It's possible he gets a kill, and then if he pushes in, he dies to the third player that's alive. So maybe saving that up is a blessing in disguise here for Fuzi. I'm surprised how much they kept pushing towards the ramp, but as you can see, you need to fight first. If you win ramp, you're just going to take the round, but with that many casualties, it isn't quite as easy, I think. Another round, though, it's interesting for this game plan of Wildcard. It is fast, and it feels like they're almost betting that BetBoom won't be able to keep up on rotations, and that round they almost didn't.
Right, yeah, good point. In terms of positioning, you know, let's say that's a gun round like this. Well, smokes, Molotovs, suddenly that ramp retake doesn't come through as easily. They scramble into post plants. Let's see if they keep the tempo up now that they've got the real tools for the job. Smokes outside, deny vision, but Zorte gonna allocate himself to secret early. That's a change. MagnoJez gets his knees taken out. 50 health, all he's gonna have left. He wants to get out of here as these bullets just keep whizzing by. Not comfortable whatsoever here for MagnoJez, but also not scared enough to call Zorte for the secret push.
Yeah, he's still swinging.
Look at this, though. Sonic has managed to just walk out ramp while it was open. He's contending with downstairs, but you're going to walk into a hot-handed Zorte. 8-3.
He's on it. He is on it right now.
Am I crazy? He was just in secret. Bails back to the bomb site in time. Keeps up that pace we were talking about, and things finally get slow for a moment. We hit 50 seconds. Axile, contact outer, sees this. He's going to tell Boomich, keep your head up. And a good trade back. MagnoJez has been solid, just picking players off as executes have come out. And this outer, inner yard, just they're not getting forward. Site's closed, baby. 4 up for BetBoom. Susp a bit of an act of desperation here. Tries to find a duel and just loses.
Wow.
Every piece of BetBoom is fragging.
This has been 8+ CS from BetBoom so far. I mean, they could have got shocked by the pace at which Wildcard are coming at the specific nuke game to kick it off, but they haven't been rocked at all. No problems. And a very special shout out to Zorte, which is, in their last game, someone who we didn't talk about, I feel like, as much as we're used to. But he has been stealing the show.
I don't know what it is, but in my mind, Zorte will forever live on due to the opening stage of the Paris Major, where it's just like, I don't care how many bad events he has, I don't know how many times he drops that op for a P90 and gets weird with it. That was the Zorte that I was literally thinking, he can take a position on any top CIS team.
Agreed.
You know, like Shiro's out there on the field at that same event, and I'm thinking, yeah, I'm a buy Zorte.
Yeah. And it's Zorte's also... It's just so fun to watch. He's really out there. He doesn't mind being aggressive. It's a bit more faster paced. Unbreakable op shot on that last round into this one in lower. Critical impact. That's what I'm talking about with player quality. I mean, who's even got the Zorte stature when we look back on their, best performances ever? And MagnoJez, this is a freebie, it looks like. Fuzi just walking through the shallow side of this. Oh my goodness! MagnoJez found that. Stanislaw didn't make a peep.
I am starting to fear for my own life with MagnoJez on the field right now. Jacob maybe not so concerned. He's going to join up nicely here with Sonic. They were suddenly feeling like they could just hold with fights, brute force, in an attempt from BetBoom to try to close out with a strong start on the multi-kill and a total comeback from JBA.
Yes, sir. And if there's one guy we talk about with Wildcard, where's his ceiling at? It is Jaba.
Where'd that come from?
That is a wonderful 4-frag round, especially after these 2 kills from MagnoJez.
Almost felt to me like the rest of BetBoom in a 5v3 kind of got roped into the pace that Wildcard's been playing. Look at these duels, right? These are CTs being adamant about taking fights to close out the round, and instead you just get your world rocked. Okay. We can praise all the pieces on BetBoom. There's the best instance of a Wildcard individual level. There's the rebuttal. The one answer that puts their first round on the board. Already back into the action, Stan and Fuzi finding duels. And so BetBoom, this pace has not stopped from Wildcard whatsoever.
They've really picked a personality here and stuck to it. And they said through all of the losses, we're going to keep the same energy. They believe in the game plan. And now it's maybe starting to work. Last round, little X factor. That's what you always need to get back into a game. Now it's copy and paste default on outside, but with the first 2 kills and no answer back.
You sprinkle in that sudden Tech 9 play that got down to lower as well. That was a could have been for Wildcard. Stanislaw killing Axile. This Ox got to get active. Missed chance inside Trophy. They're still just going to come at him. Following through over towards ramp control. They had a flank coming up from beneath anyways, so felt like he would get traded inevitably. But yeah, Tech 9's down on B for a could have been that 3v5 that BetBoom sort of get roped into. And now all of a sudden Wildcard, keeping the tempo up, have found 2 consecutive round wins.
It's only 2, but the fashion in which they won, I think, is definitely going to keep our attention for these next few rounds. I'm sure BetBoom are a little bit worried now. But looking at the money, because they've had so many confidently won rounds, they can still go for rebuys. Siren would love to keep this AK, however.
Doing the 2-step back here in spawn.
Oh, he dies.
Yikes.
Okay, they still got money, but that does make it quite considerably more expensive. And they're keeping it cool. I mean, they're everywhere. Look at this. It's a minute, they're already in control room. They have been moving quick this game.
You know, whether it worked or not out of the gate, like you said, Wildcard picking an identity, sticking to it. It's going to be BetBoom who has to adapt. That adaptation, maybe not something they're ready for. Does this tempo stay the same the whole time? Wildcard have been adamant 8 rounds in a row. Even down in that 3 versus 5, it still felt like they didn't waste time to get back into their duels. It's the kind of lead because of the tempo where even though BetBoom's up 6-2, you got to start being nervous that this onslaught isn't going to stop. This round we get a bit of a grouping.
Oh, he's not clearing it.
Boomich didn't see that.
He let it go.
He looked up, but
Stan,
I mean,
he's going to be able to rep. They're watching the outside cross, but from the outside of red.
Oh my God. MP9 turns to get the trade back. At least Magnojez is here in main. It's him, in fact, who kills Stanislaw. Boomich going to try to join back up. That's 2 bodies confirmed outer. The other up now towards heaven.
They're not peeking, though.
Siren trying to get into the action. They want to go for the flash, and he'll get his kill, but now you've put Sus to the clutch and separated CTs. He shaves Siren off, and Wildcard remaining frantic in these fights.
What a rotation.
It slows down.
How is he going to figure out Boomich would go in through hut? He has gotten here so early.
What if the fact that he was over towards Silo once, would you consider maybe he had pushed T-spawn?
True.
You know, one of these times where it's like, it's a solid flank. Boomich, gonna catch him off though. So he does figure it out, and you can see him sitting there like a duck, ready to be plucked off backside.
Damn. That's a pretty close round. Actually, Magnojez is the one who saves the day. Because it's not even the kills, his player's getting spotted outside. Yeah. That's, as soon as his kill comes down, the trade happens. Everyone rushes out of Squeaky because they know Magnojez is facing the other way, but he gets a kill and a half more.
So fast. Finishes off Stanislaw and gets right back to the Squeaky hold. And a dangerous game to try to help outer. It critical to stop Stan, so I definitely approve Magnojez going for that one, but you know you're giving them just a little more timing to the Squeaky players. Good on him for still being able to hold that back as well. And it is no coincidence Magnojez with mechanics like that on display sits 11-6 at the moment. Top performing player in the server.
It's been a fun game so far. Good to see BetBoom playing to that potential. The right players top in the charts here.
Yeah, we're not wasting a moment in this head-to-head, huh? This isn't one of those Counter-Strike games that just sort of washes by. This is actively playing for stage 2. The money's strong here for Wildcard nonetheless. Fewer utilities for the defense. JBA already posted top main, slips off, tries to hunt this down, but he extends into 2 lines of sight. Zorte from the top shelf. Sus actually going to spam him back through the edge of smoke, and so 1 gets recovered. You've got a player down in the vents, though, to stop it, and the only thing that's left for Wildcard is to try to get past Boomich, who's having any of this. Susp taken down to 13, that pesky SMG just whittling him away, and a really nice tethering here between BetBoom. Considering the pace of the attack, it's like everybody's picking up the slack if a player does go down. I love the team play from BetBoom as a response.
They really didn't want to see more than 1 person holding outside, and when JBA finally crossed Unbreakable, he really didn't want to drop off of top mini, and then he saw 1 in heaven, 1 below him as well. And again, it has been a story of Wildcard coming in fast, BetBoom just really matching their energy. And from the CT side, that's a lot harder than it looks. So this half so far, it's been 2 good rounds at a Wildcard, but now they've lost the potential for 5 T rounds, which would have been way more favorable. Maximum of 4 now, and we don't even know if that's promised here. We're in stomp territory right now.
Swift reminder, folks, that we still have Underdog as a Blast partner, and I want to remind you that you can get up to $1,000 in bonus credits with your first deposit on Underdog when using code BLAST. And that's American dollars.
I'll take some of those.
Cheeky nade into the trophy room. Axile puts an extra bit of sauce on that one. This is a gun round too. He's shredding it as if they're sitting there in pistols, hiding.
I haven't even seen him.
And Stan despite being, I think, a really key piece in trying to set the timings of the tempo, is unfortunately 4 and 10. Not an easy job slamming yourself against a BetBoom that's shooting this straight. Good chance there for Fuzi. Had to be accurate. Hits his target, doesn't drop him. Gets second contact versus Zorte, so you know you're dealing with 2 of the 5 remaining BetBoom players, and Axile gets killed off ramp. But it's very quickly picked up here by Zorte. Again, I think an example of tethering off the outer player, instantly bouncing over towards ramp. Just very mobile defense in the face of this rapid wildcard.
And at least some hope of the round is it comes back a bit. Magnojez watching this one angle into Mini as the key play. It tells them where the split's going. They don't get the kill, but Siren gets his.
Just disengaging as well from JBA, letting the lobby flank come and deal with it. I mean, that's just beautiful. Let the guy sit behind vent. Jaba just trying to clear top hut, looking for something to shoot at. Siren content to let his teammates clean up because you can trust every piece of BetBoom across the board at the moment.
So it's one of the best halves that I've seen from BetBoom, all the best ways. Everybody on the scoreboard has a positive KD. Axel gets his round near the end of this one half. And I feel like the wild card that started playing today was one that was hard to play against, but they didn't need any warm-up here on CT side. They did not waste anything. They didn't get to awkward eco situations. Magnojez really showing us what he's made of.
Sorte's going to give a little more wiggle room to top main. Wildcard going to use that position and just tuck in for a second. Opens the door for the rotate back to lobby. Emphasis on the ramp. You got a MAC-10 here with the bomb. Axile wants nothing to do with trying to hold all that back, but Wildcard don't flood immediately downwards. It does feel like they're starting to play a little more tempered. They'll get their position, try to swing off it, but they do have hooks on both sides, right? Ramp is an unknown entity to BetBoom, and outer is occupied by Jaba.
They've got one smoke left over now, so there will be a lot of walking.
Just hit that site.
Oh, that's awkward.
Mechanical error. JBA, nobody to blame but himself for that one. And a deep smoke into lobby. Now suddenly Wildcard gonna feel corralled. You're 4 players shoulder to shoulder, but you just lost your hook. Do you throw somebody over top of the rooftop? Does somebody have to go take that position from JBA back?
Because the only option left is late squeaky, right? Because you don't need any utility to do it. They go hut, they're gonna get destroyed.
That one smoke left for Susp.
But what if they do? They've got to walk.
Final round of the half as well. You got 20 seconds to try to get that much-needed third T round win. Stand instant entry. Siren, though, from the top of hut yet again. And where there's one, there's more. The BetBoom players swarm. Wildcard set an electric pace, and that cloud dissipates.
My first team was Team Webster's, it's just like a local Russian team. Second one was K23, it's like a bit more famous. There was like players like Fame, Norbert, major champions. Next I moved to the Team Spirit Academy, most famous academy team, I think the best in the world. Then I moved to BetBoom and here I am. Academy teams, it's more about like the most basic CS that you can learn, and if you learn it well, in future you can be more creative. I think Boomic is a great leader. He's thinking about really a lot in the game, like a lot of main games. He's like have really a lot of energy, so he's screaming, like some funny things, maybe a bit curse. I played not really with a lot of agiles, but for me it's comfortable because I understand what I can do for my team, like exact role, my zone, you know. We had some bootcamp before the major. We played some online games. It was not really well, but that was important to lose in the right moment.
A lot of people say that you learn the most from your losses.
Yeah. When you are losing to team, you think that you are better. It's not about your game. Maybe it's like you're more focused, something like that. It's online games. Everyone at home can see emotions of your teammate, can say some frustrations maybe, and we're trying to fix our main problems to perform good on the major. On LAN, it's absolutely a different game. I think we have like LAN team because Exile, Zorte, Boomich, everyone really experienced. They like more play on LAN, so I think that's our chance to get good various points, good major things.
You're only 20 years old, right? You're super young in the grand scheme of things. Like anything that you're looking to develop?
I think already not young, to be honest, in the terms of nowadays. I think it's not the problems that can change as a team, so it's just improve individually.
Do you have any particular goals at the major? Is the goal to win the whole thing?
For me, it's much easier to play without expectations, but I think good goal, it's at least Legend stage.
North American Counter-Strike got out of bed optimistic. They've watched 2 of their previous teams falter on day 3 of the Austin Major, and now Wildcard, who were looking confident, right? You've got to say that entire half was certainly confident in their game plan and their individual levels. BetBoom, though, wow.
Just as confident.
Weight classes for a reason, perhaps. Heavy hitters, I tell you.
The Wildcard nuke pick as well. Yeah. Had a good idea for it, but everything we were looking and hoping for BetBoom has literally come.
It's come together.
Yeah, like, look at the score lines. Everyone's got a good score
Yeah,
line.
which I'm a big fan of. Obviously, I think, a lot of people expected Heroic to go through 3-0, and it felt like the next debate as to who would join them. Teams to keep it clean that are deserving of stage 2. BetBooms, the Baits. There was an optimistic Complexity camp, but they're gone. Hiding in the back of ramp is Sonic. Ooh, you let your guard down, BetBoom. So you get tapped out of the round, Siren. Hate to break it to you. Best way to kill him, shoot him before he gets a chance to spin. All the while, though, we're going to go bomb down on site. MagnoJez dies in an attempt to cover all this. Boomich still isolated from his last remaining teammate. And I'm curious how Zorte is going to get into the fray here. Eventually joins up from Secret, so now they've got control of the double doors. It was Stanislaw in there once upon a time. Zorte, because he opened doors, gives himself away. You've got a 1v4 queued up, and the P250 unable to get a second one. So Wildcard, second round in the pistol. This is critical. Got to start this half strong, and they will. So can the comeback truly come forth?
Again, it's their map choice. They've got a good game plan for it. We saw the ideas in the first half. I think they just got hit with the hardest test possible for an official. And now I think this gives us a chance to actually at least see a CT side and have Boomich's T side on this map tested. Because if there's one thing about Stan, he's the reason why he's won so much and had so many impressive underdog victories in his career is because he doesn't really concern himself with how many resources he has. He has the same amount of expectations. But that also means he's going to be losing games until the comeback happens very often. When you've got players like this, a ragtag, a one-piece bunch, if you will. You've got to believe in the comeback. And you're going to have to work harder than most other teams in a lot of games. BetBoom just have to not think about that.
Yeah, just turn around, look at your trophy cabinet.
Exactly.
Get through this ragtag gang of Wildcard gamers.
Are Axel's trophies just NFTs? I'm just kidding.
Well, he's got some, yeah. That HLTV MVPs. Sus. Triple kill, made easy. Fuzi locks it in. That one goes down smooth. By MVP, I mean. What was his final rank in 2023?
It was it 4?
Was it 4?
Or 23 or 21?
Excuse me, 20.
Let's see what he's got in the cabinet.
Go double check. That's MVP, 3 MVP tournaments on HLTV. IEM Dallas 2022, IEM Summer Dallas 21, and Pro League Season 13. And he was the 4th best player in 2022.
22. Okay.
Split it down the middle.
Was that his only top 20?
No, he was number 5 in 2021. And then shit got real. Siren gets the entry. They're going to try to flood into the squeaky control, but Boomich on the top of main. This is looking like a wild card attack with the tempo of what BetBoom set. Fight fire with fire, perhaps. BetBoom's such a... Or BetBoom, excuse me. Boomich, such a nuisance. Do we have a call for this corner?
This is old secret, technically. This is where secret used to be.
All right. Well, no secret that Boomich was standing there. Susp unroots him. And Axile's going to drop bomb down on B. Oof.
All right. Another retake.
Trying to get it going, but Zorte just sitting on this angle comfortably. Nice. Oh, it's MagnoJez actually to pick it up. As if the AWPer's not fast enough, the rifle right there on the other staircase. So just already in the strongest of positions to keep this secret retake at bay. Once you've got this crossroads secured from both ends, good luck.
I know this is something specific to Stanislaw that, I mean, everyone practices retakes. I just know he takes them very seriously. And back in the the good versions of EG, Stanislaw, his EG was one of the best teams in the world at pulling off very difficult retakes. I just think that style, there's just something fundamentally random about retakes that just makes it too hard to rely on. And so sometimes he'd play without holding sight, sometimes he'd play specifically for retake situations, but because of the clock, the utility that can get knocked down on the worst, in a random situation with a shot, and because the T's have all these advantages waiting for you to come into the sights, it's just, yeah, a little too much RNG. You ever seen that 1.6 secret, that old secret?
No.
There's a cake builder video I gotta show you. Cake builder, old legend.
Is it Counter-Strike or is it cake?
It's Counter-Strike. It's very much Counter-Strike. Used to be able to surf down there.
I don't know about that. You could be spreading lies. I cannot confirm. There he is, James Banks. Wanted. Dead or alive.
I haven't seen him yet.
Okay. Hunters are on the prowl.
Yeah. Last chance.
Wildcard trying to hold it back. Very quick out from Secret. Ooh. Again, that A site just shudders. Snade, though. I mean, you're looking for silver linings. You're looking for a chance to go for glory. Sonic also going to pop open main smoke to get that. At the very least, you've evened it out. You know, you're talking about the retakes abilities. Well, let's see it. Wildcard, you are facing defeat on your map pick. Unfortunately for you, the BetBoom post plant has so many nades that you're just kept away from it. But now they've thrown them all.
They have. The CTs are trying to leave, though.
Yeah, no
kit.
They
are low on nades themselves.
You know, it's definitely a unfortunate situation. They're going to play 8 map points to try to push OT, and it just feels like BetBoom right now are untouchable. It feels like they know it. You know, I don't know if BetBoom wanted to come into this T side so aggressively, but once Wildcard threw it at you for 12 rounds in a row, and your individual stood the test, I think swing as quick as you need to. That A site just got shredded.
And they come in so late on this exact. They have so much utility. Even though they bring it back to a 3v3, by that point, bomb's halfway ticked. The util still coming out from BetBoom because they didn't default this round. They just ran up into the site. So it's simply a situation where your anchors have to deliver something. And then we could talk about some last-second diffuse type of situation. But for now, this has been one hell of a statement map here for BetBoom. It's been a fantastic performance, CT side and T side alike. I really feel like Wildcard actually, they showed up to play, but totally outclassed so far.
Good chance for Sonic, striking one down back turn. Sus looks to give cover to top silo. And that's a really nice tether between the pieces as Stanislaw very critically holds down the A site with the SMG. There's no denying BetBoom have outclassed them. There's also no denying that Wildcard have shown a bit of promise and a willingness to fight in those frantic moments. So they earned themselves a 5th by the looks of things.
And Susp is the, talked about JBA and Stanislaw and everything, but Susp has been their best player, right, so far at this event. It's 14 and 11 now. I feel like he's been, I hope I'm not confusing him and Adam, but I'm pretty...
Hey, they look alike. You are correct. 1.20 rating over the 5 maps.
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad at all. Behind him, JBA at 1.11. Wonder if Sus now has to do it for Adam at the same time. Your brother's been eliminated in an unfortunate and embarrassing 0-3 fashion.
Two chances to make the family proud, though, if you split up.
That's right.
If you play on the same team, it's just the worst strategy.
You know, parents say that they never have favorites, and that's usually very true for twins.
Oh, come on. Don't say, I love who goes deeper in the major.
But
that's crazy.
Counter-terrorists win.
I've always wanted to know what it's like to have a twin. Like, would I be competing against anybody else except for my twin?
Right.
Like,
it's the person that kind of, you know, same stats.
Yeah.
That is your mirror.
Yeah.
No excuses.
That'd be pretty sweet, though, growing up. Always have a duo queue.
At all times.
All times.
If you're not global in Wingman.
They got to be the best wingman players, or else they probably don't even need TeamSpeak, bro.
I just remember when like the online days when it felt like they were both still playing from the same home. We would switch between. It's like, you know, it's one of those houses that has kind of like slanted ceilings, right? Like the rooms are on the second floor.
Swedish houses.
And it would just
that are
switch.
Like all a series of attics.
Right, but because they're side by side, it was like mirrored rooms. How do you express yourself differently? One's got the windows wide open, full light. The other's got blackout curtains.
It doesn't help that your parents always dress you up the same, too.
Exactly.
Okay.
Here we go.
It's only a 7-round comeback.
Oh, that's it.
So
the first of 8 went down smooth. BetBoom want to get the hell out of Nuke. Put this in their back pocket and queue up that progression to stage 2 in Austin. You've now watched as a few teams have secured it. That sigh of relief that you're not going home in the first outing. Yeah, there's no denying that BetBoom want a taste of that today. They'll walk away from outer. Wildcard don't actually throw any punches outside, despite BetBoom showing they were willing to start there. Now it's a collection up inside this lobby.
they're piling up. I don't know. I can't tell if they're going to hit ramp, but it seems like it. No lurkers in place. No secret control. Just 5 ramp. Okay. MagnoJez holds back for a second.
Sus falls down into JBA. We've got 2 defenders on B at 30.
It's a little strange. I mean, they're all coming down the ramp. MagnoJez could hear to catch lurks, and they get to lower, but the CTs are suspicious about it.
Can the defenders do anything to slow it down? It's little utility for the attack, but here comes those few nades. Susp empty-handed, not ideal. Axile, okay, plenty of time for JBA to drop him. And now looking for the next as they just trickle into his crosshair. Sonic's causing problems. And with that bomb planted, it falls to the MagnoJez 1v4. He's the only player that chooses a different entry path. Not a part of that ramp push. Nothing he can do. Doesn't even try to stop that defuse.
There's a couple things that go wrong here for BetBoom. I think having one stay back in this 4-1 attack is fine. But as they exit out of ramp, it's 17 seconds left. And there are 2 players downstairs. That's a 4v2. That's okay. But because they don't have someone in secret, and they don't have vent control, they don't have someone lurking, there's no way to slow down the CTs from just dropping down. And that rotation is really easy for the CT side. Getting down the vent is no problem, especially if you know it's clean. So even though it appeared like, all right, well, we've got an overstacked attack on this small site right now, they didn't do enough on the rest of the map to make that easy for the amount of time left over.
Oh boy. Trying to send a test to the A site. I'll throw all those tactics out the window. Getting stepped on, Sonic.
Saw his coins come out.
Axile drops the vents. He's the one that opened it up. Bomb is on the back of Zorte for the moment. That's sitting right here behind this wall of smokes, exposed.
Beautiful.
To Sonic and Fuzi. They're going to clean up. 4v2 now for Wildcard, looking good. You survived that initial flurry of squeaky aggression from Axile. But Siren's going to bring this back. Remember, bomb down outside because they exposed the cross. You can take the A side all you want, but you don't have a bomb to plant. And Fuzi's been now given a comfortable deep angle inside garage. I don't know how you get past him unless you boost Heaven. BetBoom thinking and using this 50 seconds appropriately.
They're going to have to, I think, yeah. The thing is, there's nothing else to watch. But once Fuzi gets into this very safe spot and they've got hell covered, Sonic very wisely just watching up there. I mean, they have someone that can rotate hell no problem.
But they're giving up bombs, so now he's worried, right? A little ruckus outside main. He's going to think about it instead. I like that he keeps his head tucked. And as long as the garage op doesn't get exposed to Heaven, Siren's not going to find this second player hiding behind the red box until he shoots. Now that he's fired that rifle, Siren's going to get the better of the duel. And you've just got to get past now a 21 health Opper. Suff's going to reveal himself. The fights are here to be had. BetBoom don't need to plant if they pick up the kills. And a wrap back around from Siren's crazy. He's just going to concede this. And they hear him falling back into the A site. So what felt frantic for a moment fizzles out. Wildcard 7.
No, it was a good try. I was going to say that they need to have pressure in through mini, otherwise Heaven's going to be watched. But I thought because Sonic was there and they already had Fuzi, they wouldn't need him watching mini. So they nearly found that one very small gap, but the kills didn't come, and Fuzi was never really tested in his position. So, I mean, last round has me wondering a little bit, because that's a position to me that it just gets simplified too quickly. Or it gets simplified really late and unjustifiably, and then go for that ramp walk. We saw some very good defaults out of Wildcard in the first half. They just didn't frag as hard as BetBoom from my perspective. But that round from BetBoom has me wondering.
Siren's been sharp and Stan's head's right there. Good spray. Susp from the corner, cleared out. We get a trio of kills back from BetBoom. It was looking good for Wildcard, but only for a second. Smoked out of Heaven as well. Oh, but Fuzi, despite being distracted and caught off, Sonic comes out from Heaven. Open smoke
that
gets his.
Oh, 32 damage.
Siren hanging on. He's got the bomb. He's been playing lights out. Highest performing player for BetBoom, an anomaly as an anchor. And right now, it's going to take some time for Fuzi to get back around that lobby. Heaven smoke fades. It's a pistol behind him and a low health player who goes first. Sonic takes a chance and the backstab out from Fuzi. Sonic, he sets it up. Siren's thinking that had to have been a trade attempt.
Yes,
but the flank is the X factor.
I think if I was Siren, I would have been thinking the same thing, that they're probably pushing out Heaven at the same time. To be honest, it's a little early there for Sonic when there absolutely could have been someone below him. But as you can see, very confusing for Siren. And a solid hold on ramp, if not for this. And upstairs gets taken down. This round is done. This game is done, in fact. So everyone had to chip in. What's kind of crazy about it is they went for a ramp and upper attack almost simultaneously.
Yeah. But it was just Siren. Yeah, Siren coming through a squeaky smoke. It was
just Siren
too.
Oh,
so,
okay.
You know, one of those, well, we may not have pushed ramp, but come on, boys, the water is warm.
Yeah, it's a little weird, right?
A little weird.
Ramp upper.
Hey, man.
New combo.
Get out of bed, boys. New meta just dropped.
Saved it for the major. 4-round game.
Now, if I'm BetBoom, you better save it at the major, boys. Don't let this slip all the way back for Wildcard. This was an 8-round run to overtime, halfway there. It's been some close moments. That last round gets sketchy. We'll see if they can do it with the double AK-47 by BetBoom. Low utility. And Susp, who locked down ramp last round, kind of getting that contact over towards Trophy, sees the bodies coming at him, decided to stick around for a quick couple bursts. That's weird. Sonic holds it. Fuzi's allowed for a player to get up close. That Tech 9 feeling dangerous.
Oh, great
reaction to Axile, but it does open the door for Boomich to grab his op. 2v5, folks. 1 kill in for BetBoom already.
Would have been way scarier, actually, if Fuzi didn't hit that flick. So now in the 2-on-4 situation, Susp is going to take his peeks, as he should. But there is an op coming his way, so One small good timing. Oh,
Boost.
Boost. Spotted. Sweaty. Oh, didn't go out wide enough, I guess. Not a boost you assemble every day.
Nah. Don't know how many reps they've had with that one. Boomich picks up the op, gets killed by Susp. So Susp blocking these last couple rounds down with the multi-frags.
I wonder what that does for you if you could actually op over the top of Clock. Just get a headshot in. But you'd have to go up pretty wide, I feel.
I'm sorry, Launders. Clock?
Clock, yeah.
What's that?
The upper rafter behind the silo.
Oh, behind the silo. Yeah. Okay. Clock.
Old secret Clock.
How old are you?
I made them all up.
Yeah, okay.
I made them all up. They're not even... 1.6 wasn't even a game.
You've taught me a lot in life, dude, so I always just give you the benefit of the doubt. I never know if you're pulling my leg. Well, time's running out for BetBoom as they have failed to close 5 rounds in a row. Sonic shaves a bit off Boomich, but they do get into secret. Our wild card compromised.
Uzi officially a better score than Zorte. Didn't think that was going to happen. Maybe it will have to be the Siren carry again.
$40 seconds.
Molly's coming to opposite Ven on this run. Jaba's got a smoke for himself, though.
That's fine. You've got a player up above Hut in the rafters here in Sus. Stanislaw, not clean. Sus's gonna get stuck up here exposed. He has to fight!
Oh, what a
all the way! Triple kill to his name. 25 to the clock for Siren. A 1v3 to close it. Dodges the heaven shots. But you've got another player still down on B. Tries to elicit that vent climb, and he gets it. No, the off shot from Fuzi denies. No clutch for Siren, and a hell of a hold from Sus.
When Fuzi goes up the ladder, that moment is right when you would go and defuse again, or plant the bomb again. He realized that Siren faked it and then still went up right away. That was so risky, but I think in his head, he's in the flow state. And talk about flow state, man. Sus is having an amazing map so far. Rock solid hold here, rock solid hold on ramp on this previous round. And now we're in double digits. I mean, this is beyond dignified territory. This is now scary for BetBoom.
Solid composure. Honestly, it's the spray recovery for that third kill. You had nowhere to hide if you were Susp in that moment. Exposed on the cross. Fuzi gonna pluck Axile off the plate. You've got footing downstairs, and there was a lot of footing downstairs last round as well. So BetBoom will catch them off guard somewhat yet again. But you've got Sus where you need him when you need him. Another multi-kill from ramp to A to B, and the op's gonna end this 24 rounds of play.
Yeah. How do you like them, Swedes? What a performance from those two. Consistent in these last 5 or 6 rounds. BetBoom are now looking around, reading notes, deliberating about how do we actually close. Again, I thought it was a worrying sign when it was 12-7 or 11-7. BetBoom had that one call that just is like, was that the best call? Are you playing from a position of power right now? Are you really using the clock to your advantage, or do you look a little bit confused? It seems like that might be the case.
But is it all for naught? That last question, the final attempt. Round 8 of 8 for Wildcard's overtime run. Fuzi, this is sketchy as he changes positions. MagnoJez looking like he wants to play with a faster timing than what the defense would expect, but he gets spotted from heaven, and Sonic gets first blood. Fuzi locks this in, and Wildcard give us a show.
Blast it away.
8 straight. After 2 eliminations or losses for North American teams, Wildcard give you a reason to believe.
They are used to playing from behind, and if this isn't proof, I don't know what is. Wow, their best round so far.
What a fucking comeback, boys.
Wow.
Sweden, the third most represented country at this major. 5 Swedes go home yesterday, 0-3 in the departure of Metasport. Fuzi and Susp.
They had the wrong ones.
Representing well. An NA Swedish combo, bro. What a comeback indeed, but the job's not done. It's going to be Wildcard feeling electricity in their fingertips. An excellent 8-round streak to extend play on their map pick. Drop shot though by Fuzi, so outer compromised, or lower compromised once.
Oh, it's us both down without one for the first time since I can remember.
Right.
Was it nerves all along?
Sonic though gonna do a dangerous play.
Oh, I love that from Stanislaw. Like,
smoke him off.
You don't get to come back in.
Fuzi's off.
Oh!
That's the recovery.
Ooh, that's Max Burgers all around, baby.
Missed first shot, sure. So be it. You got JBA to tether off of. Oh, but he goes down to Siren. Swings the door open, loses his head for it. You know Siren's yet to cross, but he gets another.
He keeps going.
Stan puts his head on what I think was the same angle. Even deeper, in fact. And Siren's just cooled off. Boomich, he's the bomb carrier.
Yes.
He's gonna go upstairs. Siren's still down beneath, distracting both these CTs. No way he kills them all.
But he sees them leaving. The bomb gets planted. Boomich now, you've got to do this.
He played for himself.
He's faking the outside run, but I don't think anyone was around to hear it. Maybe Fuzi, actually, yeah.
He comes up from the vent.
Okay.
Lobby players making a ton of sound. CT's playing with some confidence here. That's gonna catch him off. Beautiful fake in the reposition. Boomich gets BetBoom clutch.
Wow. He actually used that piece of metal inside Mini to bait the vent player rotating. They got that information, but it was given on purpose. That's beautiful.
That's a big brain Boomich play. And I love that he just recognizes in that 2v2, you know what, Siren? Thanks for the contributions, but I'm going to finish this off.
Yeah.
You do
Fight
you.
to the end, brother.
I'm gone. You're dead. I'm gone.
See you in the next round.
With a win on the scoreboard. And he delivers.
That was awesome. Oh, no gun out, nothing. They fully bid on that. That was excellent.
Hook, line, and sinker.
We'll see if that's enough. This does end up being a still good position for Wildcard. It's like Wildcard getting opening kills, BetBoom answering back with 3 all of a sudden. But up until this point, Wildcard were closing as well.
Fighting for Squeaky. Riflers layer up. Siren thinks he can get the better of the timing, but Stanislaw well prepared for that hut hit. We get another clutch attempt here from BetBoom. It's going to be Boomich and Zorte v3. And Stan not wasting much time here. Already on the T roof. You're going to find one unsuspectingly walking back. So many angles when you round that silo. Boomich.
Great awareness, man. Still a minute 20, so it's a huge chance they could come back, right?
That's Stanislaw triple kill. Nothing to scoff at. He still sits up on the rooftops, and that's Fuzi to close out. So a full house between Stan and Fuzi, and it's an instant answer. That is one of the last 10 rounds played, won by BetBoom.
And it had to be a 1v2 clutch. Oh man, it's just been a highlight reel here for Fuzi. So many flick shots.
Very important moment there for Stan to keep it clean because he traded out the Squeaky player, which means he's alone now on the A site. Sure, you hold Squeaky, but you know that queues up a hut peek on the timing, and he's ready for it.
It's a great round for Stan, and he's just, only barely recovered his score. He's still 12 and 16, but when it matters most, here he is.
Fast again? Or a bit of a ruse.
Just a first-tier exec, it looks like, to bait out some utility. Now they're coming in.
Yeah, off the flashes, a little bit of an off timing here for the T's. Stan is just laying it down, and he's got JBA to work with. So this rock-solid CT side and regulation of Wildcard, no fluke. They transition it into an overtime 2-1 score. Likely. Zorte, another clutch attempt denied by JBA.
You're telling me that's 11 of the last 12 rounds now?
I'm telling you that is 10 of the last 11.
Wow, okay.
Carry the 2 divided by 4.
Whew.
This was a 12-4 game for BetBoom.
Nice, boys. Sick fucking hell.
Now you can understand why these guys played so well at Shanghai.
To the T side they'll go. We know what kind of pace they were setting all half long. They got shut out though by the individual layers of BetBoom, and yet again MagnoJez under pressure hangs on. Knows that the garage approach is inbound, is concerned about others, but Axile, who tries to come help him from secret, ultimately just gets up to death. So man advantage right back, we're even.
They've lost him, but they know this is the only safe place you can stand in. Zorte was holding from behind, but MagnoJez comes in. Flash, it didn't look like it was totally effective, but it had sus turn.
Makes it uncomfortable for the garage anchor. BetBoom fighting for that man advantage. Fuzi's gonna just throw caution to the wind. Comes storming down into the B site, finds it for free. And that's Stanislaw to plant a good amount of extra space as well as BetBoom just collect themselves, ready for the retake. Sonic on a curious expedition from the A site sees nothing. And I think that turns a lot of attention over towards ramp. You came down secret, and of course, you've got total vent control. Fixate in on this retake. It's one direction. And it's Sonic to swing the single. Fuzi sits on double, finds two backs turned. They're gonna try to get on top of that bomb, cause some kind of frantic attempt. And they're the kills that BetBoom needs. 1v3 here for Stanislaw, low health on the others, but Boomich's full bar holds off, covering that defuse and tying the game again.
Excellent retake here for BetBoom, and now 2 rounds in OT. Well, that feels a little different. This one's much more solid. It's not the 1v2 at the end and some X factor. It's just very solid position outside. MagnoJez did a good job of staying outside, alive, and Zorte's assisted Flash to help him get a second kill. I think that's not what Wildcard expected when they caught him so blind on that initial peek. Oh, Siren just took 61 damage. He just got stabbed literally in the back.
In overtime.
A right click in the back.
Just your highest performing player. Fuzi gonna jump on MagnoJez. Siren compromised. A-Site still trying to hold though, regardless of an awkward position. And Siren's been so good on top of Hut. Zorte here from main. It's still just Wildcard flooding in and trying to push out through that squeaky door. Offer holds the line. Siren still stands from up top Hut. And now that he's dropped back, it's a recovery here for Sonic. 12 health to clutch out. It was a 1v4. He's halfway through it, but already lobby control makes a difference. And you better count your lucky stars because BetBoom, oh, how that would have been embarrassing.
Oh my goodness. But look at Zorte in a combat opposition again, inside of Mini, making sure to save his teammates, even if it's an awkward position for him to be in. And now another map point here for BetBoom.
Playing it on hard mode.
Why don't they have Mini smoked, actually, is the question. I don't know if they missed it or they just didn't have the utility.
That's
but
a great question.
Yeah, it is overtime.
Because a player tried to come over top of main, maybe. They wanted that line of vision in with the split. Either way, it ends up holding them off site. BetBoom back in a lead. Something they've held for a long portion of this game. Lost it twice and recover. Fire to the top of Hut. It's going to make it a bit awkward, but it's really definitely this ramp emphasis. Zorte waiting for his chance. He knows that they're going to scale along that wall. They were allowed out, so goes for the wall bangs, and he's not far off. A real warning to Wildcard that BetBoom know what's up.
Across a minute, they're down into the ramp. 2 rotations are in place. Zorte will have to be slow, so they've got to make sure to put up a good defense.
Axile tries to draw them inwards. Boomich, he's repositioning, so Axile left on his own, but he gets a double. 2 clean headshots. This is looking like a great opportunity to close. After Wildcard fight tooth and nail to get this game back into overtime. Somehow, some way, Fuzi and Sonic have to combine. It's cover. He peeks. He lines them up and gets away. Still 3 health. And the teammate off the plant comes in. Just enough of a distraction to at least even the numbers, but they haven't evened the health.
Surely they don't survive this. Fuzi, they've lost him though. He weaved through the vents and got by.
They're going to be thinking control is the only option. Fuzi's reposition here is huge. His impact's been massive. He gets a back turn and a player up above. Fuzi to try to get double OT. And the CT just takes his time. As he thinks he falls back.
What a play.
Reality sinks in. Fuzi comes back into the action onto his own terms, and we go again.
When he committed that far out the door, it felt like he was going to fight to the end, and he still kept his composure as he has throughout this game. A 2-on-4 in this post plant, a bait off the bomb plant for Sonic to peek, and then Fuzi came in to join him.
God damn, puts them on the lazy Susan.
You're so fucking smart.
That was, I mean, it was smart, but it's also a matter of, it's honestly a matter of composure when you're playing around sound like that. You know, if you could slow it down, you'd always make the right choice. But to follow someone above you, to know where you think they're going to peak and then make that right key press, and he did it in a way that he was completely unbeknownst to his opponent. That was just excellent. Him, Boomich has had a great clutch in this map. There's been some really amazing individual moments.
No, this is Counter-Strike worthy of stage 2 of a major. It's just a matter of only one of these teams can book those tickets today. So solid stuff from Fuzi. Him and Sus. I mean, the Swedes absolutely taking over the show here for Wildcard. Little South African twist here in Sonic's impact too, but everybody sit back. We got another OT. Wow. The reposition through vents. Closing the door and making it seem like he fell back into play time.
And if he didn't take that vent path, he would have just died.
You know it's a good clutch when you can't help but keep thinking about it.
Oh, that's a big mistake from MagnoJez, using the whole mag and sticking around.
Bomb though, careful.
Yeah.
Bomb stuck back by T-spawn.
That's true. But look at Fuzi, man. He's already made it to hell at a minute. And I don't know if he just goes for the wrap or goes up into heaven, but they're not watching. And this is natural for the CTs, but once he sees nobody's upstairs, they're going to be on guard for the lobby push. Yeah, they're already watching for it. This is kind of a matter of time. It's a moment where BetBoom don't realize it, but they're running out of time. They have to get back to his site or rotate all the way around to get to a better spot. But Fuzi has them under control. They could smoke Squeaky and just go.
Siren's coming back. Oh, finds timing.
Nice.
Fuzi just considered heaven in that moment. And so Siren takes man advantage back in. This hut control ends up being critical. He wants to join up with his teammate to try to retake over through Squeaky.
Wow, top hut.
But at the same time, JBA gets his from top hut. And he's just going to keep himself crouched. Looking to tether off Stanislaw. They're going to kill everybody coming out from that Squeaky door, even catching Zorte off. That's 4 kills out of JBA in the post
from
plan.
above, and he joins the top of the board as well with that round. Insane. What a heater.
Exile kill made easy. Also distracted here are the other 2 targets.
This is so smart actually for JBA to play top hut in this position. So it's a post plant, right? And the only reason he can play up there is because Fuzi came from heaven and they came from mini. If those 2 things didn't happen, that wouldn't be a safe spot to play from. He knew he was watching inside hut and Squeaky specifically and covered the vent.
Sending him scrambled.
Oh, scary, but he gets away. Zorte
wins it.
Nice punish.
Stanislaw can take over Garage, gets the main contact, and that's Boomit's head popped. Secret though for MagnoJez. Double kill back, and then all of a sudden that ramp control compromises Zorte's other side. And we've got Susp all the way back towards lobby, grabbing bomb. MagnoJez gets his, and he is starting to step back up as he was at the start of this game. You know, we've been talking about the individual level that everybody across both teams now is bringing to this match. MagnoJez was the star at the start.
I mean, I think Zorte got like 2 kills in that second half or something.
It's cooled off. Sus, given a chance here. Nobody close enough to stop the plant.
Oh.
How much of a reposition is he afforded? Squeaky is open, and the swing's good for Siren. And we've got BetBoom tying up again.
Again, yeah. No, it's not seeing anybody drop off in quality just yet. This is a game that feels like it could go on even another overtime, and we wouldn't have a clear sort of who is the better team.
Great shooting. 3v4 recovery, put in motion rather by MagnoJez. Good game.
Yeah, man. It's been super fun. The fact they've been both ready to play Nuke like this. And now it just finally slows down, you know, almost permanently. Exile is going to take the spot. Okay, Stanislaw watching. That's enough to dissuade him from peeking again. But with them playing secret, does Stanislaw know they're not going to be watching the cross from the other side? I don't know if he has a read on where Zorte is.
Zorte keeps moving too, but MagnoJez stands the test of the main push and turns it right back onto Sonic, who wasn't full health. But MagnoJez, that's 2 kills. He's got support coming up from Vent. That's the swing. They want to try to get Axile into the action, but he's down. Og from above gets the better of the site, and the last piece is Fuzi. A clutch attempt again. 40 seconds, both CTs on site, missed op shot.
Don't miss right now, Zorte.
How's he make this happen? They get the fights given over. Both players go for the swing. BetBoom want to end this, and so 17 rounds secured.
Another great round out of MagnoJez from inside Mini. I think that you know, Stanislaw, he sees Exile in secret, he decides to duck by and go into Mini, and MagnoJez just says, okay, watch upper for me right now. They're probably going to try to come here, but I'm going to catch the lurker first. And he finds the correct timing. There might have been, it might have been a slightly incorrect attack in the sense of Stanislaw getting in through Mini first after getting spotted. But with the way MagnoJez has been handling those last couple of situations, I feel you can't get one by him. BetBoom on track for another map point.
Just when you think the pace slows down. Oh, no.
Damn.
Oh, Stan.
That was so sharp from Siren.
Left stung.
Uh-oh.
Sonic gets caught. I mean, kind of comparable kills in the end.
Yeah. Depends who you'd want to trade, and I feel like MagnoJez might be a little bit more valuable in these rounds.
And at least Stanislaw's death has let Fuzi lock into this corner. You got an additional piece this far, and Wildcard don't seem like they want to give it up anytime soon. Although that bullet whizzing through the concrete is going to be a warning. A distraction from the trophy peak. Fuzi's right here. He gets the legs of the player dropping down. Axile out of it. And he will not get greedy. Departs instead, as do all of BetBoom. Scrambling down to the lower site. JBA's already in position. He's going to hear this frantic attempt at taking B. No cover in this deep corner. Means bomb goes down. And you've already got a teammate now for him to work with.
Oh, they could have punished him in that spot, but they won't take the fight. Boomich goes to control. Window.
Zorte got one from upstairs too at the same time. Okay!
What? A no-scope?
Of course! You know JBA's up here in the rafters, and he knows that support's inbound. He sets the doorway ablaze. He's blind, and they don't get him while he's blind. So now he's got a chance, and in the reposition gets caught. Frantic there for JBA. Feels like he almost starts to panic.
Yeah, he was actually in a fine spot. The only thing he could have been concerned about was someone in control, right? That was always a threat, so doesn't pull it off. I can't believe Zorte hits the no-scope. I can't believe Siren gets a kill like this, but we are so deep into this game. Crazy things are gonna happen.
2v4, no scope on Sonic.
Unreal.
just think if you compare it 1-to-1 with the clutch from Fuzi, where every micro movement and everything he had to do was to perfection, that was just an aura of calmness. JBA, unfortunately, you see him kind of jumping up on the railings, exposing himself on weird timings.
Yeah, it's almost... I'm trying to think like from his perspective, but if it was even one player alive, they could have gone control as well. We're both surprised, obviously, that wasn't one of the options.
And we are talking about the finest details, but double overtime, we've got to. BetBoom secured 2 map points to close out this first one.
Yeah, 2+8
in regulation.
10 map points here for BetBoom in this game. How many do you need?
Sonic gets away with this, and he's gonna milk it for all it's worth. Oh!
It works.
Well done.
He gets off, but not killed.
Even a chance at a third one. Zorte's Tech 9.
Man, nobody's cleared that this game, eh?
Dude,
guys, it exists. That position is actually very normal.
Gets the
It is Sonic. He might have got there fast.
Stanislav bringing it back. Magnajez gets his, and it looks like the defense has stood the test this time.
It's just a death match right now.
1 of 2 in overtime 2 for BetBoom to close out. Just goes to show the power of a new position. Sonic sprinkles it in at the perfect moment and catches BetBoom skipping steps. There is enough time for this clutch to go down, especially with 40 seconds. JBA so far removed, down on single door of B. So let's call it a 1v2 on A site and see if he can get this going. Stanislav just gets the chance to reposition behind the vent.
If he walks up to it correctly,
and if he clears it,
Tetris, there we go.
Stan's not going to give him that chance to work. And so we go the distance in another OT.
Let's go. No one's getting tired. This is just the first map, actually, so after this much time, especially after jumping up double stack, it's like sometimes you don't clear things because you don't have the read on it. It doesn't make sense. You don't want to look behind you and then get killed, but not a fun way to lose when you're this close to closing out the map. And something slightly new. There's been one example of really late ramp from BetBoom and another earlier take. If they let Fuzi stay up here, I wouldn't be surprised if this position works out well. With the secret play coming in, they are going to go ramp, actually, so.
Fuzi hears it coming.
Oh, here they are.
They don't clear again. Oh, but his spray's not as clean. And then Sus to try to recover has been so good on the multi-frags.
Oh, that might be one too many mistakes here for Wildcard.
Gotta call it a golden opportunity. Players turned, nobody paying attention to that position, and now Jaba steps down into the fire. Feels like BetBoom finally break this curse.
That's brutal.
And it's not because Wildcard didn't have a great chance at shutting down that ramp play. It's because Fuzi misses shots. Oh, what could have been. But Wildcard faced a loss on Nuke for so many rounds. BetBoom just play with their food, and they'll go up in this series, stealing Nuke from Wildcard.
Point after match point, BetBoom had it in their hands, but Wildcard were not giving up. It was a tremendous fight. It was a lot of energy spent, and it's only the beginning of this series. Boy, there's a lot to unpack with this one, and it's on a heater.
I don't really remember the first 24 rounds of this game. Just, I'll be honest with you, the overtime was so fire. The clutches, great performances from. I mean, so many players stepping up in moments. I thought Magnajez was very impressive. CT side and mini garage. Yeah, that was just a really cool game.
It's a shame that it has to go out like that.
Yeah, that part hurts.
Fozy was doing so well for them with the op. He was finding so much impact. He had his own incredible clutch, but then to lose the spray on the last round, I'm trying to peddle this though. I feel like people should be switching to the A4. Okay. I just think the A1S makes those kinds of moments all so much harder.
I've been an A4 guy for a long time, so I'm with you on that.
Okay, we're on board.
It's cool. It's like kind of cool though. Like the real bummer about that from Fuzi. I mean, first of all, when it happened, I just looked over and I saw him just like.
Oh, I know.
His reaction. devastated immediately.
Yeah.
But I think also, like, what's really kind of a bummer about it is that we saw Sonic make that play outside. Like, BetBoom was doing a really bad job of clearing their corners down the stretch. Like, the pressure, maybe late round, so much focus, like, forgetting those details, they almost got screwed.
They wanted to get into those fights, and there was a lot of clutches across these fights as well. Some that you think were never winnable.
And this round is so sick. They box him in. Everything's perfect. This is actually a masterclass from Wildcard setup.
Another great Fozy moment, you know, he gets the double kill there. They even get Siren as he's trying to get back up, and then Boomich fakes the steps to go into main, to go outside. Fozy hears that downstairs, and then he slinks back into the hut, and you can see Sonic, he's caught completely unaware.
Yeah, I mean, we were wondering if they would have heard that sound cue, and then when you see Sonic running with a nade out, it's like, yep, you guys heard the sound cue. What a clutch from Boomich.
Yeah, beautifully played. Smart play coming out there, but there was more clutches in all of this in terms of looking at how this came to the wire in every single time, right? And it wasn't just clutches coming out from the BetBoom side. Fozy, who you mentioned already, he had his moments to save the day as well.
I mean, we had another 2v4 that happened in the favor of Wildcard to extend it to a third overtime in what looked like an unbreachable, an unpenetrable defense from BetBoom towards lower. Fozy and Sonic just connected to make this 2v4, which was impossible happen.
Yeah, you got to give credit to Sonic, though, too. Like, those two kills he gets, the first one, the double swing after that, like, he sets Fozy up for this. And it's not easy, right? Fozy still has to do the work, but Sonic gets him to this position.
But this part was crazy. Fozy right here just kind of knows the guy's on the rafters, closes the door behind him, then reopens it, thinking that Dorothy's going to jump down at that moment. Like, that sort of prescience, that, like, outplaying your opponent like that, that's why it's such a shame that he missed that one spray.
But it's cool seeing such huge, impactful clutches, like, won by, like, the little tricks in the mind game, right? Like, it's just like everyone's throwing everything they've got into trying to win this round, even no matter how impossible it absolutely felt. And yeah, Fozy just he had a great game throughout this entire map. He was solid. The AWP is quick, it's on point, it's accurate.
Without him and Sus, they would have not even got to overtime, right? These guys were clawing it the whole way back.
No, but it's also like, yeah, those two played incredible. Sus was amazing in the comeback during regulation. I think the bummer is, like, both of them had those rounds down the stretch, and this is the cruel thing about Counter-Strike, is how good of a game you played, but then Fozy has that miss spray in the last round when he's boosted up in ramper, and Sus has that round in like a 3-on-2 post plant where he wanders out in the open, gets picked off from control window, and then everything collapses from there. So they both have incredible games, and they've both made back-breaking mistakes at the worst moments.
The mistakes are so magnified in overtime, and for my money, that's why I had BetBoom as a team to make it through this stage, just because there's so much experience that even when it gets late into these games, when it's triple overtime, I expect that the instincts of people that are on BetBoom, like Axile, like Boomich, they're much less error-prone.
Sure. Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think it manifested itself in this game with, like, you know, missing those corner clears. Those are the things you expect people with experience to be on top of, right? Every team has got one guy who checks every single corner except for BetBoom.
It will happen that way, but the positives are BetBoom. Magnajez in there again. We keep highlighting this player and for what he's able to do. This guy can stand up against anyone that comes his way.
One of the disciples of Donk, his ability to just win so many gunfights that really feel sort of impossible. Like the micro movement he takes into so many of the fights, the way he's just so good at being proactive, like taking duels on every single angle. You could just watch how Magnajez does it, because it's art.
Yeah, he was actually so good at, like, the mid-range open space fights in this game. And I mean, this was kind of my mindset watching, like, the first half of regulation, was just like, actually, Wildcard's not playing bad tactically. They're just losing individually, like all the fights. Like Magnajez is killing everyone that gets on his screen. And what are you going to do if your mini player's having that kind of an impact? Really hard to take outside, really hard to wrap around. He was a monster.
He was a monster, and a player we often criticize a bit more, Maui, on Siren's side, actually was able to step up and deliver to take them over the line in this.
Siren was the reason that Wildcard had to go deeper into their bag of strats, because Siren was a pillar on this A bomb site. He was so good with the A1S when he picked up the AK, had the AUG in a handful of rounds. Like any rifle that was in his hands, he was getting 2 kills minimum as they were running into his bomb site. So Wildcard had to rethink their entire T site approach, because this guy was just such a force that could not be toppled when defending the upper site.
We need to see more from him, though, right? Like, this is the Siren I want to see on a more regular basis.
That's
more
true.
Consistency.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the thing. For my money, Siren was one of the weakest players for BetBoom in this entire season. Yeah. But something about majors, man. I mean, remember with Spirit at Antwerp, he was able to make it to the playoffs, and he's no slouch there.
Yeah, no, he can put some numbers up. But yeah, that's the frustration, and that's kind of I think probably the frustration I feel with most of BetBoom is, like, you know, just sometimes I feel like the numbers aren't there, or, like, you know, the performance isn't there when it should be, when we see them have good games. But this was very nice for them to outlast the comeback. I think that would have been very easy to collapse. And I think there's some level of, the Boomich clutch is a thing of beauty, but you got to give it credit also for where it comes, because they'd lost 8 rounds in a row at that point. That was like the first round of overtime, and you can't overstate the impact of stopping a run like that for your team. If you're the one to stop that run, like even though they lost the next round, it still just feels so much better that you finally got something.
There's something about Boomich where I also was thinking about the stage one, like looking at all the in-game leaders, and sure, you could say the form of some of the teams, like Linus with Heroic, might be better than somebody like Boomich, but Boomich's charisma in these tough games elevates his team in ways that I don't see from Linus. I don't see it from NPL, unfortunately. Some of those guys, they're betting themselves into these kind of high-pressure moments, but Boomich is a guy that I know can deliver. Like Stanislaw, great caller also in high-pressure games, but Boomich actually does it in the server. Like, he doesn't just make the good call, he makes the great play.
And I think there's like a kind of a deeper story with Boomich as well, where I think he's, I mean, at least for me, I don't know about you, I know like I'm still kind of in a world where I'm like, okay, Boomich, you still sort of have to prove to me that you can be like a great IGL or like a really good championship-winning IGL. You obviously had the major with Navi, but now that you're in this position, can you bring another team up? Like, you got to prove to me that you can put this team together and be an IGL for a squad that rises through the ranks and then is challenging for trophies.
To his credit, he took 2 Nafany-led lineups, both Cloud9, who had just missed the previous major, and got them to the playoffs of Copenhagen with no opper. I don't want to understate how ridiculous that is, that he was opping and he got to the playoffs of a major, okay? And then following that, the whole Cloud9 program dissolves, and then he gets this BetBoom roster, who also just missed the last major, now into this stage. And they're fighting for their, well, they're not fighting for their life. They're fighting to qualify to the next stage. But he's proven a lot to me in 1 year's time.
Yeah, that's fair.
You got to give Boomich a lot of love, but we might be giving him some more love when we get into the second map. That's what's coming up next. But before we go anywhere, make sure you stay tuned with us to watch all the action go down, and make sure you can watch in 4K on Blast TV.
after a drawn-out nuke, we're moving on to Anubis. It is the pick of BetBoom, and it's a map that doesn't look too pretty on the side of Wildcard. This is where it's going to get real tough, and they're going to have to dig incredibly deep.
Well, it's a map they don't play nearly as often, right? Like it's just spammed by BetBoom at this point. And actually, Wildcard, yeah, this could very easily be an 0-2. They haven't beat very many good teams on it. Most of the teams they've beaten on it in the run in the past, like they only played it twice in the past month. Like they just haven't beat any solid teams. And in fact, BetBoom even beat them 13-10 back at CCT in this. So I mean, yeah, if you're Wildcard, you're like, man, we really wish we had Nuke. That was our map pick. That was where we wanted, and we made that huge comeback. And now it's gonna hurt. Now it's gonna sting.
Ever since Boomich came back into the fold as an IGL after getting benched from Navi, this has been practically his favorite map to call on. Okay. One where he just has a lot of control in terms of the T side, and he's not too shabby at just making some chaotic play on the CT side, which I feel like plays into his strengths. Like he's a guy that wants to be such a disruptor, and Anubis, you have to be that. You have to force the issue, and so when he's just kind of flirting around middle and also sending Zorte into 50 different positions, I feel like that's the sort of randomness that Boomich wants to just play on the fly. He wants to always just play off of his feeling, and so it's going to be up to Stanislaw and Wildcard to try to corral that kind of action.
And I feel like so much of Anubis always comes down to, like, I feel like your B defense is just like the most important thing in the world. Like if a team finds out they can just lean on the B bomb side, like you're just kind of screwed. Then you have to bring a third player over, then the other side of the map gets weakened. Yeah. And even when you have a third player, there's no guarantee that B bomb site's really hard to hold. So, I mean, defenders of the B bomb site for Wildcard are going to have to actually nail this game. There's just no mistakes. And then you got to start seeing, if we get Fuzi with the hot hand, if that continues from Nuke, getting his peaks in towards canals could be massive. I think Oppers on Anubis on the CT side, if you're able to just like clip one player off your opponents like every once in a while, it alleviates so much pressure for you.
The good thing is, you said right, they played against each other not too long ago in the CCT, so they have an idea, at least on the Wildcard side, of what to expect from Boomich and what he wants to play.
It's just reps since then, though, is the problem. They don't have a lot of reps on the map.
Yeah, but I give Stanislaw a bit of credit as a leader that he sometimes figures out teams at the, last 3 rounds of a half. He gets those 3 because he gets the full picture. So to have that sort of experience, I would say that BetBoom are the heavy favorites for me in this one, but I'm not counting Wildcard out just because he's downloaded their data a bit.
We just saw some of that in the Nuke game, too, because we talked about it as well. To start on the first day of the stage, it was Wildcard playing Nuke against Lin Vision. It went down like 1-6 and then came back. And then it happened again where they just get battered at the start. But, like, you can't do those slow starts every time. Like, you can't play every game from behind.
I wish he could just game plan a little bit better, like start a bit hotter, okay?
You don't need to download everything in the match. Like, you get it ahead of time.
Just watch a demo before.
See what's going on, try and figure it all out here. How much favored is this for BetBoom right now in you guys' eyes, though? Like, is this completely out of the realm of possibilities that Wild could fight? They're going to start on the T side?
Yeah, 2-1. 2-1 BetBoom for me. Okay, so 33% chance here for Wildcard. Probably before the series, I would have had it a lot more even, but to me, Wildcard really needed Nuke in their back pocket here. Well, I just think that BetBoom's it's just so chaotic on the CT side, and they're going to scrap together 4 rounds on that CT side, 5 rounds, and to me, that's enough to get this over the line.
And we haven't talked about the idea of like the mental game of coming back in after a devastating Nuke loss, huge comeback, losing in double overtime in the fashion in which they lost. That's brutal.
Let's see how the reset can be. Let's see what's going to happen on Anubis with Scrawny and Londis.
Sorry, boys, working on the swing. We've been at it, Mohan, swinging for the fences with golf clubs, and it feels like BetBoom now swinging for the 2-0 win. Anubis, statistically, looking like a great place to end this series. Did the wildcard camp inspire you? I think the desk said it best, man. You can't be banking on all these slow starts. It's going to catch up to you, and it could be doing that same thing again.
Not all slow starts are made equal, though, and I wouldn't say that wildcard played bad in those first 12 rounds. I think that BetBoom won because they were just so good, but I honestly didn't mind. I like the 2 rounds they won were good. The rounds they lost, honest day's work, I think it was just very difficult. It's not like every round was lost to a clutch or anything like that. Just more impressed by BetBoom, and then more worried for them when they dropped that huge comeback. Yeah, I could make an argument for Wildcard being the better team overall that map, but individually, it kind of lines up with what we were saying before the game started. You look at BetBoom's player quality. Of course, Wildcard should have trouble on paper, but the reason they take more wins is because they've got better teamwork and just a better team overall. It looks like BetBoom might be realizing some of that potential here, just in time for Austin.
Still waiting for Axel to realize that potential, though. I'm just going to throw it out there one more time.
Yeah,
like, of that last map, he was the non-factor again. And it's like, well, when I say BetBoom are better on paper, it's because I keep giving some credit to Axel, but it's just not there. And I'm sure he's not too content about that. Luckily for him, teammate kicked it over the line. Just barely. Take that one tiptoe step. BetBoom, map secured. Time to play Anubis in a 5v3 pistol. Very comfortable looking pistol thus far.
Boomich said, I've seen enough.
All three North American teams can't lose in the same day, can they?
We like to set records.
No, yeah, out of the gate. First map of the majors record setting. Congratulations, Nikados. Progressing to stage 2 today. Zorte gets finished off. Ooh, hold on, we got a recovery here. 3v5 turned into man advantage, and nobody's gonna stop that plant. Siren wants in with the Berettas. He's got to wait for Axile to join forces from long. That smoke's still up in front of him, so still waiting, and off the frag grenade. Berettas show themselves. Now Axile's dead. Siren, no other options. Got to get going. They're starting to reveal their positions. He'll take the headshot to Stan, tries to close that gap onto Sonic, gets the second. And as he closes the gap to the bomb, he's trying to figure out how do you win this.
Oh my,
playing it
so
all
far
the way
away.
back, dude. Fuzi tucked in for the win. 3v5 for a T-side pistol victory.
That was forward thinking from Fuzi. The one player in that 1v3 that was forward thinking, by the way. They actually made that very, very possible. So a nice attempt, but 3v5 to win the pistol. That is a statement, especially after these kills from Zorte and a 1 HP escape as well. What a good try from BetBoom, but Fuzi feels so bad. We literally ended the last map on the note that, oh, Fuzi, if only your spray was better, you would have won the game. He was the only reason they got that close. He was so good for so many rounds in a row. The problem was, he didn't have his op.
True. Rifle on top of boxes. Mind you, making quick work of the pistols here. You gotta warm the rifle up, you know? You gotta ease your way in. Not everybody can be a Nikados. Where's that smoke? The hell? Somebody's hotboxing dark.
Did it fall through the floor?
I don't know. It was like floating in the rafters. I don't know, man. Clean up on the A site. And this one's going to go down nice and smooth for Wildcard. Start with a T-side outing. Fuzi is on for an ace. Shouldn't have said it.
You shouldn't have said it. He would have got it if... And here we go, Axile. On for the 4K.
Can't let that last round of nuke stop you from just dominating Anubis. Right back into the play and collecting kills swiftly.
I really wonder if it even feels bad for Wildcard right now because they brought the game so close. Because they had to make such a huge comeback together, obviously.
Sure.
I mean, being down a map is one thing, but like emotionally, I think they should be quite proud of themselves as one of the biggest comebacks so far. Not the biggest so far at this stage of the major. And it looked like all hope was lost. That game would have had BetBoom doubting their ability to close.
Oop. Stan's going to take a chance to press against this. Oh, Axile gets the better of him. For a second there, it looked like that was Stan's kill all day. But Axile turns back for it. We get Boomich playing inside camera at the moment on the reload, so that's going to get heard. And Wildcard's pieces out middle could be closer than BetBoom anticipates. Zorte a bit cautious coming down here, but he'll get smoked off. Poising themselves with the A-split. Very critical pickup here from Zorte. Trying to take what's left of the wind in their sails out of them. Just 3 guys left, and Suff's kind of sectioned off. He's floating around on mid. Or excuse me, he's the front of the A-play. 2 smokes on both sides.
I mean, the split's coming in whether they like it or not. So you've actually got BetBoom starting to recede back into safer positions. And with 35 seconds, this is not too bad for Wildcard. This next kill, I think, dictates it. And goes the way of BetBoom. They keep having control.
They'll lose the other side, but they know Siren's against this wall, so you gotta somehow get him out of here. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Siren locking it down, finally cleared out of the corner. 10 seconds left, and Susp swept away. So we've got BetBoom on the board the moment they've got guns.
Man, Siren, I don't know when he's going to slow down, but the guy who's, you got to say, like the 4th or 5th most important player who has the least space on the team has been doing the most work for this lineup at the major so far. It looks like this map is going to be no different. Looks like the B split might come in a little early. They've got dark control. Shooting from farther back, Stanislav face pressed up against the glass, and Axel, this could be a very effective grenade. 27 damage or so.
Good headshot on Stan to follow through with the exposed Susp is the attempt. Magnojez sliding out alongside Zorte, and they fight this. They throw themselves forward into the execute, and Wildcard dismantled.
At least they got 2 kills with the guns that they had, but nothing too special about that round. Eyes forward on this next rifle. And we're hoping here for Axel that it's just a matter of, well, they bought me enough time to get into my zone.
Just Glocks on the other side. Axel dies to the pack. MP9 though is going to make that bit extra money, so all good to hell with Axel. It is money made by Magnojez, and that'll be the recovery here. BetBoom from 0-2 to a 3-2 lead.
Just like that. Comfort here on Anubis for BetBoom.
Man, this is hands down. I'm trying to go through the big events of of Siren just to see like how much of an anomaly this is. Even back when on the Team Spirit days, you know, like he's never had a green rating outside of PGL Major Antwerp, 2022.
Right. Yeah, this is like star player carry level performance.
You just haven't seen this.
Like there are some anchor players who are kind of like star anchor players, and so like Rops, for example, and he gets great stats, but Siren has never been that.
Siren peeled off this one. Sonic gonna get that A main play going. And there's no follow through. They want that mid control first, so this is gonna transition into a nice healthy looking split, if not for a Magnojez push into main. So really just continuing to prod one side of the attack here for Wildcard. Susp on the recovery next to JBA, and that mid split, you can see why they wanted to wait for it, because it comes down in comfortable fashion, and they clear out this A site. Wildcard, a rebuttal to tie the game.
Very confident, man, on this Anubis T side as well. That attack was perfect. They split the site on the exact right timing. They've been taking over mid whenever they like. And BetBoom will have to sit this one out, but with 3 CT hit rounds already, they're probably feeling pretty good. So what's his next highest?
Well, if you want to get technical, okay, here's the thing.
Go
This is the
for
first major in history to have 32 teams. This first stage of the major replaces what?
The RMR.
If you look at Siren's highest ratings on LAN of all time, Antwerp, Europe, RMR, 1.15. Road to Rio, Europe, RMR, 1.16.
Okay.
And the first stage in Austin, which is technically an RMR, is his highest rating of all time. So
he's really good at RMRs?
Really good at RMRs.
Okay, and then what's his next highest outside of any of those RMRs? Just for more context here, like 1.07, 110?
At the, I mean, Terry Police 2023 is more of a, yeah, that technically counts. Yeah, 1.1.
Okay.
You know, and that's an anomaly.
He's an RMR specialist.
RMR specialist.
That's got to be
money.
one of the best skills to have, by the way.
Kind of is, dude.
Like,
it's
if you're
like
going to be born and you can pick one thing,
yep,
just great at RMRs.
Get that RMR. Why, yes, sir. I do love sticker money. But this is the major. History changes things.
It's natural to expand the size of the major because there are more good teams now than ever before. Oh, he's
crashed.
Just got to watch. They should take him out.
Beep bop.
Oh. If you disconnect, do you lose your guns, or do they still drop?
I don't know. My internet's good.
They didn't need him anyway.
I could free cam down there. Give me a sec. Going on an adventure. His guns did not drop. There is no...
I was thinking they should have just TK'd him so they could get his util and stuff. I'm not joking. I guess there's a chance he just popped back into existence.
Here comes the hit, though. He would have been a part of this hold.
Yeah.
See if BetBoom can make the best of a bad situation here. No fault of their own that they are in against this man disadvantage. Zorte's on the recovery. Bombs down, though. Siren catches sus. Now everything that's left of this post plant is here inside sight. Zorte.
6 cents.
Would have been called, right? Fuzi gets the kill to Axile. Zorte knows you're there. He takes that chance of a shot and puts you into a 3v2 retake. Now, fire at the feet of the player on the plat. Stanislav's got to change spots. Boomich locks in on him, and JBA over towards long lines them up, but BetBoom hang on.
Oh, yeah, they literally won this round 4v5 with a B split, which is where Magno Jez was playing.
How quickly his mood changes.
They didn't even have to deal with that. That's okay, but also Zorte, what the heck is going on, sir? That was incredible. From E-Box, the shot through the smoke with his op. That's only the first one. He knew someone was crossing or waiting for him in jail. And he just took the chance.
Yeah, well, Axel, he's the guy who just shot the player off platform, so teammates calls. Zorte didn't need visual confirmation. Just goes for it. And only took up that position down in E-Box because of the Magnajez disconnect. Life works out, folks. If you're BetBoom.
Wildcard should say that's not fair. We should replay it.
Yeah, you guys wanna do that again? Fuzi and Stanislaw just keep getting pelted by utility. They're lucky that nade didn't chunk them any harder because Fuzi would be out of this one. And he is hands down the highest performing wildcard player at the moment. It's a nice. You
gotta pick one, sir.
It's a great,
nice
comeback.
Both of those.
It is indeed a comeback that is looking nice and could be great.
That's 100% probable if you ask me. Tons of chip damage, but we've seen this split happen before. But man, look at the rotations. BetBoom's in the right spot. Zorte's now overfilling on B.
T-Smoke in camera.
Just trying to scare him, though. Huh?
Yeah, they're facing their own smoke in camera as the main one fades. Kills come out.
So many kills.
Yeah. Fast flurry of the frags, and locking it all down is Boomich until the gun goes dry. JBA 1v3. He got that A main kill to get out onto the site. They're going to react to the fake plant. Oh, if only he's able to control that one, but the bodies line up well enough, and BetBoom keep on winning.
Smoking camera is totally fine if they come through both sides of the smoke and they also make it seem like it's an A split. Then okay, they've got a good position. I think they successfully get out of the smoke initially, but the reason that this works for BetBoom is they got 3 inside B. They don't have Zorte rotating in through mid to catch someone running through the camera smoke. Instead, he's waiting dedicated on the right side of the map. So 2 rounds now, BetBoom have an exact feel for what Wildcard are going to bring. Their prep is looking very strong. But these two teams are a great matchup. We've seen so many rounds where there's like 8 kills in the kill feed at the exact same time.
Nobody wants to be that early death to what has been, I think, a prowling Zorte. Keeps thinking about keeping that line of sight, but with the smoke grenade, it's an open invitation for Wildcard to close the gap. Up close and personal here on Ebox. They're going to try to just push in with Tech 9s. Enough nades to get them on site, clearly, but the bomb carrier's not too comfortable. Knew about Axile. Good trade from JBA. Over towards A site, Boomich opens up the possibility to rotate, but yes, bomb down. Honestly, that's what they were looking for. Enough bullets.
This guy's coming up 7s.
He eventually comes through the smoke again with a shot that connects. That was the last bullet in the magazine as well. Great flashbang. A little bit of damage there. Blinded was JBA. Can't ask much of him, and neither can you for Stan. 24 HP into Tech 9. Lucky to have gotten that plant as BetBoom go up 6-3.
He's like the luckiest slots player right now. Zorte, every shot that he's taken is just connecting. He's got double-digit kills. His op has been on point. He's been on the right site every single round. What we saw in Nuke was an outstanding first half, followed by a very lackluster second half, and then enough in overtime for BetBoom to win. That is average consistency across these two maps, quite high.
You seeing this?
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Works out.
Axile just rolls not even his eyes, his entire head. Didn't like that one. Magnajez gonna get pounced on as well. Very quick out through the main smoke was JBA. Takes over Jill. And again, we always talk about how like if you fall back as a CT and you're compromised on site, there's just nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
So very nice moves here by Wildcard, getting up through Ebox. Axile not having too much fun. But he's going to have to shake that off because Wildcard, as this half has gone on, started to target that B site. JBA's getting his entries going.
This is one of the spots where it's like, you know, Donk plays Ebox, and so you could totally visualize or picture Axile playing the exact same spot and having as much success. And there's probably a part of him that goes like, how come when I swing, I get first bulleted? Like, I'm still fast. I'm known for my crosshair placement.
Terrorists win.
But it's not 2022 anymore.
Yeah, but come on, it's not that long ago. I mean, Stanislaw can come back in 2024.
Yeah, okay.
Axile can get top 20 again.
Yeah, point to, yep. Ladies and gentlemen.
How old's Stan, actually?
Stanislaw,
Yeah.
I'm going to say...
I honestly, somebody who I've never known how old he is, even when he was...
I believe he's a year younger than me. Stan should be 29.
Oh.
He's 31. We're he's older than me. And you wouldn't know it.
Yeah, you really wouldn't.
31-year-old comeback. Fuzi first blood inside of Ebox. Again, I think Ebox starting to become a bit of a problem here for BetBoom's B defense, especially when we get that, main split that clearly they're worried about. You see the way they glance at it. I think never knowing when JBA is going to come through, but it's A instead they want, and Siren's only able to get the one. We'll see that mid-scramble come down. No challenge from middle.
Letting them go.
Yeah, lets them slip down into the site. Or at least get ever closer. Boomich along the wall finds that fountain contact, nearly catching him with a nade out. Any more CT utility here to disrupt it? No, there's a frag on Magnojez. He's a bit late to the party, now playing from heaven. JBA, who took his sweet time, finally comes through. Clinical execution of Zorte, and with it, the round comes through.
Fair enough from JBA, because he had enough teammates coming in through main. As long as he could eventually come for the camera split, that's fine. If there was low numbers, he maybe have to speed up that lurk. But I think he recognized how much time he had to work with there. Played it safe. And yeah, I mean, Wildcard have done a good job of divvying up the attacks, whether it's A or B, but the complexion of the splits looks identical almost every time. And, well, they're working. They're looking fundamentally sound. They're just getting better and better. And now the op goes down at the end. It's not the best T-half ever, but it's a better start than Nuke.
Yeah, and you know what? It's gotten there in the end. It feels like it's a T-side from a team that didn't pick this map. You know, Nuke the identity was so clear, for better or for worse. All that aggression that was coming out from the T-side, at least it was well-oiled. It wasn't working, but it was well-oiled.
Yeah, you had to be there. There's some games, unfortunately, there's so much CS that happens all the time, but there's some games can never be justified by the stats overview or the looking at the round streaks and stuff. The context of the rounds tells a whole different tale sometimes. As Hooksy once famously said, the analysts only remember my last match. The scene.
No, we can use analysts. Sounds more dramatic.
Yeah. And not us.
We can stoke those flames. Well, what do you know? Wildcard, enough of a half to start to put some economic strain on BetBoom, who tried to get Zorte into an early engagement at his 11-5 start. You can see why.
It's well done, Susp. That wasn't actually easy. If he took one more step, he would have just got killed.
Yep.
9 health.
And does it while 3 and 9.
Did you get it? Oh, yeah. There we go. The boom op. Cloud9 Boomich.
Always fun. He'll bring it out, but unfortunately he's a little concerned about middle with all that utility usage towards the doors, and Susp gonna run the chance. I mean, you're down to 9 health. Send yourself out 50 feet in front of your teammates, and look what happens. You just catch him off straight up by time. So Susp barely winning that first duel. Very important he picks it up, and then from it, he's kind of given more leeway.
They kept him busy.
The risk of throwing his life away at 9 points of HP.
Oh.
Hold on. JBA looks stunned. Huh? What are they still doing there? How do you... Slow down, kid. This half ain't finished yet.
I don't think he even said anything.
Guys, they're still on...
Yep.
Still on B. Utility here to try to wound them on the retake.
Wait a second, they got their
Yeah, it's not over. Jokes aside, here comes Sonic. He'll serve up a perfect distraction for the last two to come through. It's just that false confidence BetBoom had for the retake. The same false confidence that's disappeared. Tied at 6 as Wildcard recover 3 straight.
It's stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major, and that means we've got a whole lot of major rookies. So let's get to know them. We're going to do some introductions. It's time for Hello, My Name Is.
Hello, my name is Colin.
Started with a pistol, converted, and then suddenly a silent streak out of the Wildcard camp. And then, folks, 3 rounds in a row. Never count chickens before the eggs hatch. That's what they say.
Yeah.
And BetBoom may have been counting chickens. More like a...
There you go. I just couldn't do that.
Play a game of chicken versus Zorte, and you'll tend to lose, but not that half, brother. They were running down that op inside of E-Box. He held up.
Yeah, no, he did really great.
He held up. But then there were rounds where Axile replaced him positionally, and those are the ones that Wildcard broke through. So 3 rounds straight, 6-6. 2 North American teams have lost already today. Wildcard don't want to be the 3rd.
I think if you had 6 players, you'd stack each site like this, and you'd win every round. I think it guarantees a 100% chance on this side of the map, but BetBoom can smell it. It stinks. 6 armpits over there.
Well, 12, but nope, that's not how that math works. Don't worry about it. Sonic's got 2 guns, and the split comes out. He'll hold back Boomich. Gets the duels he was looking for, but MagnaJez sweeps in from behind and executes. And unfortunately for the defense, smoke there sectioned him off. Nice cheeky play here from Zorte, using that pillar to wait for the A flank. And it really just kind of sucks the life out of the room for Wildcard, because they're suddenly thinking, damn, it's all in long. Not always the most successful retake angle, but the fact JBA gets the execution, it's looking possible. Now they've got man advantage. They've even got it all. Jump on top of the bomb for the 10-second defuse.
They pulled it off.
Wildcard only had long to work with. 3 players come into that retake, Mohan. 3 players walk out.
Telling you, this team believes they're going to win retakes. That is pretty extraordinary. That had to happen as fast as it did. They just got great protocols. You know, they drill those types of rounds. And so we have a game. It was like a slightly better start for Wildcard in the first half, but it felt like, because this is BetBoom's map pick and they're still winning, you know, who knows? But I think that changes the mood a little bit. Coming into this round for BetBoom, 3 Galils, 2 Tech 9s, 2 sets of utility, and a plan to barrel through to the A side, I think, through mid.
Scary if you're Siren. Frag grenade dunks on your head. There's no push behind it. Wait for that door smoke to fade if you are BetBoom before you try to take a chance at middle with these guns. Certainly coming well equipped for an A split in round 14. Feels like it's got a bank on maybe getting the better of Susp so that you can come in from 2 directions. Mid resistance turns into nothing though. Susp's gonna hang on to A main, going further towards Boomich. He gets cleared out. There's that double kill from Boomich. Very critical. Jumping MP9 from JB8 to try to keep mid control in their hands. But you've given MagnaJez a chance to put that Galil up with fire towards camera. They are held at bay for now. They'll double heaven, BetBoom.
I like it. There's enough space here, and you can squeeze out to this spot as well. They know where the CTs are coming from. Very easy to play off each other. Hard to find.
Already pushing beyond it. Boomich gonna let MagnaJez take contact. Trying to compromise sight. Wildcard swing in, and Boomich gonna go for the element of surprise. 39 health, diffusing on the other side. He
was going the wrong
He's
way.
got a kit, he's got a slide, and he stops it. Okay, BetBoom down to the wire yet again.
Jeez, I would think because they killed that one up in heaven and BetBoom, or since Boomich did not fight for that long, he was fine to just peek on the left side. He would have been able to take that over, but he still wins it, calculates it perfectly with the 5 seconds remaining, and the spray is sound. Looks comfortable for him. MagnaJez very happy about that. It's a hard situation to figure out if you're Wildcard on this retake.
I like that throughout this series, you go back to Nuke, there's that time Boomich just kind of abandoned Siren, I believe, down on B side to play the clutch himself.
Here he didn't peek off his teammate.
Right?
He could have definitely just got that kill.
100%.
Yeah, that's true. I've never thought of Boomich as a baiter because he's died so much in front. Like, he's not always lurking or anything like that, but Skinny Boomich, he's baiting and he's baiting good.
Can hide in more corners this way.
Yeah, that's right.
And to be honest, goes for it twice. Like, it's a play that he definitely puts on his own back, but he pulled it out both times.
Boom F.
BetBoom gonna be real happy about that one. To hell with your pistol round win. They take back momentum with the force. Gotta be careful as there are still upgraded pistols out there on the field for the Wildcard side. Little flash banger. Siren sizing up a main. But I wouldn't step through that smoke if I was you.
Bet Wildcard are wishing they had a few more guns this round because it feels like BetBoom are quite scared of them. And they haven't really moved from their spots. Got something standard coming in. The CT's too far away to stop this plan. Not even sure how much of a commitment they'll bring into this to punish exits.
I say just ensure the save. Everybody with Kevlar and an upgraded pistol, so certainly worth it in the next round. Maybe you stack the right spot. This is BetBoom just avoiding the threat in round 15 to take their lead back. Fought for it early on, as they did on Nuke. It does actually end up being an instance where Wildcard have another slow start.
Yeah.
You don't want that to be the tail of your entire major.
This one more expected. Well, they'll have another chance.
Terrorists win.
I'm still not convinced that BetBoom are the better team, but I already have said BetBoom definitely are the better players.
So Wildcard given the gift of working with the buy from the last round, and we'll see what they do this time. Whether they want to throw it out, take more control, potential for some bridge play, but Boomich spams through in case. Nobody behind it, but look at these bodies stacking up on mid. Yeah, Fuzi tries to go get up inside of the smoke. The T's open it up on their own decision, and it's going to go one and done. JBA thinking about getting aggressive outside B site, and obviously when you lose Boomich towards bridge, that's what pulled Axile away from holding B. But it looks like that timing hasn't been taken for other side.
What a damaging round that BetBoom had just won. These back-to-backs. Oh, well. It might get actually...
He gets away?
A lot worse. Stanislaus still alive.
You don't get a third.
Not even a little more damage.
He's going to try to chase it down behind the pillar player. MP9 swings, just blocks it down.
Oh,
good thing they saved it all.
Wow. A good thing they saved it all is right. Very little to use right there, and the 257 kills is absolute tragedy here for BetBoom. Such a golden round they had won previously to elicit these two saves, the half buy into the next save, and yet they can't pick up the easier of the two.
They came in, I think.
This one gets real expensive for BetBoom. They're going up against the Nop and all the mollies. They're low on grenades, no op. Galil in the hands of Magno Jez.
Whew. Smallest corner for Sonic to hang on to. Luckily for him, nobody behind that bridge smoke to swing. Siren just keeps poking this on his own, but
trying to take matters into his own hands.
You know, Fuzi ready to step up to the challenge. Flash here for Stanislaw, so him and JVA can try to fight sight. Look at the beauty of that flashbang for JVA. He will continue to tear up the damage.
Excellent spray. 1 dat so far here for Wildcard. Magnojez is too low. What's he going to try?
Doesn't really have the chance to go for much.
You point out Siren going for this individual play, and it's so early into the round with chances. There's chances for lots of different things to happen, but not after he dies. It starts to immediately feel desperate. So you don't want to funnel your entire game plan into one guy taking a dry swing, especially not versus an op you haven't searched for. Fuzi top of the boards once again here, and hopefully this time it's, you know, not in vain. Sour note at the end of that last nuke map, but his performance overall has been so consistent.
Maui said it on the desk. It's like your errors in overtime are they're just multiplied because of the...
You can. It's fair to say they are worth more because it's more pressure, but that was actually just one. That was actually just one round.
One mistake. And I mean, we can't forget about the clutch he also gave us through the single door, you know? Like, he's the reason the team is still there. He's the reason that they could have gone further into another OT session. But luckily for him, he bounces back on Anubis, and now there's no denying Fuzi's impact across this series is why Wildcard have a chance. Still, even now, as it's comfortable amounts of guns for the defense, BetBoom scrambling out through the mid doors, met by utility. That'll cool them off. JVA swings in, doesn't want to let them have too much more real estate, and he's got a teammate with him so that they can just confidently press into these pistols and secure those double digits. 10-8 Wildcard. CT side starting to come alive. And remember, this was, once upon a time, a 6-3 BetBoom lead. Wildcard in regulation, start slow and rebound. And this time they do it before their opponents secure that 12th point. And so it's not just overtime to play for.
What was it? Connor in that first map, it was also the T side of BetBoom that really struggled.
Yeah,
true. They couldn't close on it. They had a couple rounds that were way too simple, especially considering their lead, their money. They weren't using all of the factors of their lead into each call, and I think they didn't really find a way to close out easily because of that. They were just kind of throwing stuff at the wall, defaulting and wandering, and then going for 4-man hits, 5-man hits, upper it takes. But I'm not really seeing a grander game plan where they're purposefully juggling rotations, finding a huge gap, making that flank take place. You can see Boomich can do that by himself when he's alone, but as a team, I'm not sure they have it together in the same way. They can certainly come back and close this 2-0. And in fact, we've seen them have some very strong Anubis games in general, but it's possible the pressure's getting to them.
Not this man, though.
Yeah.
Fuzi, blood in the water, is going to get aggressive, and it's worth it.
Too easy. No flash.
Nothing. Sorte just steps into his death. Boomich tries to get something back at B, and it works. Now Stanislaw down in E-box, very much committed. Sonic's gonna swoop down, finds the player outside of it, so now Stan can fully focus over towards site. You've got a second defender now inside E-box with you. Frees you up to be a bit more free with these fights. You've got one pinned in behind Pillar. They didn't expect Boomich, though, to go deep through the temple. It's a super late arrival of Siren with the bomb.
Yeah, he's running in.
He's got a smoke grenade to block off E-box if he wants to. I mean, they're going to know there's 2 CTs down there.
They're going to run the flank as well because they can hear him going fast.
There it is. Smoke grenade comes out. They actually find Stanislaw on the side of it. They know damn well that Sonic is in there. What they don't know is the last positioning of Susp, who actually goes for the flank.
Yeah.
They're going to press their luck. They know that he was in here as opposed to just sitting on site.
Here's a chance.
This is the flank, though. Oh, they don't think about it.
It's beautiful. I mean, the fact is, they were in E-box listening to the last guy running to the site as no bomb was being planted. They know 2 are there. They know that no one's watching the flank. And so Suspo's what looks like the long way, but with just enough time to get there to make that play look like genius. And to make BetBoom look a little foolish, but It was honestly 10 seconds before that they knew he was going to get a good chance. So good try going out to kill Sonic, who's waiting at E-Box patiently. But also very smart of Sus just to walk it, take his time.
Stan's got a Tech 9 in front of him on 59 HP. Oh God, Magnajez, great chance. Barrel to the side of the head. You're gonna suddenly just cause problems here on B. Axile gets his. Again, they're just gonna try to slam themselves against this site, and by the time you've got 4 members of BetBoom on it, Wildcard, you are far removed. Smoked out of the positions. This is gonna be one of those much needed Wildcard retakes, but the damage is looking good already.
Yeah, it's suddenly quite a grave error. Wildcard, I mean, some other teams might just leave at this point, but they know there's some damage done. Not every gun's been upgraded, and one goes down.
It's big.
Even numbers.
But a Molotov in front of the Temple players. This is going to come down to a very small amount of timing. Drive-by for Magnajez. Fuzi gets caught. You know there's one stuck in plant. Sus can't turn. Sonic's got to chase it down with half the health of Siren. He hears that tap, slides out for the close, and BetBoom keep it within 2.
And he plays the close left corner, and Siren closes this one out. A 2-round game, and it's actually now becomes a little bit more interesting, but at the same time, this is BetBoom winning with low guns, right? Magnajez makes his play through the smoke where he walks out to the right. Why? Because he only has a Tech 9. Because this is supposed to be a low pressure, see what you can get out of this, hopefully get a bomb plant type of situation. It's rounds like this that BetBoom have to prove themselves on. And while they did do some good damage economically, still a pretty solid buy here for Wildcard.
Felt like Magnajez kind of pulled Axile into that moment as well to get the B split going. Each of those players find a Tech 9 kill. Opshot does indeed connect, but Magnajez lucky to only take 17 damage. Here's going to be Siren, just trying to get enough bullets around that corner. Doesn't connect to the defender, and so things cool off at a minute 20.
Wow, almost looked like he should have just committed there. Very close.
Damn, that nade kind of bounces as Fuzi tried to dodge it, ends up stepping on it instead. Heat seeking.
And they're getting closer to their own doorstep here on the A side. There hasn't been much action when it comes to pushing this side of the map. And now we're getting some default games getting played. BetBoom have to be careful because they're the team, I think, who are more likely to let the clock get dangerously low. And if there's going to be a potential push, we saw Susp end up being that 1v2 flank over on B. This is another situation that could happen as well. They tried to smoke out the deeper part of the A site just there so that Sus wouldn't push early, but he already got ahead of it.
Being ahead of that as well frees up the rotate, so we've got a bolstered bomb site. This is a gunfight for potentially Wildcard's 12th, but Siren first blood. Here's Fuzi off the back pillar, supported by teammates dead. JBA gets only the one, and so even with bodies on site, it falls to Sonic trying to get the better of the op. He's gonna push into the bomb, great cover. Oh. Axile with 3 points of health, starting to find his form in this bomb site specifically. 2 rounds where he gets at least 1 critical kill, and this time it's gonna put BB on 10.
Yeah, not a ton of kills, but again, near the end of the game, we just talked about it with the OT rounds. This is where it matters more than any of the other ones. So the site defense is there. Susp has really good late round information, and he pulls off his push at the right time. But the 3 players who are inside B, they don't come up with enough kills. There's some good damage, but they get out-rifled, out-opt, and outplayed.
Terrorists win.
Now we're seeing it's not the same magnitude of comeback, but it is still a comeback. We can see if they can pull one off in the same series.
That gun barrel really gives him away, Stanislaw. Poor guy peeked into a very prepared attack. And it's not been multi-kills out of Axile, but just sprinkling in that 1 extra kill that kind of serves as a sigh of relief for BetBoom in the B site.
World-class 1Ks.
Yeah, we'll go quality over quantity for Axile in this map.
What do you want to do with him?
Exile him forever. Send him to Siberia. No, I want to see him find his form, piece it all together at a major. You know, it's really going to turn into a what if and what could have been of Axile if the major runs are cut short. Outclassed by his younger, fresher-faced teammates. But their peak's still not as high. Thinking about going for the test, they walk it around. It's a pistol here for JBA and then the rifle in his teammate's hand, but the Deagle connects. That's that one rifle for Susp and the one Deagle for JBA. First blood wild card.
And look how spread they are. They can't go get the bomb and run to the other side of the map. They don't have any guns are available. Stanislav goes down.
Yeah, USB.
Fuzi can't stop anybody, but again, they don't have the bomb. So there'll be some more time for rearranging themselves on the map. If they want to just take the bomb and go back to A, well, they've got to consider that this might turn into a stack. Decisions. I feel like a mid-split would be like a good time for that. You get info, you get kills before you get into sites, you can split, and
there's just really no mid-control, though.
Yeah, they're just walking,
they're stacking it right.
Walking right into it, yeah.
Susp's going to have 3 players in front of him. Not to mention that Desert Eagle still right here on the play. They round that corner. Susp keeps it clean. All 3 nearly lining up. It's an op versus a Deagle. Jaba gets a second.
This is for 12.
Wildcard secure it.
He locks it down. 3 frags for Jaba. The push with the Deagle to get the first one. Supporting the rifle was just meant to be a pawn in that play. Ended up being a king.
Knocks BetBoom's legs out from underneath them. This shot sets it all up. And this is when I was just trying to praise Axile for a kill here and there. This time he gets his world rocked. And JBA.
I know.
Exactly. Three guys line up inside that canal, stepping into the one rifle out there. So BetBoom got to do what Wildcard did on Nuke, push us out of regulation. And a bit of a favorite map for Boomich. Since taking the reins on BetBoom, Stanislav first kill. Traded back though, Zorte through those smokes, man. Always a nuisance. He's got that thermal optic. Little utility left here for BetBoom. JBA, confident to try to clear beyond the fire. He'll find nothing in the canal, which means BetBoom are indeed repositioning. And within that reposition, Fuzi tries to take a look across bridge.
But they're getting the wrong idea.
Really nothing.
Yeah, they get information, but it's sometimes no information is still info, but they don't have a flank to guarantee the later portion of this round. 40 seconds, and they're very committed to A at the moment. Now Fuzi's just watching his back. He's listening to stuff happening in mid, but this really comes down to Jaba alone. And finally, Sonic starts to make his way around through the beach. They're seeing the smokes over in the B site.
Op shot missed him.
Yeah, they're leaving him alive.
Through the smoke. Well done by Boomich.
That was good.
You saw his frustration from losing the last round. Doesn't want to drop to the kid on a solo B defense this time. To hell with your Desert Eagle.
And they can't actually try this because they don't get a second full buy in a row. Wildcard, they really want to save.
And they'll be afforded that luxury as well. Really difficult to separate these two teams on the run to stage 2 of Austin. And that's all 3 rifles held onto here by Wildcard. So certainly a healthier buy than what they've already pulled round wins off with.
Another game with 24 rounds minimum in this series. Been so many great ones. No telling who's going to pull this off. BetBoom now as the game grows a little older, are getting better and better rounds.
Gonna go for bridge. This is a different timing, different direction. Oh, he hits it, but Boomich survives. Sonic kind of drawn into the action. Look at Boomich just crank that dial in aggression. Trying to charge down camera. He's already ahead of the fire, putting it out for his teammates, but that just gives Susp a chance to spray down a double.
The bomb is now on their side of the smoke.
Man, they were really adamant about flowing forward with that, but is it all a bit too aggressive? Siren still over towards main. This is Sonic pinched for a moment. They don't know what's going on in middle. Could have been a tempo push.
There's no canals push in this situation. They have the bomb, but they're still worried. It's so early. They didn't understand what Boomich was even trying to do.
JBA comes, looks to bolster Sonic's position up inside storage. He tries the challenge. He just gave up 40 health as he was already sitting on 60.
He really wanted to stop that bomb from crossing. Again, no flank in place, so this is actually not going to be an easy retake for Wildcard.
Timing is going to be burned down. Stan's got to come out middle, but it's slow. And Sonic goes for this with no trade potential. JBA just a few paces back. He gets his, and the timing from Stan works out.
No way.
Zorte actually gets caught off by it, trying to come and help Sight. Siren, time to show us what you're made of. They line up. He gets back into the cover, and they'll push this to OT again.
Oh, Zorte would have been losing his mind if he lost the round because of that. Stanislaw walking into mid as he changed from his op to a Glock just to walk over, I think, a little faster. A great clutch from Siren here to bring it into overtime. Exile still just not having fun at all. And a comeback officially for BetBoom.
Both teams putting them forward. 8 rounds in regulation straight for Wildcard. BetBoom had to fight for theirs a little harder. Here comes Sonic across the bridge through the flames. Fire didn't cover it. He won't get away though. Zorte, nice track on the bridge jump back. 1 for 1. And now we're starting to get back into that frantic pace that we had on Nuke. Both teams trying to make moves out of the spawns.
So much emphasis on mid here from Wildcard. That's a new look. They haven't done any aggressive opener that way with like they just did with Sonic. And when the map is this quiet, BetBoom are always grouping. I know Wildcard are thinking about that. They really give up their default and use about 30 seconds to get into positions to attack, and there hasn't been too many fakes, so it looks like they're going to draw the attention of everyone from Wildcard. Here's the bridge drop.
JBA's given a chance to hold on. What's he going to do about it?
It's going to be a spam for sure. Yeah.
Stops bomb as they don't clear him out.
Was not safe at all.
There's that constant threat that's coming at them from E-Box that's got Magnajez distracted. A second player goes down. Finally, they push through it. Wildcard from the corners of that bomb site make BetBoom go up in flames.
The one thing that's just missing, I think, from the BetBoom approaches is when they cut noise, around minute 15 or 45, and then they end up execing at 30 seconds, 15 seconds, something like that. They just don't have anyone working any part of the map. There's no like, this is still a lingering default and who knows what's going to happen next. It just goes fully quiet, and I think that this is just making them a little easier to read here for Wildcard, who made the appropriate rotations and just put up a good site defense this time. I mean, it's not like BetBoom couldn't have fought their way through it.
This one from Fuzi. Feels like Bridge is starting to come into play a little bit more as this game's gone on. Boomich wants to hunt down Sonic, who's stuck here on the other side of doors. The fight's right there for the taking. Trade potential for the tees. And Sonic's not able to bottle both. That's 2 kills for Magnajez in this round critically.
It's an excellent trade for Magnajez, especially considering the HP left over. The guy who's standing there can be along any part of the wall. It's very hard to pre-aim. The adjustment has to be perfect.
They're worried, right? Because it feels like Wildcard are starting to take more affirmative action. No flank out of that B site. They're going to try to group outside of A. 4 players from main versus Susp and Susp alone. But Susp still got an incendiary at 35 seconds. He's got a frag grenade that could genuinely kill 2 of the 4 if he dunks it. But that B site's still not moving. And we saw it in that final retake attempt. When Stanislaw catches them with the off timing in middle, slow rotates to depart B. Sus puts fire in front of them. It's going to slow them down, but it looks like there's a path around it. It's not perfect. Sus burning. Ultimately, they look at that nade and they scoff at it. They'll find timing in the bomb site with ease. Unfortunately, the utility is not enough of a defense for Wildcard to truly rely on.
See, this was a lot better in the default because they got so many kills in mid. They pushed everyone back so far from Wildcard successfully that when they cut noise, it was just too hard for Wildcard to get any solid info back, and this brings them back into the OT half. The lead vanishes instantly here for Wildcard. And Susp had decent utility, but committed right into a molly and a flash as he dropped down to the back of the site. I feel like when you're playing on a team like Wildcard, you've got to believe in the retake sometimes.
Terrorists win.
Oh, that's how that goes down?
I mean, Stanislaw has been spamming that smoke a lot.
And this much-needed trade. Magnajez ends up being very valuable that round. It's not the first round he stepped up to the call to action. Doubt it'll be the last. Maui Snake said it. A disciple of Donk. He's been really aggressive at times, and it catches Wildcard off. JVA tries to slide out. Clean first headshot on Axile, who I still don't think is having any fun.
No, not at all.
10 and 21.
Especially not out there.
Lowest rated player back on the first map at 17 and 25, and he is still down there.
It's the nature of the raw duel.
Yes,
It's not like he's entering into utility and then having 30 health and no chance. He's taking a fight in a default. That's what Axile does, right? He's one of the best. Is one of the best defaulters, and he's a guy who's really good at mixing up his protocols and being in new positions, but JBA is just not scared of him at all.
I'm pretty content to be taking over A main control these last few rounds. Wildcard just kind of leaning off site. Gives him that extra bit of room to work within. Zorte offering up some distraction now by way of utility. Is Sus gonna push this? Siren locked into the corner. He gets the better of it.
Nice adjustment.
Sonic, though, finds his kill. That's Magnajez down. That's Boomich relieving himself of the utility, just chucking it out towards middle. Everybody's going to group up, and they're going to go for this B split. It's going to be Stanislaw and JVA versus the 3 remaining players here of BetBoom. Nade goes ahead of it, no damage. It is now guns in hand and nothing else. Gotta be the frags. They stop the 1. Beautiful move here from Stanislaw, and the offer comes through a little too late. 5 seconds left, man. Zorte never had that. It's an edge in OT for Wildcard.
Yeah, they want to see this 3rd map solid hold. Great rounds lately here from JBA. They're still managing to have fun.
Stan with the perfect slide here, uses that first brick as cover. You can't forget who started all that JBA versus Axile headshot. Axile.
What do you want to do with him?
I promise you guys, he's not going anywhere. Well, actually, I can't make that promise, but if he does disappear, it's not my fault. I've got an alibi.
Which is?
You're next to me. We go down together.
It was me.
Zorte waiting.
Little info. That's about it. All we know about these rounds from Wildcard, they're super simple. They're the same as BetBoom's, they're just a little sooner.
Woo, good flashes. Sonic and Stanislaw just pounce down on. Zorte quickscope's good. A second! Finally gets cleared out. Third time's the charm here from JBA. But considering the other two players went down with nothing, if it's not for Zorte, I don't even think BetBoom have a chance in this round.
No, not at all.
They can go ahead and try to throw this 3v3 retake at Wildcard, see what sticks. Smoke towards heaven, but that distracts the Opper. His back fully turned. Didn't expect Axile whatsoever. Stanislaus down, JBA to answer. He's not able to snap that spray over, and so tied again.
No one watching that flank.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know if you could justify that. The thing is, if you watch the flank, you get the guy who comes in 40% of the time. You also could be the last to die if no one does come in and have the best, be the best person to play the post plant. You're also protecting your fountain player. You have like a great spot that you just want to make sure you stay alive in. So for whatever reason, he gets distracted there, and that's great for BetBoom. Now in a 14-14 game. Timeouts get replenished and used. One each for overtime.
This second shot, nasty.
That's the kind of round that would have been complemented well by, one kill on the hold. But you saw now why Wildcard have been smoking out camera, because they flashed through it, jumped out on both sides, didn't even lose a player. Okay.
Cheeky run
We're
boost.
Flying.
Trying to play with a bit of timing here. He's ahead of the smoke. He's really trying to play that tempo. Hey, they wound him up, and they're going to let him go. Molotov over to the pillar. He's still got a chance at this duel, but they both win theirs. Axile and Zorte in this double op setup that they don't know about. Magna just waits, buys the perfect amount of time, but still now JBA tries to get the answer back, sliding into jail. You know he's back here. Do you push this? He's down to 7 health, gets sprayed away by Boomich, and Wildcard tried to play with tempo, tried to play with pace, tried to play with fire, and get burned.
As soon as there's an answer for Axel, it's looking so much better here for BetBoom. He deals with a threat. That was extremely dangerous. That run boost out of nowhere here in overtime to help them cheat the mental timing of getting into E-Box as soon as possible. And now it's possible that Wildcard lose 2-0. 2 maps they could have won. 1 map they actually had the lead in. They were the ones listening to the map point happening every single time. CT side to try to end it here for BetBoom.
Axel trying to soften it up. Great grenade damage, by God.
Doesn't get much better than that.
Well worth the $300. Smoke in front of the pack. Already a 5 versus 3. Wildcard lost control of this game at some point, but can they bring it back right now? Susp into the site, but MagnoJez's got other ideas. And BetBoom will prove that with a group of pieces who have been further in majors than this, that collectively you come together and do it all again. Their first outing as an organization in Austin, and they get themselves to stage 2.
A team with so much potential, finally getting realized. In some ways, very similar to Wildcard and what they have put up. A few performances versus good teams across the last 6 months, coming together with the highest pressure moment. And you know what? Going into this overtime in both maps was so fitting. It was very fun to watch. It was a display of really good teamwork, really good individual skill, some great clutches to remember. Wildcard will have to remember this day if they don't win tomorrow, but at least they get a second chance.
Honestly, one of the most electric games we've had at this stage, I think, and a real testament to why both these teams could find themselves still in stage 2. We could barely separate them between overtimes on both maps. Anubis does indeed get cut down a little shorter. Nuke, the barn burner of this series, but congratulations, BetBoom. You've officially moved on.
BetBoom have made it through to stage 2. I got Boomich with me here, and this was a wild series. While it might have been just 2 maps, it felt like a lot more. I'm sure it was for you. I'm going to come back to Nuke on this, where you guys were up 12-4 Boomich, and then they started to come back into it. You were trying to figure things out. You got that crazy clutch on the first round of overtime as well. it felt like at times this game was slipping out of your hands. How did you manage to keep it together and pull it across the line?
You know, it was 2 silly rounds when we gave the advantage on T side, and after this, like, you know, then you losing the rounds, like then you have the advantage, you know, you tilting a little bit, and starting the nervous, and of course it's T-side on nuke, a little bit of house, you know, but we'll do the step up, you know, then in overtime and still got this game. And second match, 2 overtimes, you know, it was a really hard and emotional match, but I'm happy because I'm back to the major, you know, first landing with this team, and I think it's really crazy win.
It is a crazy win and a deserved win as well. I want to talk about BetBoom before we got to the major, because it was looking bad for you guys online. We look at the players you have and the results were not there. How were you able to change things around from there and coming into Austin?
I know. I think last 2 months we're talking about like we want to play on LAN, and it was an online routine for us. I think we was qualified for the major, and after this we have some honeymoon period. We play good 2 online tournaments, but after this still you have this routine, online matches. It's really hard to take the VRS points, and then you can't like you can't play well if you're not playing LANs for half of year, you know. And it was really crazy. And of course you're thinking about first LAN and Blast Bounty, then we have the visa issues. So
that wasn't fun beginning start.
Yeah, of course. You was really happy after 2 wins and got LAN, and after this, that's all. So.
But you've done it and you've pushed your way through forward. How proud are you of the team for being able to do it and make it through to stage 2? And you feel more confident with the games you've had and how the team's played of what you could do going into stage 2, where the teams will obviously be a lot tougher?
Yeah, I think like everyone in our team understand we should go easily through to second stage, but like I said before, our goal is playoffs. Okay. We didn't play well like in first matches, but you know, it's first line for our team, and I think these matches will help us to feel each other better, and we have now a lot of work to do, and we will see what is happening right now. So like we will see in next stage what happened now.
I'm laughing because you always tell me there's a lot of work to do. You always like working incredibly hard and pushing these players to work hard on it as well. So what are you going to do between these stages? Going to be straight grind? Are they going to get some time off?
Today I think we will chill.
Okay, good. That's nice.
And
Today,
tomorrow,
not tomorrow?
Yeah, no, tomorrow we will tomorrow we will see the matches and fix our mistakes, and that's all.
I expected that answer from Boomic. Hard working as always.
Hard working's got him to stage 2. That's a very nice performance, outlasting Wildcard in a pair of overtime maps as well. Nice, beautiful step up from Boomic. Magnajaz had a great day today, Maui.
He is such a player to look out for. I mean, he's so disruptive, gets in the faces of his opponents. I love when he's in the active spots, even on the very last round right there to close things out, just in the perfect spot to stop that B execute. I mean, Magnajaz, definitely a talent for the future. Sure, he's not popping off the page with like a 1.7 rating like a Donk himself, but you can see so much of the talent is there, the way he takes the fights with such conviction, and everybody really is shaping up to be the soldiers that Boomic needs in order to take this kind of victory.
Yeah, Siren had a great performance in this series as well. I think he ended with 50 kills we saw up there on the screen over both maps. But yeah, for me, Magnajaz, I'm with you. Like without the numbers, without the rating, without popping off the scoreboard, I think even in the first map he was like 25 and 27. He was actually negative KD. But just eye test when you watch him, the fights, he's so good at those open fights in this at least in this stage. We'll see if it continues moving forward.
We're going to have a look at some of the rounds, though, from this game, because it was crazy. In both maps, we got to see some very exciting moments here. So let's start with looking at round 25, because this was the one when we go into the first starting of overtime.
I mean, we have, there's so much action in this entire series. I feel like the way that Boomic was able to get BetBoom over the line really showed a lot. But I mean, to Wildcard's credit, they actually put up some really good defense for themselves. Susp putting so much pressure on the opponents by recognizing that the exec's coming out. JBA, like, that is a weird plan from Axel, I'm not gonna lie, because when you're throwing those kind of left-right smokes, the safest spot to plant is default or somewhere that's kind of against that red line. So that was kind of a weird moment, and Axel had a really bad game. I thought he was gonna cost them there, if I'm being real.
He was struggling for sure. Yeah, usually have like a Molotov or a double nade back there or something along those lines to clear that guy out. I think what's kind of interesting is, well, I mean, not interesting, just the way it is like the nuke was like, Wildcard is like, we can't blame ourselves for that. Like, well, you can't, but like they had a huge comeback, lost in double overtime. This is one where they actually had 2 chances to actually win here on Anubis, right? Out of that eco victory, they were like, 12-10, and you missed your opportunities. You got destroyed in those 2 rounds.
We're also going to take a look at some of the retakes in here, and some of the success that you can have of it off the back of mistakes as well.
This is where the experience, I think, for BetBoom came in a big way, as you kind of alluded to, like with the experienced players who've been in these situations before. Fuzi gives up the A main flank to help throw out a smoke. He assumes that flank would have already come. He assumes the timing has passed, and that's just, once again, crumbles right at the end when you give that away. Retakes were so strong.
And they had yet another one. I mean, this was a moment where they had a man advantage this time around, but they're just... The BetBoom side was so much better at just recognizing, okay, do we peel out of the bomb site? Do we stay in it? I feel like Wildcard at times on their defense, they were kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. But with BetBoom, it was just either all the foots are in or all the feet are out. Like, you know, and then they pulled off these more coordinated retakes. Yeah. And that was a huge difference maker. And again, like in overtime, when the pressure's on, their communication is clearly cleaner in those moments.
Yeah, and we could even hear some of it too, even in that round we just watched when JBA goes in the smoke. I'd heard them shouting out, he's in the smoke, he's in the smoke. Yeah. Like, I mean, like, you're right, they're ready for it. And that also comes down to backing away. Like, you getting those kills on the execute, 1 or 2, and then you're like, okay, we've already got the advantage. Let them plant. We know where they're going to be, and we have the manpower, we have the utility. It's going to be all fine. So they were super coordinated and super well done.
Looking at Wildcard, though, are we a little bit worried about them now trying to make it through? Should they be fine either way? Because we've seen them the nuke now, even against Limvision, now here against BetBoom. They have these struggles. It takes some time to come back into games.
We were laughing in the green room about this because it's like so many games with Stanislaw leading Wildcard. It's like the slow start, and then he figures out what they're doing, and then he calls a great game to get them back into it. But you can see how hard it is to like win the series when that's constantly happening. So it is kind of like, bro, make like a plan A and a plan B, and just start with plan B. Like, start with the second one. You don't need to go through the first stuff. But yeah, if they can ever figure that out, so they come into it ready to go, firing, that's going to be a dangerous team. But to answer your question, not worried, but you kind of always have to be worried when it's an elimination game.
The thing with Stanislaw and why he plays like that is that he's such an experienced in-game leader. He knows the counters to any style that he plays against, but sometimes you need to set the tempo yourself. Sometimes you need to be the one that actually comes into a game blazing hot, just incredibly aggressive, and say, adapt to us, because he is probably the best adapting IGL in the middle of a half that I've seen at this entire stage 1 of the major thus far. But I wanted to see a more solid, aggressive game plan to kick things off, because make Boomich think for once, because Boomich maybe will come with the second answer, but you need to create a problem for them earlier.
Yeah, I mean, adaptation is a great ability to have as a team and as an IGL. It's incredibly important. But if you don't have the first part, if you can't actually, as you say, if you can't dictate anything, you're in a lot of trouble. You're always playing behind. You're always playing reactive.
You know, we hate when players say we want to play our own game. I don't think I really know what Wildcard's own game is. I feel like it's more just we will come up with a counter, but yeah, just impose your will a little bit more and earlier in the half.
And looking at just overall for Wildcard right now, we see the individuals at times can shine, right? But we already spoke about them having quite a disappointing year between where their major was to now. They were so confident when we spoke to them, all interviews, all content, right? That we'll be going 3-0, now maybe 3-1. That confidence could start to get knocked. That's what I'm concerned about here.
They should be confident in this stage, for sure. And I mean, you can see it too. Like, these 2 maps they just lost to BetBoom are everyone playing really well. But if you think how Nuke ended with the misspray from Fuzi, the susp round as well, now you come to this one and you have this push by Fuzi, or this play by Fuzi again that's kind of giving things up. It's like they're giving up the flank, excuse me. It's just like you play such a good game, but those critical small mistakes, that's the experience factor, and that's where it's like at the end of a game when it's 12-11, it doesn't matter how good you've played up until that point. You have to nail those situations. You can't make that mistake. And it works both ways as well. Like, the younger players also have to be able to step up and find some more impact. But those mistakes are so heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking, but it isn't heartbreak for them just yet. We'll have to see how Wildcard get on tomorrow. For now, BetBoom are through, and we'll be going into stage 2. Over here right now on your screens, it's the first map between FlyQuest and Amigo. One of these teams will be making it through stage 2. The other one will be fighting out tomorrow. Enjoy this. We'll be back at the very end of this series. Moses completely biased as well. We'll be back later on to cover some more of this.
And if the timing works in their favor, FlyQuest can get in without any dramas whatsoever. Netty's going to throw the YouTube for good measure. And then he's just going to have to worry about the flank. So how many is he going to get? That's the question on everybody's lips.
That's a very valuable Molotov. We'll clear out any jokers.
Oh, that's a missed smoke.
It is.
Yeah, okay.
Just need your Mac 10 to farm, right? Vexite's going to get himself a couple. He could put his nade away for a second. Good clear.
Hey, there we go. The Mac 10's doing it all. 4 kills. Make it 5 in a moment's time because that's going to be farming up all the cash required. Oh, Inns is even picking a pistol of choice. 3 on his screen as they round the corner. 9-5, 4-round gap. Now to talk about the CT setup to expect right now from Nemiga. You're going to have Xanta dealing with B long. You're going to have Leah over towards Cave. You have different combinations of Risky Bob alongside of Zwei to lock down mid. And then Khan, he might chip in to help them, but he could be AWPing A, could be AWPing B. He gets the, I guess, CT side rotation point with the big green in his hands, but it's going to be some time before we see that come out because CT side, not enough money for that yet after the pistol round losses. Netic with the cave smoke. Oh, and direct out of FlyQuest. So they're not going to go for the default spread as the odds on screen continue to favor the Aussies.
They've faked that they're taking mid by breaking the elbow smoke, and so on high alert that mid is lost.
But look at this. Khan, I mentioned he's going to be here, there, and everywhere, rotating back over towards A in time. There's 3 players. Look at this from Zwei.
Yeah, it's a very powerful angle, and you can see he's spotted out Regali's legs.
Do they continue with this? They're about to get blocked.
Oh, do you feel like it cancels in order?
I think so. That's a lot of utility thrown your way, as well as seeing bodies early. They didn't go full mid-press. They didn't take B lane. There's still an opportunity right now for Inns to call it off, reset. Over a minute left on the clock. Plenty of util to do so. Cancel plan, make a new plan. Biggest issue at the moment for this is going to be smokes. 1 on Inns. So what space do they want to take, or do they want it for the finish? Right now, could smoke over towards red, get out middle, come in through Donut. He's got the smoke at the ready. That looks like it's lined up for either Donut or CT. Here, ricochet off the wall there will be Donut. So they're going to try and either pipe through red to force some rotations. Yes.
Not bad. I mean, that's going to have Khan worried about his flank.
4 players through red. This is out of the box.
Yeah, they get past the sightline of Xanta. Like, he's just letting them know. Guys, you have to worry about your flank. Khan is going to be ready. Mac 10 goes down. In's gone. Trade by Netic. Swung through. Khan solid. Goes down for 1. It's Zwei. In that brokey corner, nice nade, and it's actually Lear. Chips in, all the way rotating through CT. It's the headshot necessary. Zwei puts the cherry on top.
He's sharp, isn't he? Youngest player at the major, and he hits hard. When you talk about Nemiga, you have to mention Zwei. Impact on A, good stack on the site, force the reroute, and still trying to finish towards the A bomb site. Not going to work out for FlyQuest. Some good trades on the way in, but that's all they were. Zwei forcing them into 180 degrees worth of joules.
I didn't realize Lear had committed through a Molotov in order to find that flank.
In-game leaders love taking a risk.
Yeah, love that.
Okay, tactical timeout called. This is going to be the second from Urcast. Arms crossed, motor mouth. Money available for the buy. Regali and Vexite, they're the 2 in trouble with the finance department, but they should be able to get out at least 3 AKs, a Galil, and then potential pistol upgrade. Keeping the comms calm. Well, an agreement there. P250 for Vexite, Galil for Regali, and away we go. Not the strongest mid-defense from the CTs. It looks like they're happy to give it over early. 4-1 split of the offense.
This feels like it's going to be quite a quick beat. Pushing down lane.
Good flash.
Yeah, to set up for success, and he actually finds a second. Quick adjustment into Inns, bit of a jump scare, but gets it. A clawback from Regali, but smoked off. That weapon no longer retrievable, certainly not in the near future.
Well, the onslaught keeps coming as Xanta and Zwei press further down B ramp. With the door smoke, there's no way through. They're going to make sure this is fortified and even try and grab back a little bit of utility. Vexite would love for the smoke to fade. Then they can try and flash back in and get him a rifle in hand. He knows that there's something in that B lane that can be his, but they do need to get past this. Another deeper door smoke. That buys another 20 seconds as getting up close and personal. A little bit playing anti there. You can see him aiming at the floor in case a flash comes over. Should be able to retain his vision and flick up into this. One of the problems that you can tend to have if you do hang around like this on the smoke fade, if there's a good flash from the T's, you can get caught off guard. So it's going to be a crossfire from Zwei towards Heaven. Xanta's path a little bit further back up the ramp. More util to slow them. 35 seconds.
Oh, my goodness. A single bullet out of the AK. That's why he scavenged it away. That would not have been lethal.
Round feels done now, doesn't it?
Yeah, that shot from Xanta has really sealed it. This is just his round.
Well, do you save or do you give it a go? Regali, he could hold on to the AK, but remember, Vexite just now a Galil.
Okay, they're going to have a go. 15 seconds, you're still getting kept at bay. You throw out a smoke, you'll start to push. You need multi-kill quick. Getting wall bang through. A swing from Khan. FlyQuest make very little impact into B. Oh.
I think that's good banter. I like it. I like the banter.
Yeah.
I like the cut of his jib.
Especially because you know that that's a conversation FlyQuest with, like, probably umming and ahhing about. Yeah. Like, do we try this?
He's right. The issue does become flow-on effect, right? Okay, so no, that's sharp. Look at that on replay. Bang, bang, bang.
Yes, what are you doing? It's 10 seconds left. You need to save, you know?
That's free advice, guys. That's free advice. You're happy to take it.
I like it.
Okay, well, it will be the economical. That was 1,900 loss into this one, so only very light investments available for FlyQuest. Xanta sits Regali on his ass again. It'll be 2,400 into the next before the buys come back out. Now it's just being peeled apart one by one. This is about to become a one-round game. Right now you are getting a standard CT approach, right? You're getting the mid control, you're getting the B lane press. This is classic Ancient on display. As Netic just adjusts his headset. But this is a 2-0 start from FlyQuest that is about to become a 2-2 if they don't convert this best of 3 today. And then all the pressure on tomorrow, where only 3 out of the 6 are able to make it through to stage 2. And considering the field, you heard from Bait in an interview, they were like, yeah, well, kind of expected to make it through the next stage considering some of the teams here, huh?
Yeah, dude, that was a baller line. Well, FlyQuest should have a similar aura about them. Amiga with a point to prove. They are up against a favorite to be making it through this stage. Both teams, however, with the golden opportunity right in front of them. Like, I don't know, there's something tells me that FlyQuest would get stressed in a 2-2 game after the history they have.
Oh, for sure. They're stressed now as well. I think the same is definitely being felt from Namiga. We've spoken about a few of the rookies, right, with the 32 teams.
Yeah, how many are they rocking? Quite a few, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be all 5 of Namiga at their first major. Xanta, Leah, Risky Bob Khan, and Zwei at their very first. It's only Netic and Regali for FlyQuest. But here we go, guns back out.
First major, that blows my mind. Makes sense. Been on our screens a while, though. Risky playing forward. True to his name. Up close and personal. Takes a risk. Rewarded. Zwei on to wins. Big fight in mid. Khan will win it out. Vexoid watching from the sidelines, and again, just 2 players left for the primarily Australian squad.
Yeah, this one's over.
That was an opportunity for Liaz just to take the fingertips off a Risky Bob. Now they need to back away. Liaz knows that, wants to try and punish the recede of Khan, but gets away.
I hope that they think about the save this time, because now the loss bonus is starting to build to a point where maybe it could be helpful going forward. But we need to start talking about the potential responses available now to FlyQuest. So they've tried to fight fire with fire. If a CT side team is going to go for the mid press and B lane, right? We're talking all 5 of the players. So it's a couple through mid, a couple through B, and they're really just going to clamp down. You need to hope that your timing of when you come through the smoke, when you group up with the Heaven player, the flashes catch them. Oh, that's a nice shot from Liaz. Still 40 seconds on the clock. If they get another, we might focus in on a potential round win. But right now, feels like they might just be slinking to their demise. So do you now decide in your next rifle round to play slow? Right? And the other counter to that is a fast A. Okay? If they're going to play heavy mid, heavy B, you go fast A and they'll be out of position. But Namiga know that as well. So you're going to take a look at their next CT-sided setup as just glance at the radar. This is quite the gamble from Namiga. It might actually facilitate a plant. There's still decent utility available on the FlyQuest side to get into this site. Short smoke out, flash 2, mollies as well to delay this.
Yeah, and Leia reveals, like, hey, I'm miles away. I'm behind the smoke, and now you can bullets did connect onto the planter. Regali healthy.
Another molly available. Are they going to get it in?
Liaz is worse for wear. Allows Regali to slip away into cave. Okay, this is starting to take shape. Not the 2-on-4.
Is he going to use the molly for the bomb? Smoke's on cave.
Okay, no, he'll use it to just thwart long. Yeah, not great. Not great. They can swing behind it. It gets awkward very quickly. Regali doubling up on the ramp. Yeah, they've got 2 kits. They know where he is. He has got the first, but there's Khan. Good impact from him.
Okay, looked risky for a moment, but that was the comfy result we were expecting when it was a 2v4 situation. So all tied up, 9-9. Loss bonus means that it's half by territory right now for FlyQuest. And actually, that is going to be the 3rd tactical timeout called. This is essentially talking about the finish of this half. How do we get back into things? Because right now, We picked up both pistols in this map. We had the bookend of the first half, but right now it's 4 consecutive rounds out in Amiga, and they are just punching us in the jaw. Right? There's no secret of what they're doing. They're in our face, they have mid control, they have lane control, and they're not letting up. This is where you need to hope with a half buy. You have a nice pocket strat and you get a good timing. Then the molly comes in, you're ahead of it. The extinguish is perfect, the flash catches them. That's what you need in a situation like this.
I mean, I will also say that we saw it from Regali in the first half that the AWP and Khan could be a difference maker just to force Amiga to run away with this now. We saw the impact an AWP can have on the CT side of Ancient in that first half. Will Khan be able to replicate that? Nice shots from Liaz, sure, made it a competitive one.
Yeah, it felt like that round had 2 pieces to it, didn't it, right? The initial exchange in middle, then it simmered out into the mid round. But here you go, there's the partial. 2 middle, 3 towards B. Mid harass utility, In's heading towards heaven.
And Lear forced away on Cave. Uncomfortable position for an M4 versus a Mag-10, so he will deploy his smoke to buy time and allow a retreat.
Yeah, okay, wise decision being made there. Now, the util from FlyQuest was just to get them into this basic space, right? They've extinguished on lane, they smoked red, they harassed middle. That is in a... Oh, Xanta.
Flirting with it. I think he just wanted to clear their close left, like Beehive.
And that does alleviate a little bit of pressure. You don't want to get too aggressive against pistols and give away an AK, especially with some of the shots. This kid's been hitting 10 kills so far. Khan, a quiet 21.
Yeah, hasn't it? And this is a nice kind of up-down setup.
How are you meant to beat this?
Not with a Tech 9 Mag-10. Not happening. I will say that Netic and Liaz kind of poking their nose out mid has given them perhaps an alternative.
Another smoke stalls things out longer. 50 is about to greet the clock as this is going to be a block from the risky Bob. All right, get that down. You're late to this. Okay, it's even deeper. Running through.
Oh, there they are going to swing in. And he's ready. Perfect time to flash. Well handled. Risky Bob. Calm as you like. Oh, and a chance on the dink onto the York.
Oof, okay. There's some venom behind that, isn't there?
They sound like warriors. Ready for battle. 10 now in their court.
Okay, nervy for FlyQuest. That was a partial, and probably one of their best opportunities yet.
Really well handled.
Regali gets out his T-side AWP. Remember when it came out on the CT side first round, sure it was a save, but the next 3 off the back of that, opening kills. Damn. He's got back to the bloody prehistoric ages. Look at this, Sway and Khan pushing main. I love this. Keeping it dynamic on the CT side. Beautiful work from Nemiga.
Ian's asking questions of Santa. Gets the early info. Going to isolate the duel. Gets that headshot. B-side open for business. Cave smoked off. They know where he is. Lear spams away. Empties his mag into the wall. FlyQuest boys flying their flag on B. Oh! Smoke headshot through the wall. Lear just gets in out. Knocked out. And now Sway chips in. It's falling apart. FlyQuest are in trouble. He can't do anything. Run down. Caught with the inaccuracy. Couldn't even get his AWP out in time after the plant, and so another for Nemiga. This is looking, oh, look at the face.
Yeah, look at the body language. It should never be in that situation, right? Because Inns gets you the entry, you go 1 for 1, and you essentially have the site. Inns' death is a little bit unlucky, sure, but Netic getting caught on the jump up, Liaz not getting anything over towards long, and then Regali, I can understand, that is ridiculous.
What an angle. You heard the reload that he just nailed.
But they don't win any of their duels, and for Regali, I'd be facepalming too. You're into B. I don't even get a chance to use my AWP. I'm planting, you're dying.
Yeah. Can we take long or cave? One of the two.
All right, well, the pick looking good for Nemiga now. It is at least facilitated another buy. Lost bonus, bomb plant. But now 6 consecutive rounds. When will this run stop?
They're asking questions of middle, at least they considered it. Respecting the elbow smoke for now. Will they do this kind of late walkout we saw from Nemiga's T side? That felt a little unusual, and yeah, they will with a nade break. They take middle. Risky Bob and Zway having questions asked of their mid-hole.
Need a fire starter on this T side. Someone needs to step up and deliver. Zans, it always feels like he's just going to have a walk in the park down this ramp.
Yeah, he doesn't play scared, does he? I think this angle from Vexite should favor him. Oh, tip of the head. Did he spot it?
Oh,
nope.
No, Xanta saw him.
Easy. Well played. He's managed his angles very well frequently on his ramp progress, and now calling lane clear. What a valuable piece of information.
Yeah, looking out of sorts right now, FlyQuest.
Shots needed. Ouch. He actually faced one. Netic does go low. Regali saves him, and they even put another one on notice. Lear forced away.
And Zway not afraid. He's going to step out off the back of a teammate's flash, pivoting all the way through T-spawn and staying quiet, even though that lane control and mid control is not close enough to hear the steps. 40 seconds on the clock. And that cluster of CTs now just fanning out. One to worry about A, one to head towards B, and two, now they've dealt with mid. Zwei can jump up in time and ruin this whole round.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a real farm fest as Zwei here. Just 11 frags, but he could find an awful lot more if he does take that fight. Looks like he's about to glance, does catch the tail end. Netting hits the shot, Khan does too though. 20 seconds, boys. Where are we going? Okay,
oh,
what?
You should go
just gone through the wall.
Yep, Netic, he set this one up.
He's actually made this round really realistic. It's risky on long, all onto him. What can he do? AK in hand, catches Netic, trade his leg, doesn't find him, needs a plant. Oh, and the cover. Risky Bob catches Liaz, Ins in the clutch. They're low. He can do this, but not at the hands of Risky Bob.
I really hope he's doing it in Russian then English, because he's live translating. And we need an in-game leader who can do that. Right? I'm really having a hard time understanding some of the decisions coming out of FlyQuest in these situations, right? So in that scenario, Netty gets you the kill through the wall. Okay, we're now going B. That makes a lot of sense. As soon as the individual is in the site trying to plant, why is Liaz pathing in front of the pole here to take that fight? Right, you can see, I guess the smoke may be covering it off ever so slightly. It's a chaotic moment, the clock is low, but right now...
Gets the boys amped up as well.
Yeah, they're having a giggle.
He's not doing it just...
Oh, they've got double smoke red. FlyQuest are cooked, Alex.
Oh, they look cooked. Ins and Netic, medium rare. You're dead. You're so dead. You want to be with me? Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's not flowing. Like, if you're ever double smoking red, especially on a round where you don't have a lot of utility, and right now this just feels desperate. Running to your demise, Nemiga, they're looking good.
Khan gets put on notice, but the...
Everyone's here.
Yeah, rotations here. Angle still held by the orb. That volley's achieved nothing. Nice little boost for a headshot, but Khan will put this one away. 2 versus 3, make it 1 as Khan keeps racking them up. Quiet, deadly Khan, 27 frag haul on their map pick in pursuit of stage 2 of the Blast TV Austin Major. And it's looking too good. It's looking almost indomitable. FlyQuest have really floundered. With both pistols, to be losing a map like this, it is certainly not filling us with confidence of what to expect coming into map 2.
It's not even both pistols with conversions.
Yeah, so what, 6 of your 9?
Yeah, it was four guaranteed because of the buying patterns that Nemiga went for.
Right.
But still, that's the starts that you're looking for as Ins is in an unwinnable scenario. 1v3, Bomb on his back, low on HP, 30 seconds. They've triangulated his position, or at least they had a great idea where he was. He'll give it away now with the underarm smoke. And that'll be that. Khan to finish things off. What a performance from him. 28 kills in total from the Kazakh. Nemiga, 1 map up in a 2-1 series. Stage 2 awaits.
It certainly does await if they can take the next map over the line. This is normally a good map for FlyQuest. Nemiga picks into it. They come in with some strong confidence. They start off very badly, and it goes in the favor of FlyQuest, but they fight their way back into it, and largely because of Khan with his AWP and mastering the server.
That CT side from Khan was just impossible for FlyQuest to find answers for. I mean, this felt like a pretty close game for the first half. I mean, we were watching the other one, and we kind of tuned in the second. And
it was close when we tuned in.
If I only watched that second half, I would think Khan is the best player on the planet. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, he was just he was hitting every single shot. And I also think that FlyQuest at times felt a little bit bothered. They felt like, I mean, on the very last round, they double smoked the same position. I don't know if they were necessarily always flashing him off of every spot, but man, he got it done with just about everything in this one.
And I think it's a cool contrast between the two teams, because I feel like, you know, Nemiga is one of those teams that we saw them at the last major kind of stumble at the final hurdle, like getting into the major, I guess. And now FlyQuest hasn't, and they come into this Nemiga and they've kind of figured things out, right? They've improved that experience. Like, the change has come not through a roster change, it's come through like the experience that you've gained and the adaptations you've made because of that experience. FlyQuest I feel like haven't gotten that piece yet. They're like a team with all these different roster changes they've had over the years, still haven't been able to figure out when they show up to a big game with big consequences to deliver and perform in that moment. And it feels like potentially Nemiga might have figured that out at their last failure, and it's looking great here at this one.
Yeah, and one thing I spoke to Lear during the pre-match interview, and what he said was this trash talking that you saw from him.
Sure.
He wanted to keep this going, not so much as disrespect to the other team. He made that very clear. But he says it's helping his teammates. He's helping hype them up as well, and it's giving them some spirit. He said he's been learning just across this event what it's like to lead. He feels like he's growing.
So the disrespect respect is just like the cherry on top.
Yeah, it's just a little
like an added bonus.
I mean, let's be real. Namiga they are onliners. They have practically proven nothing on LAN. You know, even at ESL Pro League earlier this year, they were losing to NRG. You know, they were having a really tough time at the Shanghai RMR. They collapsed in a way that their online results would not have thought that would have merited.
Right.
So for them to just kind of continue that with energy, it does instill a false sense of confidence that we've been here before. When in fact, no, you've failed every time you've been here before.
Yeah. You have been here before, but not finish that sentence.
Yeah.
We've been here before, and it ended in abject failure.
And this would be a massive turnaround for a team that has been struggling even in some of the online games. If you look at their online games, it's been very up and down for the Namiga squad. So for them making it through, would that be a big surprise for you, or was there always a chance?
They were more of a 2-3 team for me. I would have had them right on the cusp. Technically, I didn't include them to make it through, but I didn't think they were going to be like an 0-3 or a 1-3 team. They've proven way too much online, and it's kind of similar in vein to what's happened to Bait, where once you qualify to the major, all of the pressure is lifted off of your shoulders. You can play much more of the game that you've ironed out over 11 months of being the same 5-man lineup. That is an impressive amount of time to stick together when the results aren't going your way.
Nicely done.
And they're doing it without any kind of like crazy experienced players either. It's not like they've taken a piece from like a former CIS team who was like really strong. They didn't like bring like Electronic or anybody in, like none of those guys who have kind of fallen out of those rosters. This is just them being like, we're young players and we're just figuring it out as we go along and seeing the results of some good work.
Grinding their way through it. For FlyQuest though, we obviously have been, when we did cover some of their games, be very positive around Netic, but even in this, right, I'm looking down the scoreboard of this because like we said, we only saw the half end of the game, but Netic, Vexite, Regali, all doing things you want to see them do. But even that's not enough. And this was a map that I remember FlyQuest like wanting to play.
It's basically been one of their 2 favorite picks, I think.
Okay.
It's been this and Inferno. Those are basically the maps that I usually feel like are home maps for FlyQuest. So yeah, it looks like first half Netic got a lot done. By the time we got into the fray here, we saw that he had 14, 15 kills, but he was being sent to his death, unfortunately, in that second half. Like, running out mid, taking a ton of utility damage every single time. He wasn't taking fair fights in that second half.
And I mean, that was also something we highlighted when we saw him perform as well. Is like, yeah, he's hitting these banger shots, but these aren't cool fights. Like, those fights don't look that they should go the direction, but also adding to that on the T side especially, you got to imagine you're facing up against Khan with the AWP, who gets 28 kills and has that monster second half on the CT side. If you are the most aggressive player on your team, you're probably meeting that AWP more than anyone else. You're probably turning the corner first and meeting that bullet straight on.
Maybe some extra flashes, some extra help to get him out there.
Yeah, potentially, but who knows where that AWP is? You never know which corner it's at.
Try to go, corner. No, there's not enough flashes for it. That would have worked a million times for him. It would never work out. For Namiga, though, right, now going into this, okay, you won your map pick, nicely done, but that confidence, that hype, if they can carry that through going into the second map, that's going to be very positive for these guys.
I mean, Lear has been yelling at every single game that I've seen him play. I mean, he's been one of the...
I thought it was just going to be BetBoom, honestly, and then, yeah, he keeps turning it up.
I know. He's been yelling. Every time I'm hearing yelling in the studio, there's a 40% chance that it is Lear, whether he's on the stage or not, apparently. So he's been sick. I mean, he in terms of just leadership, I think we have one round 16, where he even leads by example. Like, he's going right into the fray. The utility is set up so well for him to take control. Everybody from Namiga knows exactly how they want to set the tone. This is what a game plan looks like, okay? In contrast to what Wildcard did in the last one we watched, like, this is getting in your opponent's faces with good set utility. Like, anybody could have been set on the path that Lear was there, and then everybody's also following up with great shots. They're so emboldened because their IGL just says, give me XYZ play, I'm going to run them down, and he does just that.
Yeah, and I mean, just great coordination as well. Two players segmented off in the double doors from that smoke. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Can we get translations, though?
I would like that.
Can we get some translations there?
AI has got to be good enough to get this done.
We've got these earbuds now that can you actually put in and they translate as you're talking. So yeah, we need to just get that going all the time. That'll be epic. I'm so down.
Maybe we can put it in the microphone. Maybe it works.
Ooh. There we go. That must be possible.
That would work.
No, that can work.
I don't know if you should go like directly to air immediately. They're saying a lot of choice words in those kinds of heated exchanges.
I want to know. I don't care if everyone knows. I want to know.
If you know, everyone deserves to know. We'll get a translate into some stars added, and then we'll know everything will be fine. Be a lot of stars, though, I think.
Probably too many for a single broadcast to handle.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how many words would not be. Just be connecting words, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You are.
Okay.
Are those the only connecting words you've got, James?
No, I'm just missing out all the bad words in between. That's
Yeah,
it.
blank. Yeah, I don't know what kind of slurs you would hurl at Australians. regardless of that fact, I feel like FlyQuest feels a little bit shell-shocked there because that was going pretty well for them in the first half, but then for their T side to just get stomped out like that in that fashion, it felt like Namiga was just way better, almost light years ahead in terms of game planning. Like the utility usage just looked way better in every round that I saw.
I mean, for me, there's maybe one player who plays on a rifle who can match the dominance of an op getting 28 kills, and that's Donk entering with the rifle. But any opper who drops 28 kills on you in a map, you're going to have a really, really hard time overcoming it. You just are.
They really did, and if Khan stays that hot, it could be struggles for them on Inferno. It is the pick of FlyQuest coming up next, and that'll be here after the break.
An iconic major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're going to be doing here. We're going to be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go. Let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we want to know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1! What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
What the hell? Too small.
Wait. I think it's cool.
What do you think?
I don't think I like it.
No?
I'd love to see a player lift this up like this and then it just breaks.
By the horns?
Moo!
Yes.
And why is this? It's because of Texas or what?
Yeah, the Longhorns.
I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction to the Paris trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then we got some what is that? Fire eyes on it. You know, it couldn't be worse than the Paris major one, so, you know, it's just a step in the right direction.
I don't know, but I think my idol Monastic get hit.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake we made.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet, but maybe after the event we'll give it to you.
It's mine. I'm the Austin Major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
Ah, you got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
We're moving into Inferno, maybe the pick of FlyQuest right now, but I want to see what can happen here with Namiga getting some momentum behind them, some confidence that's for sure being shown, and if FlyQuest can bounce back from this, especially when they kind of had the game in their hands.
It's gonna be an interesting map because Inferno is gonna play out a lot differently, right? There's not always that kind of like early contact that you get, like on that highlight clip of like taking control of B outside on Ancient, that B lane. Sometimes Inferno just kind of stalls out and you have the first 30 seconds where it's chill. So if you're FlyQuest, you might be able to avoid a lot of that aggression and taking those early losses and just play the mid round. So you might get a little bit of a reprieve early on, and then you got to figure out how things are gonna work.
I'm just kind of curious what side Namiga picked. We probably don't know that.
I would assume CT.
Okay.
Actually, I would assume.
Okay, if that's the case.
I would assume, it's a big assumption.
Funnily enough, on according to the stats, both teams then would be better in the second half, including Nemiga. Nemiga are better on T side, FlyQuest are better on CT side, and so don't count either team out, I would say, if you're down 8-4.
Also, don't put any stock into my assumption, because a lot of teams are picking to start on T side these days anyway, so, you know, it's
that's why I'm asking. You know, that's why I'm asking here. Yeah. I mean, I think that this is a map that's a classic in terms of ints. I mean, oftentimes called Inferno because of the antics that he gets up to on the map, but I feel like he's given up a couple of
Who's calling it Inferno?
Yeah, I've never.
You guys aren't following the Australian scene. You guys aren't following the Australians. No, the Aussies.
Me and Jason looked at each other like,
I've never heard that word in my life.
Inferno.
In their ESL Challenger Atlanta run last year, I mean, Ints was a propelling force.
Such an iconic event.
Yeah.
Alistair Grand Final Merchant, many such cases. Okay, unfortunately he's not here right now.
Did you co-stream this?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
that explains all of this.
Yes, Inferno, Alistair Grand Final Merchant. Unfortunately, he's not. Yeah, but Regali on this map, I feel like has had some pretty good moments of actually opping on the T side. I've actually noticed that they're good enough at taking space that he can just lock down an angle, allows people to come in to the bomb site hit. One of the guys that doesn't just rifle every single time. Like, he's proficient enough with it, but if they get the economy rolling and everything like that, adds another element to their offense.
And as we like with Nemiga as well, like you have to remember, like everyone's calling this Conferno as well, so it's like he's just gonna bust out
Conferno,
just run around and
Zwayferno, yeah.
You can do it with everyone.
Learferno, yeah.
Inferno is the most adaptable map out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone can have a moment on Inferno, including these players.
Risky Bob Ferno.
That's the stretch as far as you can go with that. On a serious note, though, could there be some sort of nerves on the FlyQuest side to be this close to making it, and then them not being able to pull it back?
Yes, because Ints has only become a leader recently, okay? So we've looked at so many of the more tenured IGLs at this event. I'm talking people like Boomich and people like Stanislaw.
Yeah.
Everything is cool, calm, collected. They have an approach for every next round. On the very last round of Ancient, they double smoke the same position, okay? That's not what I want to see from a team that's supposed to be the favorite going into a map that they are comfortable on. They should be ironing out who's throwing the nades. Like, that's something you discuss in the 20 seconds of freeze time before you both throw instas for the exact same position. I think FlyQuest are a little bit shook.
It's a good point as well, because I think if you talk to any in-game leader in the scene who's experienced, they'll tell you those first like majors where like you're on that verge of qualification or eliminate. Like those games as an IGL are they're just different. They hit a little bit different when you have to lead the team into like a high pressure, high stakes situation like this.
Well, let's hope they don't crumble when it comes to this. Let's hope they can hold their own with it. Who are you looking at, especially on the side of a FlyQuest, in order to be doing the heavy lifting? I know we're talking a lot about Netic, but he's one of the least experienced.
No, give me Regali. Give me Regali. I want to see if he gets the op in his hands, what he's capable of doing.
Let's see what he's capable of doing. Let's see what's going to happen on Inferno. Machine, Sponge, take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. Yeah, very excited for this one, heading into map 2, Inferno. It's going to be intriguing. Will 5 major rookies in Nemiga pick themselves up a stage 2 berth in their first ever major? I mean, that would be a huge accolade and achievement. The desk discussing how the shortcomings of Nemiga in their previous ventures unto LAN. It's certainly been easier for them when in the comfort of their own home, but they're doing it right now.
Yeah, and they're used to playing against better opponents on a more regular basis, similar to Bait in the conversation we had around them yesterday, right? They're farming online Tier 2 Counter-Strike in Europe, and that's where the best CS is played in the world. For FlyQuest, they're here, there, and everywhere when they can be. But when you're stuck down under, the level of practice, it is what it is. Pistol rounds have not been a problem for the Aussies. So let's see if they can kick it off with another on the T side. It's going to be quite a heavy start. 3 over towards B as Khan plays for Info Classic and even going to take a fight. Risky, and not Bob, as Zway's got the kill down mid. So we go 1 for 1.
Fantastic start.
Forces the rotation. Lear's going to join Zway over towards A. Risky Bob and Xanta staying on B. Ninja's dead. He can in-game lead from the grave now, the Puppet Master. Zway staying active.
Yeah, he's not playing scared. He needs Lear to cover his bulk, but Lear is just starting to gamble B, so it's all onto Zway.
Normally there's going to be a sound cue out balcony. It's blocked by a smoke for now as well, so they know that they can focus fire elsewhere, and really, Vexite needs to wait this out. If that Molly's destined for Pit, he might go down overlooking this porch position.
Oh, well, he'll get the kill. It's facilitated by a flash. He has the extra confidence, but now they're calling Pit clear.
Still use the Molly, even though the Pit anchor goes down porch side. So the diligence is there, but 2 up mid, Risky Bob through CT.
Yeah, this should be FlyQuest round now. They have that man advantage. They have the bomb down. Can Xanta disrupt that? He's partnered up with Lear. And a short swing. Vex side. First challenge, well played. Nice control, nice pre-aim, but quick find from Liaz in response. Risky's behind a smoke. Lear does inflict a bit of damage back, puts Liaz down to 5 HP, but Risky Bob down to 1. Headshot was found. Regardless, hit a couple of banging headshots here. We actually leave with another one onto Lear. So three kills for FlyQuest on the pistol for Regali.
And I'm glad we see them not over-celebrating in that scenario. As mentioned, pistols have been going in the way of FlyQuest so far.
Yeah, true.
It's going to be about the anti-forces/ecos and then, more importantly, the gun rounds. So we had stereo kills going on, one down mid, one into second mid, so both getting some activation early. And we had quite a few technical timeouts in the early stage of the first half of map number 1. It feels like that's all ironed out now. And same buying pattern for Nemiga. When they lose the pistol, they take the full eco, which means the rifles come out into the next. 4-player A stack right now. It's just going to be Xanta they're leaving over towards B. Bomb down towards T stairs. Don't have to worry about that too much. Now, someone will have to dip back and get it, but they're going to be sending at least a few players through the apartments. This could be problematic when going in towards an A stack, because when you come out of balcony, normally the first player is trying to buy some space, and they'll be... Oh, okay, they're not actively watching halls.
Yeah, they're not at all.
So this will actually allow FlyQuest to be diligent with utility, right? They can get the molly pit, they can get the flashes in. So this should be okay.
Bodies found and down.
Yeah, just the approach there. I think if they went a little bit quicker, right, and they didn't have the nades to clear out a couple of those corners, then they could have been in a little bit of trouble. So likely to keep 4 players alive. Can't really expect too much from Xanta just with the starter pistol here. So that is now going to be 3 from 3 pistols with conversion.
Yeah.
The difference maker will need to be FlyQuest winning the first rifle round, because so far in the 2 halves of play on Ancient, Nemiga, once they bought in, they became a whole lot of a different force to deal with.
But by virtue of buying round 3 and ecoing round 2, does that not mean that you're kind of having this... Oh, what's he going for? I just wanted to try and keep someone close to that bomb radius.
There are limitations of the buy, sure.
Right, it's like M4, Kev, and a smoke. Like, you're not getting everything.
And something else that the desk brought up, I believe Jason was touching upon this, on a map like Inferno, it's not going to be easy for them to lock down like they did with the full B lane and mid press. So you can't just aim map in the same way. You are going to be a little bit more utility dependent for banana control, as opposed to just going for M4s. So we're likely to see that reflected in the buy now. You've got Xanta alongside of the legend Risky Bob holding B. Lear will be the rotating rifler between the sites. Way to be the anchor over towards A/pit side, and then Khan, who had a massive performance on map number 1, will be your AWPer. Again, they do go rifle heavy. It'll just be Risky Bob with the util. Now, as mentioned, he's going to be using those nades down banana. He gets the support of the third piece, Lear, alongside him and Xanta.
Oh, that hurts. 50 damage inflicted to Inns or thereabouts. Risky and Xanta going to be tested for this top banana control.
Here comes the flash.
Pop. Xanta unloads his mag, gets away scot-free. Risky's not playing scared here. Quite the opposite, in fact. He's going to throw out that half-wall smoke and just beg them to try and boost on that half-wall.
They're staying staunch. I think on the, not fade, but as the smoke starts to fade, they could even go for second wave banana control if they'd like a deep smoke and then try and clear. They don't have utility to clear out logs or over towards Broom, and they've actually backed off. This is all going to be the timing right now as the rest of FlyQuest start to peer up middle. Util being lobbed out by Netic. Remember, Zwei anchoring down and Khan is his support.
Yeah, this is a deadly duo on A. It's going to be hard to break. They shoot hard. Zwei on that pit side, throws out a smoke to block. And a very aggressive from Lear. Netic's hearing all this, but very low HP. Fortunately overlooked on Lear. Swing. A second getting a bit greedy. Xanta punishes.
Chasing him down.
Chase. Yeah, they're looking for him. They know he can't have gone far. Oh. And nice find from Inns in the meantime. Xanta's been tagged up. 3 HP, but he's still defending. Quote unquote defending. B, here they come. Oh no. Oh no, Xanta. How has he gotten 2 there? He had 3 points of health.
Smoke for CT. Khan's going to be blocked off from this line.
Yeah, it's going to spam on no. Knife out. Just going to try and catch a timing. Hope they delay the plant, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to disrupt it.
Okay, Zwei's going to come through spawn as well. Inns, if he can get himself into a rifle, that's going to be a whole lot better for this post plant. Default for barbecue. Inns in banana. And I think both players are peppered away from spawn. Inns is now going to find himself a rifle. Bang. Check the ammo on that one, mate. You need a reload.
Okay, Zwei's going to have to push through this. Reveals himself with the spam. Khan comes coffins. It's looking great for FlyQuest to take this first gun round. Especially now, Khan swings into the crosshairs. Comfortable collection. Regali, a strong start, 6-0. Triple kill in the pistol, triple kill first gun.
Well, Maui was saying he's going to keep his eyes on Regali to step up in this situation, and you've just touched upon the impact he's had, and this is not with the AWP in his hand, so beautiful work. Nick does well on the first. The spacing wasn't there. This one, you're expecting the trade. Vexai unable to convert onto Xanta, who almost ruins the round for the Aussies, but the Romanian, he makes it count. And Nedic lets out a roar. You're not expecting the newest addition to the team to bring in the at least the voice, but I don't hate it. I actually quite like it as we get underway with another 3-2 split of the CT forces. It's the same three: Xanta, Risky Bob, and Lear over towards B. Keep your eyes on Lear. He's got these flashes.
Nedic under a lot of scrutiny despite these 5-7s coming his way. Yeah, that's deadly. An important catch from Inz actually finds Risky Bob down to the flames. Sway reveals his positioning. Oh, Khan gets aggressive. That 5-7 swing completely blindsides Vexai. Now Regali has to stay active. Oh, there's help coming from short side. He can be completely sidelined. The distraction, the team play. You're seeing it live and direct. And Amiga working together to get the job done.
Yeah, these 5-7s just deadly. And getting these isolated duels. Now Inz just going into B, and Lear should have him every day of the week. A defensive smoke to try and plant in. You got the first rifle round, sure, but you couldn't get the follow-up. You did the hard work and you lose to the pistols.
Yeah, that's a nightmare for any Counter-Strike team.
He's not boxed in, but he may as well be. 19 points of health, doesn't know where the three members are. Now rotating back, and, well, Zwei will be here in time.
Yeah, he's really burrowed into the A site as well, making it as difficult as possible for Inz to find an angle of assault.
I'm going to try and go mid to B. It's 11 bullets in the M4. Zwei's just missed him. Might as well go through his own smoke. The best I feel he can get here is a plant, and then Zwei is going to clamp down. Yeah, Zwei can just...
Oh, he's going to kill him before he plants.
Saunter over. Bye.
Oh!
Okay, you'll take that, sure, but really, that's a bad round to be losing, all things considered. Inz gets the double up. For some reason, they erratically start moving towards A. Liaz on his own in halls gets isolated. They lose the AK. Then in middle, Vexite goes down to a really nice shot from Khan, to be fair. Regali feels he needs to make the trade, can't find the kill, buys time. Zwei comes back, and at that point, it's just Inz up the creek without a paddle. The in-game leader not looking too happy in his chair right there.
Yeah, that was a real nice pick.
This one,
bang.
Bang. That one was beautiful. Look at how rapid that was. And it appears around the corner, the 5-7 of that range. Beautiful work. All right, just discussing the purchases there. You heard Vexai asking Inz for a Galil. Is going to get it. Regali gets out his AWP. So 3 Galils, 1 AK, util. Regali doesn't have head armor, but there's 3 AKs on the board and an orb out for Khan as well. So unlikely to cost him. Zwei, aggressive apartments. And Liaz with no support, so if he tries to take this space on his own, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Xanta is not dead. He might be now. He's lost his support. Risky Bob beheaded. Traded. Xanta goes down. That's a massive frag from Inz. Does he want to accelerate on this? It looks like he wants to at least ask questions of B.
Now Inz has to mid-round.
Zwei pushing her abs. Oh,
he's sharp. Lear's coming through.
Oh, Lear pushes through. Another impactful one from Inz. Okay, Khan comes through. Ruins knife out. Vexite should be able to plant uncontested unless he goes for a Hail Mary on the wallbang. Which he will. What? Just shy.
Now you want to be saving.
Yes, sir.
The fact that Re-Smoke's in, unless Zwei can buy you a way out, this one's going to be tough. The smoke's still present for now. A HG to soften things up. Unfortunately for Khan, he hadn't walked through that door.
Yeah, that would have booked him. That would have been a very nice nade dunk.
And it's really important that they get away with these saves, right? The loss bonus for them is 2,400, but they had one on a lighter buy, which meant they were saving for the future round anyway. So right now, they had the luxury of carrying 3 AKs through. It meant they could buy that all. If you keep these 2 players alive, Zwei can drop one for Risky Bob. Xanta and Lear will be able to buy themselves. So some important kills for that banana control. Oh, Zwei, yeah, instead of you stay alive, that is. And oh, he's tucked away to bench, and he'll be afforded his life. So doing more financial damage to FlyQuest, but 4-1 as far as the score is concerned. Amiga, tactical timeout, box on the mic. Lear and Risky Bob yet to frag. Only 1 for Khan, 7 for Zwei, 6 for Xanta.
Oh, it's quite the contrast from the way in which the frags were distributed on Ancient. Of course, early days. Just 5 rounds into this cast on the microphone as well, by virtue of an Amiga timeout.
And we discussed the importance of the pistols in map number 1, and FlyQuest weren't able to make good on that. This time round, it is going to have to be the hard work done in the rifle rounds. They've already slipped on the banana peel as far as the 5.7s are concerned. And if you're Urcast, I'm sure you'd want to make sure that doesn't happen again. So that timeout taken by Box actually gives him a chance to inform his troops as well. And interestingly enough, Inns has opted for a MAC-10. I think there would have been drops of at least a Galil available, so maybe we get something a little bit more pacey. And if the team's taking a timeout, they're making the adjustment. So how do you unravel that? Is it fast? Is it a set piece? Well, you have an AWP. It makes it harder to do so.
Oh! Khan's just immediately started off with a pick. Regali's AWP now fills the feed. Okay, AWPs are in play. Sway finds another one. It was Inns asking questions of Apps.
I feel like he's overqualified to be an Apps anchor, especially with his aim. But if he plays it more like Rob's, very active in your face.
It can be a nightmare, can't it, for your T-side Apps duo.
And I think right there, nameplating Inns in Apps that early, that actually helps inform Namiga's defense right now. So 3 players currently over towards the A site as the remaining 3 for FlyQuest start to slink up Banana behind Regali's AWP. It's Khan on the line and the utility available to flush him out. There are flashes. If they just step in on the smoke, Khan's likely to get that first kill. They're not going to flash, they are just going to contact.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an AWP clash with heavy advantage to Khan being on the angle already. Looking good. Should be comfortable. 40 seconds. Khan's calling for the cavalry. They're coming to lock the doors behind them. There it is. Catches Vex side. Liaz gets 2 with the spray. There's Sway.
35.
What can he do? He knows where both of them were. Elects to take the AK into this one. A 1 versus 2 clutch for Regali. He's had incredible impact in 2 rounds already. Now looking for his 3rd. And not going to happen, denied by Khan's AWP. That's what you want to be seeing. Khan equipped with his signature weapon and racking him up.
Yeah, cheeky from Khan there as well. Not staying active from New Box. He's hiding. He's waiting until Regali announces his presence, then steps out and deletes him. Here's the opener. Beautiful work. This is great from Sway as well. In the meantime, Regali got another one back Banana. It's this Liaz double. Fortunate to catch them on the lineup, but there's still no way out because 3 players channeling down mid to secure that Banana control.
Yeah, Khan's AWP looks really good, especially from that POV.
Oof, okay, we're going timeout into timeout here.
I just told you, I just had 30 seconds with you.
Well, look, if people go back and they reflect on, I think it was the Shanghai vlog. I know we're going back to last year now, but the way that Urcast was talking to the team, he's really starting to step into this coaching role. I think once upon a time, especially when they were Greyhound, it was a bit more matey, right? It's definitely changed the tone. This is serious business. FlyQuest are not messing about. The fact that they've been willing to make roster changes, bring in a European AWPer, pounce on talent like Nedic when he's available, they're building a team to win, not just to be in attendance. So right now, sure, 2-0 to start. This is a 2-1 game. You could go 2-2, and then tomorrow all the pressure's back on. There's higher expectations for the team than this, as it is going to be an all-in. They know the finances are a little bit bleak over there, and with the loss bonus, this is the most informed decision. Tech9's MAC-10, and AWP on the line. Khan, aggressive.
Regali's holding that nade. Like you're going to flash for Inns, but no one's home to receive it, so we'll see how necessary the util is. 3-2 division of defense. This is what Urcast wanted.
Just going to be a B execute, but it might be unraveled.
Yeah, Xanta gets flashed up and should have a free one onto Inns. Oh, he was ready for the follow-up. Okay, not bad output from the M4s. Combat versus Tech9's up close and they win it. Xanta, he's done so much already, but he's actually getting flashed in by Lear. The team play we're seeing from Namiga is filling me with confidence that they can make it to stage 2. Whether that's today or tomorrow, it remains to be seen.
Oh, a bit of a chuckle there. That one couldn't have gone better. Perfect timing. Inns just caught out, thought he was on the cusp of the smoke, spotted, deleted.
It's
and
a
now the
recurring
eco.
theme. Just want to highlight Xanta, because we were talking about his ancient B-ramp walks. And
a lot of aggression.
This has got that same energy, where he's just like, you know, what is it, 1 minute 10, I'm just going to kind of contact back into top banana with that half-wall smoke up, not announce my presence, just be annoyingly positioned and having a lot of confidence in his own decision-making.
Yeah, and now they get the opportunity to tie up the game, so maybe we'll see even more of that aggression, as it is quite truly 5 Glocks. FlyQuest will not invest a lick right now. Next round with the 2400, we can get the guns back out, but whether or not Regali wants to go glass cannon again, that'll remain to be seen. Unlikely in a round like this that you get even a couple of kills.
Sorry, just thought it was funny that Inns was backing himself against 2 rifles top banana.
I think Inns needs to cool his jets a little bit, if I'm going to be completely fair. That's going to be his 3rd opening death. I understand this one's only with the Glock, but you don't want to just be forcing the issue too much. And look, FlyQuest, they're not the most fire-up boys, right? You don't see him, they don't have Alistair anymore, who was great for that. He was definitely the talisman of the team as far as the energy was concerned. You saw Nedic trying to bring a little bit of it, but they try and keep their comms calm, and they try and stay quite stable, and that has its pros and its cons. You see Lear on the other side. He's going back to the caveman days with his sniper yells as Lear gets 1 kill.
I don't know about caveman days. I know about the Vox Eminor days, though, Mr. Birchall.
Yeah, but it was one of my biggest plights as well. So Gomez is only a couple of rooms away. He'll tell you. It's great when you're playing well and the momentum's there, but as soon as you lose it,
the
room gets awfully quiet.
Right, the absence of the G up. Well, Lear, that's a lovely little spray. 4 kills in the 1 magazine. Up against the Glocks, you'll take it.
Okay, so there's been a lot of 4-1 with banana focus out of the FlyQuest camp, and they're doing it again. So they put a lot of pressure on Liaz in second middle to just be able to deal with any window pushes and apartment pushes, and Sway's quite active. Nedic half wall.
Okay, well, they put him in his team to open up rounds on the T side. And open up he shall. Oh, and gets in for risky. That's a nice one.
That's twice now they've done this. They've obliterated the B defense on 2 of these rounds. Now they just need to follow through. Lear spams away, and the most informed choice right now, if you are Namiga, there's still plenty of rounds of Counter-Strike to play, safe.
Yeah.
It's Inferno. We all know how it goes. It gets the most exciting when we get to round 11-11 or overtime. But this one's definitely been playing with a bit more of an aggressive flavor.
Well, I mean, that's just the other side of the coin, just as we were highlighting Xanta and his proactive clears of top banana. But if you don't win the duel, which you're not going to do every time, it does leave a red carpet open for your team to, or your opponent rather, to just flood into that B site. Round ends just like that.
Yeah, and if you're FlyQuest, you want to keep all these bodies alive, you upgrade 2 of those Galils into A1Ss. So look, it's better than the Galil, but definitely not better than the AK. Khan will hold on to his AWP. There's residual cash to work with. Lost bonus on the CT side is bottomed out, so that's what the importance of this save. Xanta has enough to buy himself Risky Bob as well, but it's more about the stretch. And that 3-round streak has finally been broken. So you need to win another one of those if you want to ruin the cash completely. And that's assuming that you're able to hunt and take away the guns. And at that point, the floodgates can open. 7 or 8 rounds then become available for FlyQuest, and they can be very happy with this half and pushing it to the 3rd of Anubis, which is the deciding map of this series.
Бревны по стенкой.
This time, Lear back over towards Banana again. And that was a round where they didn't start 3B, and it fell apart. Let's see if his presence is the difference maker.
Oh, the spam. Xanta backs up into the flame.
Back-to-back rounds for Nedic with the openers.
Might have another one on the cards here. Perfect. Oh, the damage. He gets him through the board, and confirmation of Risky Bob's position as well. The Glock. Does he dare? He lets him go. He lets him retreat. 20 HP.
The New Zealander definitely finding impact on Banana now as Sway active in the window room. If he finds Liaz, there's a chance back into this round. Liaz doesn't have the most glamorous role and can't deliver. Sway, he's not messing about.
He's a beast.
Yeah, he is sharp. 11 and 3.
Oh, Regali's got to match the output there.
Okay, that is necessary. Be a save again right now.
Yeah.
The bigger question for me becomes, does Inns allow his players to hunt, right? Does he call them off? Because you can hold off on the plant right now. If you're diligent on the clear, you make sure no one's in pit, then you can start sending players for this. Now, Nedic is low. He will have also commented that he got Risky Bob down to at least half HP. And I think that in this situation, with the residual cash and where you are in the game, I wouldn't hate the idea of a hunt, but it doesn't look like they're really heading with swiftness to pull that off. So probably just happy to secure the 6th. And I think that if they were able to take it away, the buy would be really wonky, but the buy is going to be fine. Khan's going to be able to drop a rifle. Zway's going to be able to buy himself. Risky Bob will also be able to drop an M4.
This is actually a perfect example of like a half-hearted hunt. Like, look at Regali and Netic. Like, they are clearing and they are progressing towards that B-bomb site, but there's just a little less cavalier attitude. You don't want to be giving too much away, and so not much in the way of a hunt. So drop will be facilitated. Chad has highlighted a full buy will be available.
Yeah, especially when Khan literally had a full belt of utility as well, right? So you're in such a great position if you get to hold on to that. Second tactical timeout called from the CT side, and this is the openers. It was the molly first, then the spam through the boards. This one right here from Zway was great, but this one was even better from Regali. It secures the round, removes any doubt, and they've guaranteed themselves 6 on the half. So all the drops will come through, fully fledged buy. 3 defuse kits, everyone has a rifle, the AWP still in the mix, and still residual cash for Khan. And all the meantime, the loss bonus trickling up, 2,400 into the next. So as long as they keep saving, they can stay threatening. But they are allowing FlyQuest to get closer. So in these last 2 rounds of play, at least one of the 2, we will see them attempt a retake if they lose the site. But the flow of the game shifting now. This is really with limited contributions from Vex side. Just 1 kill for him so far.
Netic starts to once again turn up that early pressure.
It's the same every round.
This time they threw a CT smoke, but he hasn't played scared at all. He's confirmed that they've got top banana control, just like that. Flash, little swing, cautious of their smoke, and understandably, would be hate to be disrupted by a little MP9 hiding out there.
Okay, well, they get the banana control, and traditionally what you'd expect to see in this situation is the team pivot back for brackets, and if they do, there's 3 players waiting. Leah's tucked in towards the pocket, Khan and Zway over towards porch side. And they are coming back. They're assuming this is going to force a big rotation because of the B successes, but without the kill, they've stuck to their guns and they've rotated a 4th man. Great call from Nemiga.
Yeah, this is perfect. Oh, it's so perfect. It's like got everything covered. 1 person make 2 players anti-AWP to take the first shot for info.
Ooh, hold up. The way through could be apartments, and they've actually got multiple bodies here to deal with this. So if mid utility is thrown, they're able to waterfall out and get pit control. The dynamic of these fights will shift.
It's up to Regali to try and sell mid without dying.
The long smoke now deployed.
Okay, everyone's attention still drawn. They start to contact out the apartments. Khan hears it now. Penny drops. Now his attention drawn. Regali hits his first. Risky Bob solid onto Liaz. Oh, and FlyQuest, just like that breakthrough. Apps was the answer. They had 4 players on A, Chad. How did they find nothing?
Yeah, that right there, if it was just the standard, go up mid, we do the Molotov porch side, smoke off long, go for control, they would have been absolutely rumbled in that situation. But the fact they're able to pip the gap, thread the needle, and go out in towards pit, you see the dynamic changing. Now, oh, shit, I'm pinned under porch. They could be boiler, they could be mid, and they're definitely in pit. As Xanta wants to save, and this time the hunt is active. His position noted as he takes down Ins. The escape route, is it banana? No, he wants to stand and bang. How many more can he get? Nothing, says Regali. Wiped out. 7-4 and 7-5, well, that's going to be hard to work for if you're Nemiga. There's still a couple of players with cash into rifles. Khan could either drop an M4, then buy one of his own. He could go for the AWP. So some big choices in the buy as it looks like we are going into a quick tech. But Regali alongside a Netic, those 2 have been delivering some important kills so far. Oh, this is it, right? You're a man after my own heart. You get out of the chair, you yell a lot, and you're just putting strain on those audio cables, bud. You know, you're I'm pulling them out every now and again, and
he's got very fancy in-ears, though. I will say that.
I would recommend anybody who ever wants to be a professional Counter-Strike player, get yourself some top quality IEMs.
Yeah, the ones that are like molded to your ear as well.
I think Big did that, but where are they? Doing press conferences.
Yeah, I like the shiny metal look. But you just want to make sure that they're comfortable for your ears because they're going to get clamped. And I will, like, that is perhaps under-discussed, but these headsets they have to wear, the noise-cancelling ones, they are tight.
Yeah, right.
They are, you know, they don't want any sound to be getting in, so they have to be really quite tight on your head. So for a long gaming session, obviously in pursuit of integrity, competitive integrity.
They're pretty close to each other as well, right? Yeah. If you go out there on the gaming floor, we've got the smart glass between the 2 of them, which is going off once the rounds come to the conclusion. Shout out to Jordan Nothing Gilbert one time for bringing into everybody's purview the idea of, hey, if I throw a random flash and I see it appear on the other guy's faces that it's white, we know where they are.
That was, yep.
Yeah, so
Back
thanks.
in the day.
Thanks, Jordan.
Cultural impact, though.
Yeah, definitely so. I did find myself talking to Gomez the other day when I was at the dinner table with the FlyQuest boys, and we're talking about some of the rules that when I was in Vox Emerald and Renegades that some of the events had to bring in because of the way we were dressed. They made sure you had to wear closed shoes. We'd always wear flip-flops and shorts. They made us wear trousers. And then we had the infamous timeout rule. But we're getting back underway with this one.
Ooh, a little cliffhanger. Okay, next tech, I'll be asking about that one.
All right, well, here we go. 4 M4s, 1 MP9, light on the U2. Will it be 8-4, or can Namiga salvage something before the halftime break?
Let's find out.
Aggression.
Yeah, Carney wants to start charging second mid. In fact, the whole squad are fighting second mid, and there he is. Lee has a sitting duck plucked. Vexite one back. Lear ready to trade out. Netic the same. It's the MP9 of Risky Bob that gives him the edge, and look at Khan. Look at... Oh! He just had a glance behind him.
2v2.
Regali's got bomb on his back, and Xanta has blocked for now. Divided defenders.
Inza's just working up middle right now.
And Risky's pushing apps.
There's so many question marks. This smoke adds another one to the mix.
2 1v1s going on right now. I feel like Inz might get caught by this.
Oh, timing.
Yep, both of them got back turned. Oh no, no one knows. No one knows. Ship's in the night.
Regali's going to get a jump scare here.
Yeah.
Inz will call it clear, and Regali's going to run back into his demise.
Yeah, with his knife out.
And Inz is going to have to win a 1v2. 50 seconds, still time for this.
Regali cannot believe the way in which he's just died.
And we're from the future.
Yeah, I've seen it. Disbelief.
Oh, he's tucked in. Risky Bob's going to call it clear.
Walk past him.
Barrel!
Bomb! Oh dear! Crazy turn of events, and then Inz just goes down to his teammates. AWP, a recovery at the tail end of the half. 5 to work with Namiga, in it to take it. Can 5 rookies secure stage 2 in 2?
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko.
Inhuman Reactions!
You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
God, Inhuman Reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here,
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Yes. It's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
loser. 2 wins, 1 loss. Winner picking themselves up a spot in stage 2. On one side, we have Namiga, a map to the good and a competitive scoreline here on Inferno, which is allegedly FlyQuest's pick. Some signs of life from them, though, and some absentees. We had Khan, we're dropping, what, 27, 28 frags on that first map of Ancient Amiga 4 in his CT side here on Inferno. Not easy for an AWPer to find impact, but Regali, he certainly managed to with the rifle.
You mentioned number 4. That's what FlyQuest are looking for in the pistol department. Odds on screen, favouring Namiga, and understandably so. And it's tunneling quickly up middle. So they've gone up the gut to mid, now pivoting into second. So they were looking for Jules. If you're going to have that stance, you want somebody to swing. They boost up, they get Zwei in window room. Now Khan, alongside a risky Bob, are going to make their way through the apartment. Xanta, very passive on Banana. And if we take a look at what defense is available, Nedic, Liaz, Vexite, Longside, Regali, Porch.
The setup ready to spring, and they do spring to action. Sway swings in, Regali puts him to bed. Khan out of and into the A side, but they're traveling as a unit on FlyQuest. Multiple bodies swinging through, Khan staying nimble, and he goes down. Everyone's just hitting their headies here for FlyQuest. Is it another perfect pistol? They've done it again. FlyQuest on the defuse, Xanta's disconnected, he can't even get there, can't even stop him, too many bodies in his way. FlyQuest can't stop winning pistols.
Yeah, Regali adds more to that frag tally. Beautiful work from him. If you combine the entries from Nedic, he's 4 and 2 in that department. And Regali now with his impact moments. That's both pistols where Regali has made an absolute statement piece.
Yeah.
So both pistols again.
Bang was clean on that Zwei swing.
Now the bomb did go down this time. So I am curious to see if there is a force. And well, I'll inform you a little bit earlier than that. There will be. Box final tactical timeout called. And they are going to force in. So what we've seen up until this point is after FlyQuest win a pistol, Namiga have been taking ecos. Right now, they're going to fight for the economy. There is an AK available. Xanta has that in his hands. The rest will be subbed to complement with some pistols. And then it's about what utility is required for this round.
I just think it's crazy to be burning your last timeout so early into the second half. But then I suppose he's aware that Urcast, is going to be calling timeouts if you do get your teeth into this half.
And if you don't get your teeth in now, the game could slip away from you. So this is a coin toss situation. You know that they're not going to have full rifles. Their buy won't be perfect. But they did have quite a few players stay alive on that pistol without too much damage, which does mean cheaper head armor. We get this one underway. 2 Tech 9s, a Deagle, a P250, and the statement piece of the AK-47 with head armor and a full belt of nades. Deep mid smoke deployed. That's going to help corral some of the early moments as Xanta jumps into Banana, and we know he loves a fight. It's quite the potent combination on B. Vexite and Nedic, 2 heavy hitters. Liaz will be your pit anchor, Inz will be your rotating rifler, and of course Regali on the AWP. Right now, it's more of a case of locking down middle between Regali, Inz, and Liaz. They're not too worried about an apartment's pop, so likely this is from the prep. They blocked Boiler. They've searched mid, and that might free up the 3rd rotation piece of Regali to help out towards this B defense, who have staunchly blocked the mouth of Banana. But back and forth, knocking on either door. Namiga still searching for a way in, and they have util for the finish. Take a look at the HEs. If they use this towards Bike, Liaz loves to play balcony, loves to play Bike, their standard anchor positions. If they're able to smoke off long, get up short, nade Liaz out of position, they could plant.
Oh, gets the info with a nade in his hands. Inz is the unknown entity right now, and he will reveal himself. He'd have loved lethality there. Can't get away with the info, and now those nades have just booked him. Tries to go active, does Regali. Swings in, light on ammo. Still tracks Risky Bob on the swing. Bomb's coming next and down to Netic.
Bomb is loose.
Yeah, that AK though, they put that AK into Xanta. They chose to wrestle 4 rounds, and instead they all go down. It's Netic, perfect arrival. That's the B anchor coming over and dealing damage. Sway last to 4, Liaz gets his, and FlyQuest, they weather that storm.
Actually, Nedic snatched it away. So Nedic's just mauling him, but still Regali and Nedic just doing all the damage right now. 16 for Regali, 13 for Nedic, the 2 of them towards the tippy top of the server, no doubt about that. Pressure moment there for Regali, rotations there in time. Those HEs weren't used where I thought they were going to be destined for, but still found success. And it will have to be the eco now, double digits, unless we see another fumble against the pistols. Remember, that first half of play, one of the earliest rounds, actually the first CT-sided round, was a 5-7 special. Okay, nade toward top banana. Netic actually cops a lot of damage. Vexite 2, they have the third man. There it is. MP9 comes out, mows away 2 kills. It's way very low. And this one will just be the mop and bucket as some sketchy aim short. But it is just going to be Xanta with the dig. Let's see if he can put his aim on display. No, he can't. Ins gets the job done.
A message from your sponsors, Underdog. I want to let you know that Underdog offers real money fantasy games on all of your favorite Counter-Strike events. Get up to $1,000 in bonus credits with your first deposit on Underdog when using code BLAST.
All right, let's get into the first gun round right now. It is going to be the AWP equipped. So Regali gets that out early. Remember on Ancient, it took a while, like round 8 or round 9 before he could bring it into play, but this is going to be early in the second half. So 3-0, another pistol with conversions for FlyQuest. This has to be their map.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, 3 away from taking us the distance. Will there be any resistance? Regali Zorp looking for anything, not giving anything away is Khan. 5 AKs though. Zwei working on apps with Risky Bob's help.
Yeah, so different from Liaz, who's left on his own, and Zwei's been backing his aim all day long, so you can see him just so much more confidently trying to apply pressure on this side of the map as Lear gets the top banana control. Vexite splash, can't get the kill.
So blind, Vexite didn't stand a chance. Good catch, Lear gets his. He's low HP, so likely wants to kind of be traded. He's going to try and take some space.
Gali has to be careful on his porch side. Zwei and Risky Bob are still close. It's not a big commit. Trying to bait out as much utility as possible, and they forced out another smoke. Regali, yeah, as just mentioned, if he overstays his welcome, can get blindsided.
Yeah, he's looking for trouble. And now his position is noted. Zwei's got him, hasn't he? Coming out, Boiler. He ain't playing scared. Confirmation that Regali's there. Oh, he gets away, dips behind the smoke in time.
Wow, Zwei, I thought he would have swung there, definitely, but worried about more bodies up close and personal. This could force them back into a B finish. So 2-2 split of the defense. Ins, he's over towards the Coffin's position. Netic, new box. For the execute, we got 2 mollies and a smoke. Smoke CT, molly backside, and away you go.
There they come, and Xanta, that's a pick off, finds Netic. Ins gets active, down, and traded. Bomb should be going down here.
There's a kit for the retake, but number disadvantage. Do you even give it a look?
I don't know. You got a couple of flashes on Regali. Maybe that would entice you to get Liaz set up. But
you have such a lead. I don't think it's recommended right now. Go fishing. If you get a kill, give it a go, sure. But otherwise, I really think the save. That's the best of the 2 options.
Yeah, and Regali did have a little look. Hasn't been given anything.
If you can do damage right now on the way out the door when they try and hold on to their guns once they've identified it's a save, that's also good damage, right? Because sure, they're going to get the win bonus, but that's it. And they're hoping that they can drop guns to a few of their teammates in the next round. So if Regali can get anything, just like that, it's perfect. So keeping the cat, they're actually filtering up towards CT. He can get some more. Oh, hanging around, Regali. I think you've seen enough.
Yeah. He's not playing scared, Jan. Okay, takes one away, but they'll actually get the orb. That's not worked out ideally. Khan will be equipped.
Okay, so that can be dropped to Khan. Khan could actually drop an AK.
That's the conversation they're having right now.
Yeah, they can work out the buy. It is going to be missing either firepower or utility, but I think having that AWP, it actually gives them something that they wouldn't have been able to afford. So, look, he did overstep the mark there, but let's see. Regali's able to get an AWP back of his own. So locking horns into the full buys. Regali not backing down with the confidence, that's for sure.
This is a confident AWPer. Not playing scared whatsoever. Netic has to respect the flames. Thrown out by Xanta.
Molly no good.
Oh, that's a lot of info. He knows 3B. Risky in his way, start to cook on apps.
Oh, they're just being blocked. Well timed from Liaz. He blocks apartments as that info flows through. They're going to try the path of what they assume least resistance, out Boiler. So Khan, the only problem is right now he has the bomb. He needs to join the team or give that over to Lear, because now they're out top mid. Inz is rotated over. 3-man A defense. Oh, 2-man A defense now.
Yeah, Liaz just evaporates to the hands of Zwei. That's the trade. Risky Bob gets it. Inz is gone, but Regali, he's to hit. Not for Risky Bob, he's not. Why is his Galila laser beam?
It's another 2v3 retake. This one's going to be tough. they're not going to expect Khan down middle.
No, you're not.
And as he peers back, he can make sure they can't go bracket side. It's going to have to be another save.
What a shot from Zwei onto Liaz. He's going to be... I mean, I wonder if we have it. I don't know if we do, but the Liaz POV of that must be pixels.
Just absolutely deleted that. Yeah. With another great shot. Impactful one this time round. 15 kills for him, topping the scoreboard for his team.
I mean, it's stepping up when they need him most, right? Your opponent's on 10. It feels like it's almost a shoe-in. You're going the distance.
I do like this T-side more from them. I understand that they won the first map, but it was so direct, and it was quite sloppy Counter-Strike, I thought, with the way that they were approaching things. They get the win regardless, so it's tough to be critical in that environment, but those conversations start with the analyst desk in the next stage if they can get the job done either today or tomorrow. But right now, they're back in it. It's a 3-round gap. Those 2 rifles saved. That's now 2 consecutive rounds. And FlyQuest take a timeout, so they have 1 left. Remember, Nemiga have burned all 3 of theirs quite early. Yeah, Leah's wondering, what the hell do I have to do? This is beautiful from Bob. Bobby will be here in the next stage, one of Alex's favorite players.
Love me some Bobby.
3D Max. That's body for those of you uninitiated, but you'll get your full feed of Bobby coming up soon.
Yeah. It's because Chad delivers it like it's totally normal, and it makes me chuckle.
Yeah, it is a funny one. But
it is funny.
2,400 lost into the next, so right now with those save guns, don't overinvest. But what you'd want to do with them is insert them into the round in any way you can possible, or gamble correctly. It's one of those 2 options. Both of them are the B defenders. Nemiga know that. Okay, Vexite, Nedic, they save the guns. Those guns traditionally would start B, but in a round like this, you can do whatever you want. So do you want to find some aggression? It looks like it. They're going to be sending 4 players over towards A early. Inns will try and block B. Nedic short side, Vexite, Nedic long side, Vexite short side, and okay. They're going to creep up mid into the stack.
Yeah, and your rifles are ready. Khan goes looking and spots a jiggling USP. That's what you want to see. Vexite, a good catch.
Call it off now. Don't give anything else away.
Yeah, Xanta's already starting to try and ask questions of Top Banana with the information relayed. And
he's trying to cut him off at the pass.
Vexite's active. Netic as well.
Oh, Inns just blocked them Top Banana. They're going to have to cancel for now, Nemiga.
Can't.
See the feet. He see the feet under the truck.
He knows. He knows. He knows exactly where you are. Stop wiggling your damn toes.
That's a pedicure.
And then the dunk. Can he dunk him? Oh, the Glock to chase. He forced his fight.
A's open now. That was the one rifle. Nedic got drawn back because of the Top Banana rotation. And now Regali with just the USP. He will be fish food for Xanta.
Oh, mate, just the way Khan played that. Really cool. Gets the info, has the patience, nade to force them to swing, chase with the Glock, like,
Hey, get your gun in your hand! It doesn't matter.
It's kind of, that kind of moment in Counter-Strike is like chasing a ping pong ball. You know, it's just humiliating.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying there.
It's that same feeling. No one looks gracious tracking a jumping T with a USP. That's all I'm saying.
And now it's just a 2-round gap, Alex. Nemiga are back in this one.
It really didn't feel like it was going to go this way, considering the way in which these pistols continue to go their way.
Yeah,
what,
if you win all 4 pistols over 2 maps but lose 2-0,
boom, Glock, bang. Just lovely. Great decision making, forcing fights. He's a gamer.
Harosh, davai. Keep doing Carrigan?
7th.
Did they keep doing Carrigan? Is that what Nedic said?
Is that what that smoke is?
No, well, I couldn't have understood Nemiga. I think that's what Nedic said to Vexite on B.
The Carrigan.
I think that's what he said.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure that Carrigan's name is in a couple of calls for various teams.
Just don't do the boomage. Don't just sit sandbag every round and get double naded.
Yeah. No.
Oh, here we go. Apps contact. They're really abusing Liaz. They did on the CT side. Now they are on the T side as well.
He's cowering on Pit. Will uncrouch. Oh, good find. He has to avoid this potential for risky bot to trade. Netic's gone down empty-handed. It's Vexite that keeps it level.
That's only his 5th kill.
I say level, excuse me, man. Advantage, thanks to Liaz's pick-off.
Oh, it's 2-2 again. Risky Bob still just annoying end of apps. Was he spotted there? That's the question.
That's the kill. That's the kill. He's managed to pick off a rotation. Regali as well. That's a big scalp to post. Forces Inns away from B.
And you know Liaz is trapped in pit. So at this point, And with so much time on the clock, Nemiga can regroup and look for the finish. I said Vexite only his 5th kill so far, hasn't had a lot of impact, and he's meant to be the 3rd piece of the star trio for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Netic's definitely got his output there.
Oh, I hate this CT setup. Inz it doesn't know which side he wants to play. I feel like he has to gamble on one of the two. He's just playing Library right now. Liaz has essentially no support. Util, however, limited. He can't be smoked off Moto. So that's a positive right now, as Liaz having to worry about absolutely everything. And Inz is cheating B. So he's made up his mind, but it's the wrong call.
Oh, good find. Liaz, oh, dips away. Confirms there's more presence. It's coming A. He needs to live. He can't do it. Risky Bob runs him down, and now that A site is lost. Inz maybe spotted there on the Library side. Swings on out. A headshot available, but unable to provide it.
Don't save again, boys. You got to give one of these a go, and this is your best chance. Normally it's been 2v3. Now it's 2v2. Liaz is getting you 2 key kills. There's no kit. Time is the problem. Both stuck in the site.
Vexite just arrives now. A single piece of utility, a single flashbang. How effective could it be? He could perhaps throw one over. Vexite loud about this, draws attention, makes him look his way. Push forward! That's the impact you want to see from Vexite! Eventually they go for the retake. Vexite quiet throughout, but he's only got 7 frags, but that double kill on the retake, triple kill in total, has made the difference.
No peep out of him. It's casual there. That's exactly what he needed to deliver. He knows that he hasn't been offering up what the team requires on Inferno, and finally able to get them around on the board. We're talking 3 consecutive. It looked like Nemiga was storming towards leveling things up. A tough round. Finding ourselves in another 3v3 situation. Props to Liaz on the pit anchor, but this is great. Vexite, he's sharp and he delivers. Beautiful work from him, but more of that required. All back out for this CT side. MP9 in the mix. 3 rifles to go alongside of that, and they've got the util they need. Both teams lost bonus 1,900 into the next. This could decide the game right here, right now for FlyQuest if they can convert.
Oh, and Vexite, after all of his heroics in the previous, stomachs an early nade. Xanta the same, but he's done well with low HP in the past. 27, all he has to work with. And Netic, go for it, gets it.
That might channel them quickly in towards A right now.
There's 3 hits, 3 CTs, and Inz is responsible for a large part of long. They're coming his way. Has the AK, well aware, high alert. Surely you want the MP9. No, he just gives it up. Vexite does better. Chipping away. Nice pick off. Risky Bob trying to open up that CT spawn route to B. And Netix feels like he's getting hunted here. You peek again, you're a dead man, just like that. Risky, huge impact. Sway as well, keeps them busy. Regali hits him on the strafe, but they're off to B.
Okay, does he give this one a look? Remember the financial situation. The fact that he's thrown that AWP away is telling that he might want to give it a Lear in. Bomb gets planted, Risky Bob and Lear. He doesn't have a kit right now, but can pick one up in transition. Is at his feet right there. Risky Bob is forward in ruins, Lear over towards Banana. And there you go. The voice of reason on his shoulder has called off the 1v2.
That's a real reminiscent of that round, at least, was a bit reminiscent of Ancient, just the way in which it was played. Like, just take it, Jaws. Let's fight Arch. Risky walking into CT, making the pressure just amplified for Netic, and a really good shot from Regali, but all for naught. Does he save his AWP? It looks like he's gotten away.
Yeah, he's tucked himself over towards the T-side apartments, so not a hidey hole that they're going to pry into. But remember, 1,900 for either team. There is 1 tactical timeout remaining, unless we get to overtime, and then replenishments will arrive. So Regali, okay, here it is. Regali could drop an M4, and then you would be able to have, a couple of MP9s, M4 around the AWP. Or at the moment, with the 2,400 loss coming into the next, and everybody around that 2-ish mark, you could just go for some partials. Now, remember the Regali saved AWP on Ancient. He was able to get output. He found the opening kill, and then they were able to convert the round off the back of that. It turned into this crazy moment on the B bomb site. If he's able to do it again, which is a harder map, I would say, to do it on Inferno, right? If he goes for an early pick and gets it Banana, or he gets it over towards mid, that's great. But right now, we're going to have to take a look at his spawn. He has a decent mid spawn. So right now, he could head over towards mid or go for it, or the other option, the Furious Smoke top Banana, try and pick B. Looks like the way he's postured right now is to pick middle, but essentially it's all in for Regali. Yeah. It's the only way that they're going to be able to work themselves into this round on the saved AWP.
But if you're Nemiga, you know it's only an AWP. You're probably going to be a bit more cautious in mid, right? You're not going to jump into his jaws.
Well, they do take banana control very quickly, so they understand the situation. They know that they won't be full util. Double molly top banana, so much pressure early. Inns rotates over, Regali being called to help as well, but just going to toy with this. So it forces out a block smoke, and that's exactly what you're looking for. Great to get that at a minute 30 left on the clock, but all 5 currently congregated in banana. The only way that this works if you're FlyQuest is if you stack correctly.
Well,
here comes
Regali's in the right place, Chad. That's a big thing. Vexite's got a little flash, might be able to maneuver into some chaos.
Off,
yeah, he's got no sightline. He does have the HE. Extinguish and a flashbang. Not bad from Vexite. Need Netic to hit something. Liz already removed. Vexite empty-handed. A nade softened him up. He's just a dead man in the smoke. Will he really get anything out of this? Not going to happen. Khan spams away. There's the Regali orb. How many more? Nothing. Oh, no way you'll get away with that one. Inns tries to steal the orb back, but Liaz is going to meet a similar fate in pursuit of it. Not playing scared whatsoever. It's a one-round game now.
I like that call there from Nemiga. The fact that the top banana gets blocked, but they go, we're not expecting a lot behind this. This could just be one of those scenarios where they cache a couple of extra smokes and they try and block over and over again. And they were hoping to continue the block. You saw both Vexite as well as Netic have residual smokes. So they're not playing to have them force through like this. They're expecting Nemiga to respect the situation, and they don't. Well, this is it. The game on a knife's edge.
Not looking fantastic, is it? A FAMAS, couple of missing nades. Can't say the same for Nemiga as they already claim top banana for themselves. Xanta never playing scared.
Look at this, already prying in, and they're deadly with these AKs. Here they go.
Yeah, look how quick this is. 1 minute 30, they're swinging pool. Vexite empty-handed, and Netic cowering at the back of ruins. 4 players have flooded in. He's just trying to lay the plant, but can't even stop that. Risky Bob punches in the code.
You know what it is, Alex.
Say it, S-A-V-E. You ain't got economy, it's over.
And take a look at Sway. He's still quite aggressively over towards A. So even if they want it saved, Zway's currently in the boiler room. So if they back off, Zway might be able to take away a couple of guns on exit here. It is going to be 2,900 as the loss bonus. So a couple of kills is actually worth its weight in gold. And right now, the cockiness is being exuded from Nemiga. They're remembering the way that they got the win on Ancient. Brute force, in your face, back in your aim, the young guns.
What's extra impressive for me is the fact that they started their major campaign with a loss. You know, you get the first taste on your tongue. Risky Bob. Oh, it goes down. 2 for 1. Buy one, get one free. Regali gets it, saves his AWP, and gets away with 4 guns.
That's actually huge, because next round is 3,400 loss bonus. So even if you lose this round as FlyQuest and you have some saves again, you will be able to get the drops coming through. You lose one player, you can get that gun across to him, and with the loss bonus of the 2,900, everybody can get every single nade. That wasn't the case in the previous round. Either team can win this in regulation. We're not destined for overtime just yet. All tied up, 11-11. Both pistols again with conversion. Still not good enough for FlyQuest. This is the change. The orb's now been put on B. If you want to play aggressive, if you want to look for the fights, the orb is here.
And he's ready for you. Do you dare test Regali? Yes, you do, but it's a wide, rapid swing. It's up to takes Vexite.
They're in again.
Look at him go.
Rinse and repeat.
He is not scared. A wide swing past the AWP line, beheads Vexite. Now a missed shot from Regali, and this just comes crumbling down for FlyQuest.
You've got to do it again. You want to get stuck in. You don't want to give away 12, but you can't get into this round. You need to hold on to these guns. And right now, the hunt needs to be more aggressive. It needs to be more in your face. Zway should be let off the leash. Go for these fights.
Oh, and he is. Gets caught, though, in an awkward timing, just as he's clearing the pit. Now going to get hunted down. Liaz finds the elevator.
Still got one.
Still got one.
Everybody should search now. They know where both players are. At this moment, Lear needs to be yelling, out of your chair. We're coming for you. We're taking everything. You got the max loss bonus, sure, but we got the game.
This is for 12. Locked in. Nemiga have the stage 2 opportunity. Just one single round of Counter-Strike away. Oh, and not going to be able to find Inns' Lear. Not a guarantee on the save. There's a couple more seconds. Tucked in. Oh, gets away with it.
Buzzer beater there. Okay, 2 guns can be dropped easily. Netic will be able to buy himself. So a full rifle round available again. They need to play with some gumption. Right now, instead of giving them this banana control, get in their face, go for the control, bring 3 across, get the deep mid smoke in. They are running 4 players up banana, and they are dueling you at 1:20 on the clock. You are giving them this space.
You start again 3B.
And it's a different opener. They're not just charging up. A late change. Nemiga, rinse and repeat. They're forcing all this utility out of FlyQuest to get the banana control, and they're just defaulting.
Fumble team nade there. That deep smoke starts to fade on banana shortly. Are they really just going to do it at a later timing?
And look at the rotation. Vexite and Inns both drawn back by the 3/4 smoke. You can see it on the radar there. Library, Inns is peering forward on that, so they have to worry about arch slip as well as long wrap. And now they take the banana control. They avoid all the damage of that aggressive play, other than Zan to chip down, but still above half HP. Now they apply this pressure. Inns, the tug of war pulled between these sides, and here he goes again. This is a fake.
Oh, and that's a difference maker. Vexite flashed into the fight by Inns.
Regali and Liaz, they're the only ones here. Inns is still on the way back. The execute's coming in.
Yeah, that's why he's going to be coming in from the outside. 3 players on brackets. Regali's AWP is poised, ready, desperate for OT. Nate does good chip damage. He can build upon that with one of his own, but hang on! Suddenly Lyra and Sway have hit their shots. Bombs coming on the back of Khan. Inns is gone! Regali 2! Nemiga 1 kill away. Stage 2 calls. Stage 2 beckons. They said that you could only do it online, but here you stand on LAN at your first major, and the second stage is yours. In a 2-0 fashion, established organization, shut down, shut out. FlyQuest are going to have to do it on the last day of play.
From 2-0 to 2-2, tomorrow it could all come crumbling down, but Nemiga, they're the ones to celebrate. He's going to let out one final yell, and you can understand why. Nemiga, they've broken through. They join Heroic, Bait, OG, and Team BetBoom. It's a big win for 5 major rookies. Sure, we're expanded to 32 teams, but they were a bulldozer today, putting their aim on display and some strong Counter-Strike. It books them a spot with the big boys in Stage 2.
I didn't know what to make of the Imperial result. I didn't really know what Envision 1310 meant, but I do know that a 2-0 against FlyQuest is going to be a feather in their cap. That's something they should be proud of. They've taken down a rather big dog in Stage 1.
And the fact that you get a 2-0 victory without winning a single pistol or forced by victory into the second or third rounds of play, that one there is going to shell shock FlyQuest. If you thought there was pressure today, wait until tomorrow. Only 3 more teams can make it through. Job's not done. Still an opportunity for FlyQuest, but it is going to get a whole lot tougher from this point forward. We've got the interview standing by.
After I came here.
I've got Khan with me as Nemiga make it through to Stage 2. The first major, an incredible performance of you, especially on Ancient as well. Just tell me, what's going through your mind right now?
I'm very happy. My team is just incredible. My coach, I'm very happy that we're coming to this tournament, and we were like kinda like underdogs, you know, but we all we were believing in ourselves, and coming at this event and playing against maybe at Stage 1 there is not the biggest names. Fair. But anyway, it's like major.
Yeah.
And all teams here are worthy to play here, so we're very happy to play at this LAN in this city, and it means for me a lot because it's major.
The major is special, full of those emotions with it. I'm going to talk to you about this Ancient. You dominated. You were just feeling it. What was this switch? This was like a new Khan.
Oh. New Khan?
Yeah, new Khan. It's a new way. Bro, this is crazy.
I mean, yeah, it was a good game for me, I guess. And it just was the game plan. It was very convenient for me, I think. The structure was like I had many duels. Mm-hmm. It wasn't like before, and their game, like FlyQuest game, was like they were coming just to me, and I had, and at T side I had a few very good, like they were convenient clashes because like 1v1s, 1v2s that you just understand where they are and all you need is just aim. And I was lucky that I can aim.
You can aim, and the aim was very sharp. Now, there was a conversation had around Namiga before coming to this event that you guys were considered online team, right? Do you feel like you've beaten them accusations by performing here on LAN? Do you feel like you have got over a hurdle that you can perform in this situation?
I think it was kind of true, like half true, because we weren't that experienced players.
Yeah.
It was like a bit tough to play at, for example, at Shanghai RMR.
Yeah.
I don't really remember, but I remember that it was not like before, you know. I never felt something like this. And coming at this event, I think we had more experience, so that's why we can show better ourselves, like individually, you know.
Yeah.
So like Zweig, Monster, I can show myself better, and we had no like pressure like before, you know.
Okay. So did you actually feel like there was less pressure, less nerves in the team on the server when you connected?
Yeah, of course. It was a different team, you know, like much different team, even from last online few matches.
Yeah.
It was like very different team. Everyone hyped up that we are at major, everyone wants to win, and I really enjoy playing with my team like this at this event.
And Leah was telling me before the game that he was going to be loud, he was going to be shouting like we've seen, and how it helps you guys. Can you explain to me how it helps you guys, what you feel when he's doing this?
It just feels like he's just acting like childish, but in a good way. So we're just having some fun. And we really enjoy playing, like when everyone just screaming, playing, like just, you know, like vibe. We just have good mood, not like at sometimes before. Sometime before we had like, you know, when we were losing and stuff, we were like 0-2 and you're just like...
all down.
Yeah, but here, even if we lose, our IGL just hyping us up, and it really helped us a lot. Even like these both maps, we were losing actually both maps. Like we were losing 10-5 at Inferno and losing I think like 6-9 at Ancient on Ancient. So like, and our mood, I think it was like one of the key things at this BO3.
The mood was still strong. You've made it to stage 2. Congratulations for that. Here we go. Namiga going a step further.
Yo, he had a smile on his face that whole interview. He is a happy man. Congratulations to Namiga, to Khan as well, who had that great series. Dude, they won 8 of the last 9 rounds there on Inferno, so that's an utter collapse from FlyQuest.
Oh yeah, that's gotta hurt for FlyQuest. I mean, FlyQuest right now in the rearview mirror, gotta be thinking about what happened at Shanghai.
Yeah.
You start up 2-0 in the BO1s, you lose 3 BO3s in a row to not qualify for the next stage, and that's got to be in the back of their minds right now. But congratulations to Namiga, a roster that's kept the same 5-man lineup for 11 months, even through some of the heartbreaks, like at the last Shanghai RMR where they didn't make it, even though they were cooking online. They even were doing well in some of the smaller LAN tournaments, but this is really them at their full potential.
It's cool seeing like Khan even kind of reference that of being like, you know, he's being childish, it's helping the mood. Like previously the mood was bad and we figured out a strategy to get over that, like have a little bit of shit talk from your IGL, you know, it's all good. I like the silence at the end too. That was stone cold.
That was brilliant.
That was Lear, right?
Yeah. Lear's
silence.
He just like stood up, silence, and then I think he needed the toilet because he ran. I was like, I'm glad I didn't ask him to do interviews. Because bro, he got up faster than I've ever seen any player. Disconnect, run to the toilet, come back, shake hands afterwards. That had to wait. So.
He just made an epic comeback. You can't blame the guy.
You play better like that. You play better like that.
You know, when you hold it in, you've got that extra focus. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's me on the desk right now.
Watch this. Look, they're going to show it. This is brilliant. So that's the
oh my god! He casted a spell. Someone put a Photoshop a wand in his hand. Silencio.
And then watch this. No shaking hands. Man's gone. He is out of there. And he just ran, and I was like,
we got all the shots of this.
Bro.
That's a full sprint. He really had to book it.
Yeah,
that's funny.
That was either going to be a disaster and a new chair replacement from Blacklight, or having to...
Look, it could have been a very nice viral moment.
It could have been
a very nice viral moment.
Yeah, imagine that goes to OT.
Yeah.
Imagine that goes to OT.
I want to just say one more thing as well. Khan was not
stopping, smiling during the interview. Like,
that's what he just
said. He's just like this the whole time.
Yeah, that's how I opened it up, because it was just like the silly little grin of victory on your face, no matter what the question, no matter what your answer is. There's always that ghost of a smile. So cool. So, like, we made some fun yesterday and some jokes about how I enjoy the elimination games. I also enjoy seeing the smiles as well.
You're not so cold-hearted.
No, I like both ends. I like both sides of the spectrum.
Do we have loser shots of FlyQuest? They got to be disappointed.
Do they have to be disappointed?
I mean, that game just slipped away from them completely.
Yeah, I mean, just they couldn't stop anything. B hits were just getting overrun. Even 5-on-4s, they couldn't convert. Regale missed some critical shots, which is a shame because he had an otherwise very, very good Inferno.
Yeah.
Both Operas had some good performances in the series.
Now, let's take a look at a recap of today. Remember, it was all elimination and qualification games, going through to stage 2 or going home. You know, all that heartbreak that comes in with it as well. I'm going to go to you first, Jason. Favorite match of the day? What are you looking at? What was the good one for you?
I mean, it's impossible to go against the BetBoom Wildcard game. Just the overtimes that were there, like the close affair between the games. I thought, seeing Wildcard get kind of battered on the first half of the first map, come back, but then lose narrowly, happens again in the second map. But I mean, a great fight from both teams, and obviously you can never be disappointed when you've got Boomich, when you've got Exile, these guys like all making their way into the next stage of the major. We get to see them battle up against the big dogs next.
I love everything that I'm getting out of BetBoom. I mean, I had them as a 3-0 pick for myself, but I still felt so confident that the online season, which was quite turbulent, was not going to rear its ugly head once they made it to LAN, because you can see the resolve that these players have, the way that they're so composed in the late round moments, even against a wildcard team which has their own veteran IGL. I just think Boomich, he leads by example.
And I mean, my fault for not mentioning Magnajez as well, because he had a phenomenal day today. Like, eye test wise, he was the best player on that team today.
Then for you, Maui, I'm confused about this choice. You chose
not my favorite.
Complexity TYLOO. I'm expecting you to be now suddenly a TYLOO fan. I think no, American there.
I know you said to him, "What was your favorite for Moses?" This was not my favorite, but this one had the most impact on me. Okay, it hurt me the most because Complexity, nobody really counted them in on this season. You lose a Liege, you're working in 2 new rookie players. Sixy, who's kind of flirted a little bit with Tier 1, but a Nyx that is coming out of practically ESEA Advanced, ESL Challenger League. They just pick him up, and then you have to play with a stand-in. All of the goodwill you've brought forward into this tournament dashed away because you're playing with a stand-in, and no shame to Junior. He didn't even play all that badly as an individual. A lot of saves in this game, I noticed, but he's just trying to do the most that he could, and they're just thrown into a really tough situation. But on the other side, I'm happy about TYLOO continuing more of what we saw at ESL Pro League. The individuals still popping off, playing a slightly off-meta style, but one that was able to upset a Complexity team that I thought would look much more comfortable today.
I think the Complexity loss in elimination, I think really should highlight and underscore how important Halzerk is to this team. Like, if you ever felt like, because he's had his moments where he's gone like quiet and been inconsistent, but seeing what they look like without him is like, you're like, okay, my bad, I didn't recognize your game, because it's a completely different team.
Especially after what we saw from Bucharest as well. It's a sad time right now. Does this mean you guys lower the flag a little bit for this day?
No,
Still believe in
still
NRG?
way up there at the top, baby.
Still believe NRG?
What? We got Wildcard, we got NRG.
Liquid's coming in.
Yeah.
Okay. You still got some hope in here.
Yeah, exactly.
Not for long. But,
FaZe.
We'll take a look.
FaZe is there, yeah.
You got one man.
We take FaZe.
Okay, that's all you've got. That's the hope, really. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matches, though. Let's see what matchups we've got. It is the final day of Stage 1.
I love this graphic.
And we're kicking things off with NRG taking on Lim Vision White. We can actually read this now, yeah? And then we've got Legacy going up against Wildcard.
I didn't even mean it like that. I have Legacy, Wildcard, FlyQuest, and TYLOO all going through, and I only need two more to win, so I'm happy.
I really need a Wildcard.
I thought you meant the actual graphic.
Yeah,
the Longhorn skull.
That part's nice too. That part's nice.
The little lambda, the Half-Life lambda on the skull is a nice touch.
Pretty good, yeah, it really is.
We got some good graphic artists.
What game are you most looking forward to tomorrow, Jason?
That's a great question. I think FlyQuest TYLOO I feel like should be like I feels like it should be the most competitive.
There's a history in that matchup.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
and obviously
history.
inter-regional as well, essentially with Oceania and Asia, and obviously big implications on who's going to be moving forward to have a chance to make it even deeper, to potentially get another spot for your region, which is obviously huge, and obviously in the Asian and the Oceanic, and also here in the Americas. Because we're looking at a world where there's not many Americas teams in the playoffs.
By the way, I just had to remember this. FlyQuest twice lost to TYLOO recently on LAN as well. This is going to be
spicy.
That's rough.
That makes some extra mode in there.
I'm interested in NRG. versus Linvision.
Yeah.
And I thought NRG was going to be out by now, if I'm being completely honest.
You feel like they're going through on this? Do you feel like this is the one?
Yeah.
I actually would say they should go through on this.
Yeah, I think that they're favorites versus Linvision. So I'm excited about that. I want to see if we can get one.
I expect a victory out of NRG. I don't know like what the line is. I don't know who's thinking what, but for me,
I'm making the line. We're making the line.
NRG better win that game.
The desk's line is that NRG are going through tomorrow.
Yep.
I love your blind confidence. We'll have to wait and see, but the day is done. We're over here in Austin enjoying ourselves. The weather is hot. The games are heating up as well. And only one more day for Stage 1 games. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow.
An iconic major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're going to be doing here. We're going to be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go. Let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we want to know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1! What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
What the hell? Too small. Too small.
Wait. I think it's cool.
What do you think?
I don't think I like it. I don't
No?
think.
I'd love to see a player lift this up like this and then it just breaks.
By the horns?
Moo!
Yes.
And why is this? It's because of Texas or what?
The Longhorns.
I mean, I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction to the Paris trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then what we got some what is that? Fire eyes on it. You know, it couldn't be worse than the Paris major one, so, you know, it's just a step in the right direction.
I don't know, but I think my idol Monastic get hit.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake we made.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet, but maybe after the event we'll give it to you.
It's mine. I'm the Austin major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
Ah, you got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.